side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire burning out your soul. Just make it die, or you will turn it all to ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. You waste your life to gain power. You shift to gain rules. How does it feel to reach the line that no one ever got to cross? Does it make you a god now? Every sin will be forgiven if you lay down your weapons to the ground. blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood.
Well, I guess that's a wrap for today.
Seriously, medic? I thought we were going out for a ride.
Okay, but I'm driving.
Now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect fit.
Oh, they're about to lock in.
Oh, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Book your next hotel stay in Madrid with Marriott Bonvoy. A check-in at every checkpoint.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the pizzazz.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
Want to level up beyond the Rift? Express like a legend and find your fastest server in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. It's time to Express. Scan to start your 14-day free trial. Subscribe to unlock free Hextech chests and keys.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died
Welcome back to the LEC first summer split. There's only 3 days remaining in the regular season and summer is heating up. Hear me out. KC, MKOI, GX Fnatic and G2 have locked in playoffs with the rest of the league fighting for their lives. Now, for KC, a win in the first series today secured them the first place heading into the playoffs bracket. For their opponent Vitality though, even if they lose the series today, a single game win means that they're locking into playoffs. On the other side, you have Navi, and they are praying for Vitality's downfall because there's a slight window open for the Miracle Run, but only and only if Vitality lose all their games. It's not just every series, every game counts, so let's get into it. We're back here to wrap up the last day of Week 3 in Summer Split, and it has been filled with a bunch of L's and W's, let's say. So I want us to take a look, Jack and Odo, to what we've seen so far in the week and attribute some wins or some loses to some statements. Are you okay? I want to give you some props for this, okay? Because, of course, if it's a W, you'll pull the W, but if it's an L,
What?
you will pull yourself.
What the Shelly? Hey, show me
you
yours.
know what it is.
Show me yours.
You're used to it.
Oh my god.
You look the same.
Yeah.
I look disgusted.
Same face
I'm
in
kind of
defeat.
scared, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, my facial expressions go
Some
all the
statements
way.
have been spooky here this week. Let's queue up the first one because Nuke commits to the bit and goes monkey mode on Summoner's Rift. Bit of a recap here. A lot of banter between him and Poby last week ahead of their game. And he committed to the bit. He's now new monkey on Summoner's Rift. So is that an L or is that a dub in chat?
I mean, for sure it feels at first like an L, right? He tries to crash off the new player from the LEC, and then he ends up getting completely stomped. But then it's kind of a W because he goes through with it, and he just kind of takes it on the chin. And I played with him in solo queue and he completely carried me. W for me.
Yeah, that's an L for me. It's just, you pick up on the new kid and it backfires miserably, you kind of need to deserve it. So it's an L in my book.
It's an L here? All right. The next one is Zeph in an interview with Ilias Marshud. He said that G2 and KC, I don't see any other teams for now. Are these the only teams that should be acknowledged in the league? Is that a dub or is that an L?
Maybe
G2
yesterday
and
I'd
KC.
say L, but after Fnatic, ooh, that's a W, I think.
All right.
For me.
Yeah, he's not wrong. That's a W for me.
MKOI.
Well,
not for now, maybe.
Okay, so it's a W in the sense that I feel like they're doing the mind games thing again, as usual.
Okay, all right. The next one we have
But
comes.
it's G2, like, G2, KC, and MKOI, no?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they count themselves in.
Yeah,
But yeah, I just
so-
wanted to have your take on like if they're on top
otherwise
3
I don't
as well. A former Fnatic player actually had some strong words yesterday. I want to say that
He
this
said
was
before the game,
it was
honestly.
before
It
the
was
game.
before.
It was at the beginning of the game. That aged like milk.
For me, that's a big W. That's the most W cope I have ever seen, you know? It's just you're invoking unreal levels of cope to try and win against G2, and it just backfires miserably, you know? But it's still nice try.
I think that's L for me, bro. That's too much glaze. Like, how can you say Poby Zorks? So Poby Zorks?
Okay, that's an L. That's an L. Poby Zork, it just doesn't work.
All right.
They don't have that synergy.
Another person who might have gotten an L yesterday is Yonkos, but the
W Foundation, the
and the
studio is still
despair.
standing, yeah?
Yeah. No, for me it's the mental crumble that you can actually see happening on the screen. I call that a W.
I mean, for me, it was a
For
W.
content.
Hearing Janko screaming while you were casting, that's a
You were
W.
there, yeah.
Yeah, that was a W.
That's a W.
All right.
Oh, goodness.
Next one we have also comes from MKOI, and he says, Melzet, the LEC is a 4-team competition. Kind of following up on what Zeph said as well.
I feel like I have to say the opposite now because I said that was W. So now I have
Yeah.
to say the cell. I mean, just Fnatic was really
no.
disappointing. Maybe G2 is just that good. It's kind of hard to say, right? With the format, we haven't seen them up against the other top teams. But I don't know, Fnatic is hard to...
Yeah, I mean, it hits the nail on the head because I feel like it's still, like, for me, it's a W because I think he is right, but at the same time, it's a little bit of an L because I would want, you know, more teams to break into that top 4 and make it a little bit more exciting.
Yeah.
Do we count them out after what happened yesterday?
We don't count them out.
You never count Fnatic
Still.
out.
Yeah.
Out.
Off the Rift for now
You
until
can
next
also
week.
maybe never trust them.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's the thing. Past regular season, but we'll see that. We won't see them actually again this split. They've played all their games. About Vitality, they smashed Navi yesterday, and they did it with confidence. So you may be wondering, during a game like this, they should be locked in. They should be the communication should be crisp, right? Let's take a listen.
And over the wall, I'm MJ in his prime. I wasted my nights, you turned down the lights, I'm stuck in that time. I'm out of people trying to go.
That's a W.
That's
a
mega
mega
dub.
must be so
boring
for the fans to
He sings even worse than me.
Let's go, let's
Yeah,
go.
you're really bad.
Bomba, 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 boom.
Singing in
Rice.
game is W.
Michael Jordan.
Okay,
Rise
so
no
W
flash.
sound effects,
Rise no
W
flash,
sound
rise no
effects from
flash. I go, bro, I
Karzi.
go, bro.
You've ever had communication
Michael Jordan,
like
Michael
this?
Jordan, look,
Or
look.
is it just like a
Had
full
something like
Karzi
this.
in your team
I
level?
don't think anything on Karzi level. I don't think I've actually.
Please let me. Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
actually no. I've had something
Yeah,
similar.
I
to
think we
Karzi.
should
All
end,
right.
no? It's kind
Oh
of
no,
boring.
you coach the rats, other rats like this.
Depends on our days. On the good
All
days,
right.
you know, everyone's jolly a little bit. He reminds me of Kassing a bit. Karzi has this Kassing vibes where when I was playing with him, he was always super jolly and screaming a lot.
Really?
But honestly, no one gets to the Karzi's levels. Like, yeah,
Depends on the mood. They were winning. They were smashing Navi. Maybe it's gonna be like this today as well. We'll see that later. But for now, Wadid gave heads up that Faker is watching LEC. Maybe a week watch right now. Is that a good thing?
That's a W. That's a W for LEC. W
That's not
for
a
us.
W for him though. The
Hey,
unspeakable
hey.
things that he must have seen.
I mean, I don't know. He watched it for entertainment. Maybe he learns a thing or two. I mean, he's watching Poby cheering him on. I mean,
if we're not a great league, you know, it's late night in Korea, I think. I hope.
It is, yeah,
It's
it's
late
late
night in
night.
Korea, long day at work, you know, you gotta put your feet up on the table, and even the Go needs to watch, you know, a little comedy show.
Who do you think he's watching? Because you were saying Poby, of course, former
yeah. So
teammate.
he's watching Fnatic. He's probably watching KC. I would
Yeah.
think he's trying to like watch the top 4 and think about them. I'd be surprised if he's tuning into Vitality versus Navi.
Well,
I mean,
Faker.
maybe, but
Come on, don't be like that.
I mean, I
If you're
don't
with
know.
us right now, please let us know. We appreciate you. See you at World. The last one is from Skewmond, who tweeted after the series yesterday, LeBron James superior to Poby Bryant.
Hey,
and I
Poby Bryant
love
goes
the
hard.
pun. I love
Poby
the
Bryant
pun.
goes hard.
Is good.
Yeah, yeah.
I really want to see Poby playing Sigs and then Poby.
Oh, good one. Good
That's
one.
actually a really
Double
good one.
W Jack. W Jack.
Double W. Yeah, our players are smashing it on and off the Rift.
But
I love it.
about off the Rift,
Yeah.
there's something happening with Niski over there. What's happening over
Okay,
there?
I'm so happy you mentioned it. Hold on. Because I've been investigating and I have something.
Okay.
Are you okay?
Yeah, hold on. I'm coming.
What's she doing?
I mean, I don't know. It's just the Vladdy Niski is just a sub. No, it's not that.
No,
Oh.
hear me out. Because, okay,
Okay, hold up.
I've been investigating because I cannot make sense for the whole thing that this Niski Vladdy situation has been. So, beginning of the split, we find out that Niski is joining in KC as a sub. Cool, maybe they have a master plan, maybe they have something in mind. Kalist goes on L'Equipe to an interview saying that it is gonna be a 6-man roster. Vladdy and Niski are gonna fight for their spot. So we expect a bit of fire here and there. But then, this is where the plot thickens, because Vladdy goes on interview with us, great feed Dracos by the way, I love that on week 1, saying that Niski is not doing anything, not even helping him. I'm starting to get confused here, right? Rhea goes on PGL afterwards and tells us that actually Niski is here to coach a bit Vladdy and help him get better at the game. So I'm like, what is this? What is going on? And this is where I started seeing a conspiration here. This is where I think we've been misled, because last week, Vladdy, outrage on social media, on his stream, loses it completely. And I'm thinking this has to be this has to be staged. They have to be aiming for something because right now, KC is leading, but KC is about to play Vitality. And now, if you're not familiar with the rivalry in France, KC and Vitality don't really go together, and KC will take every chance they can to take Vitality to the ground. We've been seeing Niski as a water boy, but I don't think that's what he is. I think Niski is a double agent sent from KC, joined Vitality, gathered info so that they can smash them today. That's the only thing I see here.
I mean,
that's the only thing that makes sense.
I see something. I see a dysfunctional KC that's going up against a Vitality that looked fantastic.
And look what I found today.
What is this?
Niski sneaked in to the Vitality coaching room.
Well, this changes everything.
And was gathering all the strategy he can for his team.
Complete spy behavior, complete rat behavior.
I don't think KC is on the verge of collapse here. I think this was a well-thought plan from KC to begin with to bring Niski as a spy. Look at him. Look at this rat.
W.
It has to make sense.
W Niski. W spy. He was there all along to just bait us, thinking about, oh yeah, Karmine Corp, they have all of this drama, they're going to destabilize. But in reality, he's here to just, you know, at the end, you know, it's the meme with like nothing personal.
And this is why I think
that's what's happening.
Vitality stand no chance today because they think KC is collapsing. They have them here.
But Vitality is used to this. They already had Niski sabotaging for a whole split. They're not going to get caught off guard now. Come on, they looked fantastic against Na'Vi, and Na'Vi that struggled so much, or an MKOI that struggled so much against Na'Vi, while Vitality just smashed them. Karsi's back. It's beautiful.
You've been coping all splits, and it started in week 1. I brought the receipt. Week 1, you said.
A real hot take is Vitality will be top 4, and not just in their group, in general. They upgraded on support, now they have a real support, will enable Karsi to play the game. Naknako has been brilliant, Chayek has been brilliant. The plan, the 3-year plan, is coming together.
We're swimming in delusion here.
So?
W.
Yeah?
W 3-year plan, W Vitality. They're going to smash it.
Okay, but enough about Vitality. I want to talk a little bit about KC because, well, we're talking about Vitality.
No, talk me through why you think they're good, actually. Has it been enough?
I mean, I think Vitality, they smashed Na'Vi so damn hard. It was nearly a perfect game, that game 2. It just didn't look close. While normally you'd say, like, Na'Vi is really bad, but when they actually played against MKOI, they looked really good. So I actually take a lot from this win and just think that Vitality has so much confidence.
Yesterday you were saying that it was Naknako and Naknako only. Do we think it's a bit more now?
Well, it's a little bit more. Linkas, I think he had a deadless, really good game yesterday into Na'Vi. So I do have signs of life, or I do have a little bit more hope. But talking about hope, I do want to talk about someone who I feel like elevated his champion pool a lot more. And I do think that he is pretty much, for me, a standout because it shows a lot of this growth. Because looking at Targamas, we always saw him as this enchanter player. Back in spring, it felt like we were seeing Targamas at his lowest in terms of comfort zone. He had to play a lot of these melee champions, you know, the Rel, the Alistar, they were staples in the meta. And now I feel like going into Summer Split, what's happening, he's transitioning more into the Enchantress, ranged supports top lane, because I'm always around there. We saw Nautilus one time, but at the same time, we did see a lot of the Lulu and a lot of the Nico, and I feel like these are his best champions so far. So walking into today and for the rest of the split as well, I am expecting Targamas to level up massively because that's where the meta on support is heading.
The Lulu or the Lulu, we'll find out about that later. But I caught up with Targamas actually ahead of the series in the Marriott Bonvoy pregame check-in.
W.
Dub. Targu, merci beaucoup. We were just discussing your champion pool and how much we feel like it evolved throughout summer from melee champions to ranged champion god. What happened to you?
I mean, I feel like I always was playing those kind of champions before, like I would say years ago, right? But I don't know why this year. I think in winter, it was kind of like the label on me that for losing every game on range support. I'm not sure why. I think it was just unlucky, honestly, because I used to always play it, right? But I think specifically, like right now, I feel more confident on the Nico compared to spring, where I was maybe a bit late on pinging it. I mean, I was playing it, but I was not like sure if it was good or not, right? But now I feel, for sure more confident on it.
All right. I'm glad you mentioned Nico because
busted champion, or you're just that good on it? The impact you had the previous game was just insane.
I think it's really OP. Like, I mean, I think it's very easy to get good engage, right? Because you have so much tools. Like when you have flash, when you have proto belts, like it's for sure like the easiest support to get like a flashy engage on, like on 4 or 5 people. But of course, you need to be still creative with like the passive as well. There's a lot of usage. And the flanks as well. I think it's something that's maybe I was doing a bit less in the team before, because we already have like Kana that always flanks, so it's not easy to. You can't really have always like 3 people on flank. But yeah, we are trying different stuff.
Thinking about KC and what is next to come, if you guys win today against Vitality, you lock in first. We keep on hearing on social media and everywhere that you guys are one best of 5 away from locking well. So how are you managing expectations, actually making sure that you don't get carried away? Because one best of 5 is super close, but yet so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. I think it was also similar in spring, where it was not one best of 5, but 2 best of 5 to qualify to MSI. And we, in the end, we never really, like, we didn't make it, right? So for sure, we don't want to have the same thing happen again, where we are like in touching distance of qualifying, and then we just fall short at the end. So yeah, we're just gonna make sure this time we actually qualify.
All right. So focusing a bit on today, one player that you have to be careful about in Vitality.
I mean, I think Nako is probably the highlight for Vitality. Like, at least in spring, it looks like he was always very stable in the game compared to his team. And yeah, I think mostly him.
All right, eyes on Nak. Let's see how it goes. Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much.
Time to see if the flawless group awaits KC as their last series of the LEC summer lies ahead. On the other side, Vitality, who we finally got to see again yesterday. They got back-to-back days, they got back-to-back games, and after their win against Navi yesterday, they're in a pretty good spot.
They looked pretty good yesterday. I really liked how they kind of played around Linces, looking for plays on side lanes, getting those leads going for themselves, and we'll have to see now if they can do it against KC, because KC are a very different beast.
Oh yeah.
Definitely a step up, and honestly, I think the big talking point for me is going to be this top side. Like, Kana versus Nako is such an insane matchup to keep our eyes on.
One of them wears a towel under the desk while he's playing. I just noticed Nako, he's got his own branded towel, but not just that. Wait, Fleshy's got one as well. But I truly wonder if it's got his own name on it, because we saw it in the header yesterday in the intro of Vitality coming back to the LEC. And it's just such random merch. It's also just random that it's still, it's like a jacket. They're just wearing it on stage as well. Must be cold up there.
Towel?
I do want my own towel. I'd love my towel to say Kazi on it though. After the noise we've heard, I think I feel very encouraged by Kazi at the moment.
I was feeling Linces' vibes when he was singing along. I was like, that's the kind of jungler I want on my team. Just living his best life, you know, hair down, shaking it in the wind.
the comms the next level. Let's get to pick band. KC Vitality, and KC on the blue side here. Pantheon straight away taken away. And it feels nice when I think Linces very good on his skirmishing junglers, and Pantheon seems to be a good trade for 1-2 on red side at the moment.
Now kind of surprising to me. I didn't expect that to be one of the bans that came through on KC's side, but we'll have to see what the game plan is. Either way, Azir more than likely going to be taken away. We're still looking at things like the Talia can be gone as well, and even Gwen still available. So there's a lot to look at as we start to go through this next couple of ban phases.
Especially when Kana has been a bit of a tank player. Sion, Kasante's most played, so if Gwen is left open here, KC, if they don't pick it up first, they will lose out on that opportunity to play a safe tank early on. Now, Jarvan's gone as well, top jungler at the moment, especially when we have a lot of more immobile carries.
So if I'm KC, I'd probably try and ban away Gwen here on blue side.
Okay.
That means that then you leave yourself open to a potential Rumble first pick, and you have a decent time into that matchup there in the top side. The Ziggs ban, though, says that they're actually prioritizing the Azir more. Remember, Chayak brought out that Ziggs is an answer into the Azir.
Yep.
So unless this Azir is banned away, you probably see this on this next rotation.
It's interesting. Yeah, again, we don't normally see that many Ziggs bans, so bit of an obvious fish. You mentioned, you know, I'll keep the Gwen in the back of my mind as well. I'll keep a support option there too, I guess. Dagdal, let's just hold, wait and see. Rumble, ban. Wukong instead. Okay, Rumble, you said that is open. Is there as an option? Azir as well. Take your pick.
Yeah, the Ziggs signals they want the Azir. Actually, the Yunar they're going to go for. Okay.
Can you see that?
So for Chayek, you could probably take the Azir here on this next rotation. And then if you want to go into the Rumble, fantastic. Kana has answers into it though. He's already played like things like the Galileo into it. But for KC, definitely opening up for more of a team fight, strong front line is more than likely where you're going.
Yep.
Which could even go for things like the Scion, which are also left up and available. I think that's kind of the thing about this patch. There's a lot of very strong picks in the individual roles, and it's more kind of how do we steer our composition into the direction of some of the stronger picks.
And when we're still getting lane swaps, it's really nice to see that there are a lot of tank, like surviving options in the 1v2, right? Like we still get that grub lane swap. We still get options at 4:30, 5 minutes in. Not as often, but it's still in the meta. Xin Zhao is going to be the jungler of choice for Linces in this first game. He's played one different jungler each game with the Taliyah pairing. It's a strong mid jungler to be sure for Vitality's game 1.
Azir is still fine for me here for Vladdy. I think you're happy. It does well into the Taliyah.
True.
And then you'd like something, probably the Trundle, to be honest, just to try and fight against the early attack power that Xin Zhao has, especially when it comes towards those early skirmishes. And from there, KC, again, just lean in towards potentially a tank in the top side for Kana, and you're happy out.
Then you have a good front to back for KC, and if I look at KC, I think that's one of their strengths. We talk about their team fighting. They feel like they're McCoy right now. Definitely feel like one of the most fun, team fighting teams. KC seem a little bit more routine. What's the word I'm looking for, Doug? You know English better than me.
I think KC have just shown that they are one of the strongest teams that we have. And when it comes to those late game team fights, their setup is really strong. Their coordination, really how they rally around Targamas with a lot of these strong engages, particularly if he can get his hands on something like the Nico. And it's kind of MCOY at times. I think that was an incredibly close series, came down to the wire, but KC just able to cinch it right at the finish.
So now what's the option here when we look closer into the game itself? Rumble was picked up, but Nako, so far, it has been tank options or the Ambessa. Ornn has been played once, and that Ambessa has two. Now a second, and better lining up with the Taliyah, or rather, should I say, Xin Zhao, as a skirmish option picked up for Vitality.
We started to see this Taliyah and Ambessa a little bit more often just because it gives you such good side laning. And then the option to send people in towards the back line if you want to. The options to cut off members in the fight as well and set up for these really strong skirmishes where both Taliyah and Ambessa can actually do relatively well because they're very good at kind of focusing down one of those targets with the CC that they both offer.
Now we look at bot lane. Oh, the Jack Spectre of lanes. Kazi, what's his option going to be into Yunara? I mean, again, we were talking about like the Ziggs and maybe some long-range options. Aphelios, Jinx have come to mind. What about yourself?
I really like the Sivir here for Vitality. I think you have good wave clear. You've got the opportunities to kind of speed up multiple members here. And also the chase down and catch potential with the long side of Taliyah and Ambessa. I think can work really well here. Otherwise, at least what KC are looking at is, hey, we can go for, or they want something that's a bit more self-peel reliant. Zyra Khan can also work in the Vitality composition as well, so maybe that's what they're going to ban away here on this next rotation.
Let's say because, I mean, if you get rid of like Zyra or Rakan, either option's nice. I feel like Fleshy and Kazi on those individual champions has been insane. Fleshy's Rakan game was nuts. Only yesterday. I think he played one hell of a series as we get that final ban away. The Trundle you mentioned, I'm glad you did bring that up. That's now taken away too, by the way.
The other option for KC, is actually, I wasn't going to say the Nautilus, I was going to say the Aphelios. We've seen the Aphelios taken into the Yunara just to try and match that scaling, even if he can get poked out a little bit in lane. But Vitality now, what's going to be your option here?
I like when you ask questions, Dagda. It gets me asking questions. It gets everyone at home asking questions. And they say, the question is, how far can we send the dive? Vitality fully committing now. And not only are we picking up, I mean, they're just going to send it. Simple.
It is a bit odd to see the Kai'Sa for me, though, because traditionally you see it with a Nautilus or something that enables backline access, even a Wukong, or something that something that wants to dive into the backline, Kai'Sa shotguns in, and you try and assassinate someone. But you don't really have those tools here. Like, sure, you've got the Ambessa who can try and do it, but it's less ideal than something that's a bit more point and click. So I thought they'd end up going for something that's a bit more, hey, wave clear in the mid lane, try and win that mid lane skirmish, and we can then lean into sides.
But what do you think about this? There's a Poppy here for disengage, Bard for long range engage. Rakan feels like he can follow up a little bit easier. Where do you slide?
I'd rather something like a Rel in this position. I think having something that's a bit easier to, sorry, not easier, but tankier.
Snap engage as well, right?
Right, yeah. It's just the problem with Rakan is that you kind of want something that enables him to dive into the backline.
Yeah.
Something that can play frontline is the Poppy in that sort of situation where you jump to Poppy, then go for the all-in. But it's less ideal than, say, something like an Alistair or a Rel.
I think you're right about that as well. So the engage not as, I guess, sudden, as straightforward. The Rel's just going to be taken. You said for Vitality, you know, a way to get the backline. I guess, you know, Rel doesn't do that as much, but at least there is some reliable engage for the shotgun you talked about earlier on.
It's just, when I look at KC, there's pretty long range. Both Yunara has decent attack range.
Yeah, she does.
And you've got the Azir. You've got the ability to reset fights really well with Poppy and also this Azir shuffle. So for Vitality, I think they're going to struggle to gain access to some of these carries. The good news is, apart from the Poppy, no one on KC is actually particularly tanky. So if Vitality can get onto someone, they can very quickly snowball that into a victory.
All right, well, Vitality bring out the risk, though, but for their game one, when they've just slammed Na'Vi into the ground, it is nice to see that, you know, Cards are willing to play something like the Kaiser that will take a bit of scaling up to do, but can really carry these fights. How do they get into KC? The question's now been asked, and hopefully Vitality have an answer. They are the underdogs coming into this series for obvious reason, for the fact that KC have already locked themselves in a top 2 spot. Today, the chance to lock themselves in number 1 of the group as well. And when you get the choice of the second team in the other group, it's so nice, right? Because you're arguably versing a worse team, and you only need one best of 5 to get your way into Worlds. If you have a chance of versing the second seed out of Group B, or alternative group, excuse me, that's a dream come true. It is Group B. So they'll face off against G2 or Fnatic at this rate.
Still not easy on either side of the equation, but...
No, but...
You definitely want the supposed weaker one of the two, whichever way that goes.
I mean, if G2 win today as well and lock themselves in, then I'd be like, yeah, I'll take Fnatic, because Fnatic versus G2 wasn't even close yesterday. G2 destroyed them. So for KC, I'm cheering if I get that. Will they be the best Group A team? We're about to find out now. Welcome back to Summoner's Rift, and welcome to, as Dagda was saying as well, a hard comp for Vitality, but man, I feel like that's why the Embessa of the Tilly is going to be so important. Maybe early jungle mid is something we have to focus on, Dagda, because how Vitality get ahead and kind of control the pace of these fights is something that Vitality need to do.
And something that Vitality did well yesterday. It was, hey, we're going to get our mid jungle, we're going to attack sides, and we're going to try and find our success against Na'Vi that way. So for Vitality, they have shown that they can do this.
Yep.
And I want to see that same story here. Chayek getting access to these sides, working with Linces, setting this game up in a successful way where they can actually get these sideline towers down and enable the Talia and the Embessa.
Well, a quick reminder as well as we roll you into this game is that for Vitality, the reason we've been talking about how big their win was yesterday is because their starting schedule, their loss against Giant X, put them on the back burner. They then had almost 13 days off from playing League. They come back after almost 2 weeks. And they face off against Na'Vi. It's really good to see the 2-0 cemented themselves as a potentially strong team. If they can do that damage against KC today, then that fight for top 2 in the group, that fight for a better seeding is still available to them.
Even just getting this win against either KC or MCOY, not only just for, you know, the notoriety of being able to take down the top 2 teams, or the expected top 2 teams in the group, but being able to set yourself up with a guarantee that you are going to move on to that cross-play qualifier is just going to be so nice. Still, early game, Kalista and Targamas, good control over this bottom side. This is kind of what you expect with Yunara.
Yep.
She's so good against these short-range AD carries because she can bounce the Q off of those range creeps onto lower-range AD carries.
Yeah.
And it should be in a good spot now.
As you said, the range is quite big. And I think a lot of people don't forget, like, was it 625 or something like that? It's Yunara's range is really decent, and
I think they could have crashed third wave here, though, and actually set up for a bit more poke.
Yeah.
They kind of did this. When we had Mickey on the last time as well, he was saying he was surprised to see them crash the second wave when they do have this kind of range discrepancy that they can try and punish through. But
yeah.
Either way, should be fine. Both junglers moving down on towards this bottom side. Maybe some action for Linces, as I think Fleshy was trying to burn some similar spells, and we'll get one.
And Kalista's got his Q activated, though, and Fleshy needs to just back right off here. The support who was my MVP for Vitality yesterday. He gets chunked out quite heavily, 265 current health. He's backed off. You see Linces is hovering down that bot side for now, but it's one more engage, and that first blood is looming here in the 2v2 for KC.
all members on this bottom side for the with the jungler now getting involved, but I don't think there's much that they can really do. Again, like Poppy, her early damage is so incredibly strong. And with the push that and control that you already have with Targamas on that Tri-Brush, Linces just has to abandon ship and go for the top, which again means you get to punish a little bit more here.
Yeah, coming in with a flash at the ready as well. Fleshy gets a quick shattering strike. There's the flash unmatched. Kazi's out of there, and he's out of there in the nick of time, but look at what you missed. You're just talking about it, Dagda. Massive wave on the horizon, and KC are going to have a gigantic lead from one simple play.
The fact you get a place and deny so much of the CS is huge.
Yeah.
Like, you can see 300 gold essentially kills worth there in the bottom side of the map now for Kalist, and you get this reset back into, hey, you can take your choice of where you want to go on the map as well. This is a really big win for the KC bot lane.
So that singular plate taken, Vampiric Scepter for the trading in lane. Fleshy comes back and he rather just left the lane, went up, got a deep ward in, which is nice on Raptors, but Kazi's going to be behind the curve a little bit here as well. Remember that Rakan, one of the best roaming champions too, he can easily match, so bot lane in isolation is going to have a good advantage for KC.
There's not really any way that Vitality can match on the map though. Yike is already recessed, which means that he's up, as you can see, those early items. So if it ends up being a bit more of a confrontation in the mid lane, say, you'll end up with that extra advantage for KC. So Vitality more trying to scare KC from making a play on mid wave and ensure that Chai can actually bounce that wave effectively.
Well, talk about Yike, he's pathing towards bot. And as Dragon spawns Dagda, you know that feeling when you have to sneeze, but it doesn't come out?
Yeah.
And so you just stuck mid-sneeze.
I'm glad that's not happening to you now.
No, it's not. I'm there, but I need to sneeze, and I need to see this gank happen as well at the same time. Let's see which comes first. It's an entrance. It's Targamas with the knock-up, and Kazi, he's going to ghost, but he has no flash from the previous play. Fleshy gets into the wall, thanks to Yike. It's a hammer fest, and Kalist gets there first.
This bot lane is falling apart for Vitality. KC have set their sights firmly on getting Kalist ahead, and it is going fantastically for them.
600 gold the lead. We are 5.5 minutes into the game, and Kalist is up. Almost double longsword. Yeah, thank you very much to our production team. I said thank you, observers, yesterday when they showed total gold, and I got a note in my ear. Sorry, you know, everyone works hard here. So does Kalist at that note as well. I'm curious to see what he gets on the way back here. Look at where the wave is. Equalizer, meanwhile, Nuck. Comet comes down. Kana doesn't flash. Nuck holds onto his summoner, but even though he has TP, it's close to a solo kill.
Still, though, it means that you get to clear this wave incredibly fast. Nuck will have to TP back to the top side. And I think Kana should have enough time to just walk this back up if he really wants to. And you end up in a spot now where you're a TP advantage thanks to Kana. And Kana has been a shining light for KC. He has been so fantastic on that top side. It's hard not to say that he's looking like the best top laner in the LEC right now.
I feel like we've had that conversation so many times. Like, Kana has been, you know, one of the smoothest. And I also feel like if you're looking at shining light for Vitality over the course of this year, Nucko's also been there. Like, we give him his credit because he's a very ambitious top laner. He's a playmaking top laner, and even on tanks, I do feel like this guy, you know, even only just debuting, has got a lot of promise.
I 100% agree. The guy has definitely made a name for himself coming into the LEC. It is just going to be a tough time from here against Kana, though, because it just feels like he's on a different level, especially when he's on these comfort picks like the Rumble. But Nucko, trading effectively, is kind of overheated.
Wouldn't it be nice if Nucko solo killed Kana as we're talking about the levels not being even? All right, let's look towards top. Yike is back again. He doesn't have Hex Flash on this build, but he does have the Keeper's Verdict now up and available.
Kana is still getting control of the wave, making sure that, again, with Yike there, he can push in the wave. And you've got good vision set up already for KC. Kana getting one there on top side. You've got it basically littered the whole way down. Excuse me, sorry, that top side river. And it's just making it difficult for Vitality to get much access to anything. Now, level 6 has been hit for Chayek, which is where my eyes are kind of drifting towards to see if we can get a play with Linces towards mid, try and buy some space for Chayek to then get access to these side lanes.
So start getting that movement, because so far there's been no interaction with mid jungle. So far there's been nothing really to speak of from Vitality in this early game. A 1,000 gold lead. And it's basically all sitting on Kalist as he picks up his second plate. Targamas shares in the glory, but it's really the 20 CS lead that I'm now eyeing here with a pickaxe in inventory for Kalist. Makes it very hard for Kazi to be able to play this early game at all. With Fleshy's constantly roaming, as you'd expect, because what else can he do but sit here and just watch the sadness in lane?
it's a difficult old time on both sides of the map, it looks like.
Yeah, it looks difficult top as well. You're right. Nucko, a wall, good buffer though. He sets up with the public execution, but Yike makes it so he goes nowhere. Nucko is not okay KO. It's Kana who picks it up. And it's another lane to worry about for Vitality.
Yeah, the fact that Kana ends up getting the kill is fantastic, but also the fact that you get to keep Kalista on the spot side, and he can keep that 2v2 against Karzi means that they get to punish more as well.
Yep.
It's still effectively what KC wanted, which is a dragon trade for these early Void grubs, but you just get to keep these strong lanes that are working so well for KC.
Void grubs for a Yunara plus, Rumble that can overheat on turrets. I'll say it again, I feel like turret pushing when you have an early lead just seems so broken with this objective. One dragon regardless though, over to Vitality. All 3 grubs now announced across Summoner's Rift as KC pick up those 2.
But I mean, look at the CS scores at the bottom of your screen. It's essentially 10 across every single lane minimum, if not 20 in that top side. It's just KC bullying Vitality in the early stages. And remember, this is a composition from Vitality that wants to find early success to take down side lane turrets so they can try and play out through a 1-3-1.
And they get to that first item, they really want to pull the trigger, but you're right, in this first 10 minutes, seems a little bit negative now with the flash away. It could be. Bloody steps forward and over the seismic shot from Chayek. Yike was there, so if the soldiers hit, Chayek was dead to make 3.
Vitality trying to scramble now to get vision in this river, force KC back. There's not really much on the map that Vitality can force though at the moment, especially the fact that Vladdy didn't end up burning his flash in that mid lane means that he's still not particularly vulnerable to a gank from Linces, and no flash on Chayek means that if he tries to make plays onto side lanes, he's actually a little bit more vulnerable on those plays.
2v2 skirmish happening in the meantime though, but Arc of Judgment goes out, goes a bit wide. I love how you were talking about CS leads before. The biggest one that stands out to me that's not actually the biggest one is kind of mid. Because I know a lot of players, look at this Taliyah-Azir matchup, and Taliyah is a really good option into Azir. In the laning phase, Azir can struggle a bit. I'll hold on that for now. Fleshy with the engagement, Kalist backsteps it. And now, with the Arc of Judgment upgraded, Evolve, Fleshy in a lot of trouble. Autos flying through with lethal tempo flashes out of Misery, but the Misery doesn't end there. Here's Yike with his flash up and available into a wall again. Bot lane just cannot breathe in Vitality.
We heard rumors that Karzi was doing fantastic in scrims, and KC were like, well, that is never going to make it to the main stage. He has been focused hard, and Fleshy has been the one paying as a result.
Man, Yike has been on a tear on this Poppy. Bot lane just about to crumble. That turret at 11 minutes onto its last legs, and Dag disappointing on the 1.1k gold lead between ADCs. As Kalis's sidestep was nice.
Nice job from Karzi as well to use the Killer Instinct to reposition, but you're falling apart here. Kalista is so far ahead, and you've got Yike in position as well. You just can't fight this, and it has been a focused effort from KC to get this bot lane to this position, especially when it was already a difficult matchup. It's just gone completely out the window.
And meanwhile, it's not even like, oh yeah, one lane suffering. Nucko has been below 300 HP 3 or 4 times in this lane, I swear. Kana has flash as well, by the way. He'll stop the back and solo kill Nucko. 2 in the ground for the top lane of Vitality, and Kana is destroying.
Vitality are going to need some sort of life ring in this, something to get them back out, because it's a disaster everywhere. Bot, top, mid is just solo ends up like, well, it's kind of evened up now, but it has been everywhere going in favor of KC.
There's no breathing room. You're gonna need more than that. You're gonna need an extra boat. 3.5k gold lead. And although mid now looks a little bit red, which is nice for Vitality, it is hard in this game to say anything positive because we talked about the groups and we talked about the depth of talent. Like KC at the moment, they are undefeated in series for a reason. They've dropped 2 individual games in those series. One to GX, one to Koi. They win this, they go undefeated, and they will be first seed of Group A to verse the second of Group B. It's super easy. And Kalist, by the way, talk about easy, he just walks up, takes another plate, while Vladdy's going to do the same bot.
Chayek's going to potentially die here.
Sidestep, I think potential is going to turn into reality. No wall for you. Yike, again, he's everywhere this game as Linces. His defense won't work. There's a Sun turret in the way. First turret drops down in the meantime. 5,000, 13 minutes. The French are taking control.
I was about to say there's you know, there's still some hope. This game isn't over until Lince stops singing, but KC they're piling on towards this mid lane alongside.
Maybe the other French can take control as Kalist. He's going to get ultied up, and there's a chance for Kazi to make it a dive. Nucko on a turret, though. The Arc of Ruin slows them all down, and with his collapse, Targamas keeps him grounded. An ulti again from Bloody that keeps him standing, while Kalist sends out Ruin once more, but Lince's looking for their first kill. So close on Bloody, so close on Kalist, so close on Targamas, but Vitality are still without a singular kill.
The TPs from KC come in to cover the play. They get the kill, and look at the top side. Kana's just getting the tower. Vitality are throwing anything they can anywhere, and it's just not happening. Again, Targamas, Summoner Spell TP, swapped so we can move in here. Kalist ends up getting the dodge away and the slow, and then the TP from the Azir. Vladdy with a huge ultimate off the back of this, sets up perfectly, and Kalist's AoE just shuts everyone down. Again, Karzi can't really go toe-to-toe with Kalist because the range, and the rest of those people are melee. So Kalist is just free to step up to take the fight.
And again, he's such a great duelist because Blade of the Ruin King as well. His chase, his sticking pressure because of the slow is unreal. He got it so early, he's now on a Zeal, and I'm talking about that. KC are taking yet another objective. I mean, they've taken 2 turrets so far. This is their first dragon, but now looking for enemy objectives. Vitality group up as 4, just trying to defend their own blue buff.
There's nothing in the mid lane, though, when it comes to the wave, so Vitality's still able to somewhat defend. You're going to see them try and poke their heads in to steal this blue buff away from underneath KC.
But what happens if this turns into a fight? Vladdy without his ultimate for another 20 seconds, but that'll soon be over. Yike looking for the smite steal to walk in. Lenz is going to turn on him, flash away, and there's the smite. Okay, Lenz gets a blue buff. Chayak shares in the glory, and they get the flash from Yike, but they have opened up mid in the meantime, where Kalist is trying to deny as many minions as possible, open up this turret alongside with it.
They won't quite be able to get the turret yet. And Vitality will somewhat defend their own jungle. Actually, the Grump is still there, so they successfully defend.
That's a win.
Still, though, the fact that you're having to fight so hard for your own camps says exactly where this game is at. And now by Nak.
Let's watch this one again. I know how this movie ends. I know. Yeah, he's got a haunting guys as well as the full Leandris, so staying in combat is not advisable for Nucko, who's almost 2 levels behind.
Well, I think that's going to be the Rift Herald now for
you're not wrong.
KC off the back of it.
Nucko has no TP, so I think you're right.
Yeah, and now, again, like, Kana has just been absolutely insane on this pick, and it has been such a strong pick for Kana as well. This is kind of the pick that he made his name on when he came into the LEC as his go-to, and you can see here, the stats are absolutely insane.
It's super easy to glaze this player, right? But this does feel like an exception over the rule this time. 2,000 the lead. 40 CS the difference. Like, how do you start talking positive about Vitality in this game when we did say, again, they need to get the ball rolling. They need to really snap engage with this mid-jungle duo. It has been hard to cast this opener because...
But that was the thing. I was going to say you can have options to, KC go for Dragon. Let's see if we can cross map, look for a play there. But they're falling apart. You know, and minutes before the objective actually happens, someone's dying, which means you're not getting the map set up in a way to correctly be able to cross map, and that's where KC have been doing a good job, which is constantly attacking off these pushing waves. You can see, like, you get pushed with Yunara in mid, Vladdy pushes boss, and then you immediately invade onto this bot side jungle. It's a ton of these little plays that are forcing Vitality out of their comfort zone and been out of those positions where they can try and mount a comeback.
So now let's do a timer check. 2 minutes 30 till next dragon. Atakan comes in shortly after that. Sides are constantly pushed as Kana will be going back to his top lane, but holding with the Sun turret is Vladdy. Well, Vitality have to hover just in case because of how dangerous their own jungle is. They don't know where anyone is. Was a reset from KC, but regardless, those are the precautions they're now taking, knowing that they need that extra man advantage to find any kind of fight and get their first kill.
It's desperation from Vitality. Everyone's grouping on this mid wave. You see Nucko over in there, hoping he can get the public execution onto an unexpected Kalist. It's just opening up Rumble to push in this top side. And now Nucko has to respond to that top wave that's been pushed in, which then moves multiple members of KC back to take this mid lane turret. Vitality just aren't being given any leeway in this game.
At least they are in the meantime denying a bot wave, but it does mean that with KC moving towards mid, with Herald getting a charge, it might not just be limited to one. Look at where Kana is as well with the Weaver's Wall. That stops and holds a play for now. At 500 HP, the Herald's going to drop before getting mounted once again. And Kana doesn't come in for the flank, so it's simply the mid turret for now. Targamas gets tagged out rather not. It was close. It looks like the height had a difference to that as KC back off.
I think about a bit of blessing disguise for Vitality because you don't want this.
Yeah, I don't know if you do. I'm thinking Lenses is ultied out. Yike is holding his, disengages. They're engaged, and with the quickness in, even though it looks okay for Vitality, they need to finish off the kills. Bloody looking for a road. He's got his ulti, he's got his flash. He'll walk on the footpath for now, because that's all he needs to do.
I don't know if Vitality thought that multiple members of KC weren't there, but you just cannot take these fights right now. You're too far behind in gold. You have to try and play smarter on the map. But KC are just catching them every time they try to make a play.
Also, it was Targamas. It's a Rakan, and they just didn't have the burst to finish off that set support. So it ends up being a 7-0. Here we go, ulti sent out, Kalist. I mean, he had cleanse. Maybe he does die there, but the attempt from Nucko is not going to be enough.
Yeah, you have to try and fish for anything here. It's Vitality. Maybe you can slow down KC if you get it. But again, I don't know if they spotted that Kana was here. Maybe they thought he was somewhere else. I thought they just spotted him there, but Linz is going really aggressive. And these choke points are perfect for things like the Rumble, the Azir. You can see Targamas setting up well there with the engage. They're just not able to deal the damage that they need to, especially for guys like Karzi, who's so short range.
Stuff again that Vladdy knows he doesn't have to commit. No committing ulti before the Dragon either. Yeah, a lot of damage from top and 80 carry, but Vladdy hasn't really had to be in many fights. He's just been farming up as Azir's do, and now the Dragon starts. Vitality nowhere to be found. They're looking more towards the top side for now, seeing if Kana over pushes, but of course he will not.
Just pushes the wave out a little bit so they can't try and get to the turret and then backs on the way to keep himself safe. Again, this is what we're saying, like the moments for Vitality to try and cross map are just so few and far between because KC have been able to attack them about a minute 30 to a minute out from these major objectives. 2 dragons now, Baron going to be up in about 5 minutes time, but still I think KC just scrape away the last of, well, Atakan and these outer turrets and then just fall back to the Baron once it spawns.
Now Vitality are hoping this is a mega throw, but KC, it's hard to believe how that's going to work. Fleshy coming from a unique angle from the bot side, but Kana now coming in from top. Nucko's going to have to get an ulti of the gods. Fleshy is dying to a Sun Turret and an Azir. The all-in again, a wall presents itself, and Lenses at half HP. Equalizer beautifully placed, and KC are running him down again. This time Targus pops his own ulti, and there will be no escape for Nucko. Drakehound step is still burning him down. The victory lettuce on the side will result of nothing of the sort. And this game in the toilet because Vitality have not been able to get any breathing room from the start to now. They got a singular kill, Dagda, but that's it.
They were trying desperately to do anything, and Karzi had to even flash into his death just to pick off Targamas at the end of that fight to make sure they got something. But Vitality, they're hoping for anything, but Vladdy forces Fleshy out here, back underneath the Sun Disc, so he ends up taking a ton of damage. Yike gets a good engage here, thanks to the help from Targamas on towards Linces. Break Rumble Ultimate, breaks up the fight and sends Shayak into the waiting hands of Vladdy. And Nucko, nice here, where he uses the ultimate to actually reposition and escape away for a moment. We see here, Karzi gets knocked in, flashes in just to try and finish off Targamas. And KC members essentially unscathed as they chase down the rest of them.
I mean, this does feel like it's happy gaming for KC, but not like the BLG version, you know? It is just happy times for all. It's 21 minutes, a 10k gold lead. And yeah, move to game 2. That's what they're thinking. And I think it was said, you know, it was said yesterday by Yankos on desk. It's been said by all of us a lot. I feel like there's a lot of games where you look at them in like, well, maybe a front-to-back draft, whatever version you can cook up of it, a simpler to execute draft would have just been the get-go.
I don't think you can give a team that is as good at team fighting as KC is. Rumble, Azir, and Yunara.
I mean, that is also very true. I look at left and I see Exodia, and I'm just like, hang on a minute. How did they get Azir, Rumble, Yunara? And then Poppy against this comp also feels really nice when a comp wants to dive. You know?
Yeah, it's also like, in general, I think in LEC, we don't utilize Talia for all of her strengths, and you can kind of see Vitality struggled to get her out towards side lanes in the early stages as well.
True.
I think we should be valuing Azir just higher in general because of the way the region plays, and Casey kind of correctly identified that in the draft.
Linces is getting half HP by a Poppy. That's the state of the game right now. Round and round, Linces ult sets up. The Arclight of Ruins there again. Beautiful engage. Targamas does it so easily with Rakan. Kalist chasing them down. He gets over the wall with an untouchable shadow. and Fleshy thinks he's out for now, even though the Arclight of Ruin's not aimed at his way to heal through, but Kalist is speeding down, back again with Judgment, and Fleshy will be judged severely. Kill number 14, and this game getting closer to finally ending.
And Barrett isn't even up yet. They're just going to crack the base. It looks like here, although Shy, oh no.
Bloody clean as anything. What do I say at this point, Daka? What do I say? This game was a total and utter stomp. Nay, I won't even use the word stomp. This was a massacre. And Vitality need to bring out something either unique or simpler for game 2. Because right now, KC, you give them something that scales, they'll still play good early game. You give them something that can team fight, they'll still play good skirmishing, Dagda. It's a glaze session for KC, at least for game 1.
Yeah, it won't quite be the fastest game. We still have the 18-minute one that came through versus Navi, but still.
Oh, well.
Vitality struggling here. Again, like, Yike, unstoppable here, and great engage from Targamas. This is what we were kind of talking about, is you can't dash to Poppy to be that engage tool. But really well played, and even Lince's poor lad, burnt down just off the back of the Rumble ultimate. The red carpet laid out. And KC are walking that straight into the base of Vitality.
You know what the hardest thing about games like this are? Like, if you had to give MVP, if we were back in best of 1, right?
A man can dream.
A man can dream. True. You're going to have to really, really close your eyes and hope. It's like, imagine if we're in best of 1 and you had to give MVP based off this, you'd be like, bro, what do I do?
To be fair, though, I think Yikes has a fantastic game.
He has, but then so is Kalist. And
I do agree, but I think Yike did a great job to set a lot of that up.
Yeah,
right,
Yike has been kind of insane. You're not wrong.
And I think for a man who has taken some criticism for how his early games have gone, I think it's nice to see him having a game and a performance like this now.
Bloody in, golden. That's the Sonya's. He's still tagged out. There's going to be a full-on dive, but there's no commit. Carsey doesn't want to go in because he knows it's worthless. And Fleshy can't even get the engage off. Yike stops him. Meanwhile, Targamas, this guy got his quickness on, his exhaust out, and Linces, he's not going to make it out. KC will run down, and in 25.5 minutes, Vitality get 19-1. Kazi sent back to base, and you know what? This is still one hell of a fast game. KC on the final Nexus turret, and Dagda, Vitality are just trying for kill number 2.
Absolutely insane. KC gonna get held up a second here, but should be fine.
It's a new wall. It's a new day. Yike, Smurf. And that was not even close. That was destruction incarnate.
Incredible game from KC. Do you want to give a little correction? It was Navi versus KC. It was the fastest game at 24-14. It was still a very, very close game.
It did come from KC. And again, what's this, the second fastest game? We'll have to get a check on that because as we go to a break, KC, they're not taking prisoners.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Join the WhatsApp. Join the WhatsApp. Have you joined the WhatsApp? You should join the WhatsApp. Join the WhatsApp.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey. Ah, it's good to be back.
It's good to be back.
Stop stealing my fame.
I'm the fastest jungle in the world.
Wait, we're red side?
Wait, we're red side?
Wait, what? You in? Good. Wait, what?
Wait, we prepare for blue, no?
Okay, guys.
So, look on the scene slowly, okay? They are not talking there, we win this, go forward.
I can also 3k, okay? Look at the cannon, look at the cannon.
Yeah. Azir on ult.
I kill one.
Oh, nice.
I get one kill. We are not losing like.
Oh, I died. No, you died.
Welcome back, everyone, to LEC after an insanely dominant game one. Now I'm joined by an excellent supportive mind behind the scenes. Niski, tell me the secret to getting the perfect Exodia draft. Did you have to, like, was it like a mental, like brainwashing them? How were you able to get that one out?
It's just Niski diff.
Oh, it's the Niski diff. Okay, fair enough. Now I gotta ask, former team on the opposite side, are you hoping for 3 games? Are the boys gonna give them a little bit of mercy in your honor, or are you going all out as we go into game 2?
Nah, I think it's gonna be a stomp again. Top diff.
Top diff. Look, you said it. Niski, thank you. It was quick, it was concise. Let's get ready for game 2. Lore, take it away.
And after a game like that, after such a stomp, it feels like there were so many huge things that went wrong for Vitality. But at the top level, it's really all about the details. And I want to showcase some of the details of KC's bot lane that transferred their lead. You can see Kalist and Targamas were consistently able to get great trades utilizing Yunara and Rakan's longer range than their opposition. It's by getting these trades again and again and again. You see Targamas landing the Q, Kalist is spacing Karsi here very nicely, gets the auto attack, and this HP keeps snowballing to eventually where they get a point. Fleshy feels that he should try to engage on Targamas, and he gets chunked even more, and that is really the domino that sets the fall of Vitality's bot lane. As now, Fleshy is too low, they cannot no longer really defend tower, so they have to leave tower. Yike pulls up, Linsas can't defend anymore because his bot lane is too low. They get Karsi's flash, and they get a huge lead in bot lane. It was only at 4 minutes, already a 300 gold lead in bot lane, practically a kill. And against the top team like KC, they will run away with a lead like that. As I join my fellow analysts here.
Come with us. Beautiful breakdown. Thank you so much. And I want to say it's a massive dub in the jungle on the side of KC. Jungle diff even?
Man, that was one of the bigger jungle diffs. At the same time, it just goes to show how when everything is in harmony, everyone just collectively working together, because that's how Jack showed it as well. Bot lane set it up, but at the same time, it was all about Yike's jungle patty. He does one full clear, blows the sum. Second full clear, gets a kill on bot lane. Third full clear, gets a kill on top lane. Fourth full clear, gets another kill on bot lane. So this man was just everywhere, and it's exactly from just the bot lane.
I think the efficiency from Yike this game was really, really unbelievable, especially the fact that he managed to snowball top lane as well, and how he felt like he was everywhere at once on the map. But it's also, I think, both how bot lane set up Yike for success, top lane did the same. And it's the fact that they have such strong lanes and they're executing them well that really made it so unplayable for Vitality.
Yeah, so what I'm thinking is priority in lane, because I'm just wondering, I was looking at the replays here, whenever you see Yike on top, jungle for Vitality is on bot. So I'm like, how hard is it to catch up with the Chinsao in the jungle when you're in this situation like that?
Well, it just speaks a lot to the prowess that the laners have from KC, because when you get this sort of lead, especially from bot lane, you have this resource and it becomes a lot easier for you to decide on how you want to balance it. Because every time Yike was on the other side of the map, the opposite laner was playing respectfully. He was managing his way with the lead that he was getting from Yike. So it was just becoming this back and forth between maximizing Yike's time that he spends on lane and also minimizing Linsas' time that he gets to have these opportunities on the other lanes.
Yeah, and I think it's important to note that, like, I don't think this game was so much Linsas' fault, more Yike taking advantage of his laners winning, because Linsas is in a lose-lose situation. Either he tries to defend his laners, which he can't really do anything. It just means that he stands there and hopes, like, okay, guys, let's try to not die. Or he tries to farm camps, which is what he did, and be efficient, but then your laners are dying. So.
Too late.
And that's just to add more on the Linsas point, because as Jack said, it's hard for him and it's not really his fault, but when you go for this sort of draft, because from what we saw from Vitality, it really feels like they're this sort of impossible situation where they just don't have enough lane agency for Linsas to be doing anything, because you were seeing constantly top being shoved in, bot being shoved in, mid, yeah, sure, there was not a lot of attention, but you have Azir Talia, you know, just smacking heads, not much really happening. But at the same time, what can you expect from Linsas? He can't really find any sort of proactivity, because I do feel like KC somehow, as Niski said, they did a little magic trick, a hide, and I feel like they got 3 first picks, because for me getting Yunara, Azir, and Rumble on both sides, that's just crazy.
Yeah, for sure. I think for me, the only hope I had was that Vitality would be able to weather the storm of the early game, and then they have the Ambessa engaging in, the Rel engaging, Kai'Sa. They can kind of pull off this comp, like very Fnatic-esque when they had their Vi, Ambessa, Kai'Sa, that type of vibe. But I think they really need stronger lanes. I think if you give KC these strong lanes, they will just run away with the game. And Vitality have not shown us that they can persevere under that pressure.
Well, good news for Vitality. Those champions are taken off the board here. So what I hear is that we want more agency. We want more lane priority for Vitality. They're staying on red side, though. So I'm guessing they have a plan to answer KC's picks?
I mean, for me, that speaks to either like a top lane support counter pick. You're trying to betting on that. And maybe they feel like, as you said, there were a lot of first picks that went out the first game. So maybe blue side's not that valuable.
Okay, hear me out. So maybe this was the master plan where your red side, you give blue side 3 first picks. So when you go in game 2, there's just no first picks left. So that then you go red side and you just abuse counter picks. That's for sure the plan here.
Sounds mega cap. Mega cope here.
L-cope.
L-cope here, but Vitality, they have to come back. They will still have a chance later if they want to qualify in playoffs. And if KC grab this other W, they're going to go lock in first in their group. outside of the draft, gameplay-wise, is there anyone that we wanna pressure on the side of Vitality? Who can be the hero for the
It
team?
needs to be Linces and Fleshy stepping up.
All right.
Because I don't see KC individual laners are really going to falter, but I think if they can link up well, if they can get pressure on the map, that's how you really beat a team with such good laners as KC.
Exactly, and that's what we saw yesterday. That's exactly how they persevered against Na'Vi. It's just they were just enabling each other so well. So now heading into the draft already, we do see the Pantheon and Maokai taken out, which is honestly a little bit bizarre coming from blue side, because I would expect that these are some of the first picks that I would have expected KC to prioritize going forward.
Especially the Pantheon, I feel like it fits very well with how fast KC are looking to play and how much Yike wants to pressure the rest of the map. I can understand the Maokai, it's kind of like a noob-friendly champion.
It is Linsas. Honestly, when I think of Linsas and I'm thinking Linsas over the years, I'm thinking Maokai.
Yeah, he's been a big Maokai player for sure. I can definitely see that.
So, okay, they banned the Nico, but now Wukong is left open, because I was thinking that already KC is starting to pressure the jungle here with the bans, with Nautilus especially being, you know...
Vi is open. I didn't even remember Vi. I mean, Vi being open is quite criminal, I think.
Really? But it's Yike Vi.
Even Yike's Vi? No, it's fine.
It is Yike Vi, that's true. But this champion, I mean, it has had very high pick ban and has been very, very strong. We saw it. I think it was Vital. No, it was SK versus Team Heretics, where it just looked unplayable for Flacket to play against the Vi. You really want something like the Saya, something that can really peel for both carries. So we'll get to see what Vitality can find here.
Yeah, I'm looking at Vitality. I mean, I do expect the Wukong to come in, because once you decide to just go on red side again, you just want to utilize counter picks. Rise pretty much screams proactivity from the mid lane. You want to get Chaik involved, because I do feel like even in spring, when we were seeing Chaik persevere and have one of his better games was on this Talia, on this Rise, that he's just roaming across the map, finding, you know, unlocking pretty much everyone else, especially top lane with Nako. So I do hope that now they're going for this sort of 2v2 mid-jungle style, where they can unlock each other and transfer this pressure to other lanes.
But for me, it reinforces the fact that they want to have prior lanes, because Rise playing from behind, that's going to be even more unplayable than the previous game. Jarvan is locked in. So is that the kind of jungle mid-duo that you want to expect here?
I would definitely think you'd go for something more like the Wukong or more of a carry jungler, because usually you want to have, like, if you have a setup mid, you want more of a carry jungler that doesn't necessarily need CC, but now they have both CC, jungle, and mid, which is incredibly good at ganking. It's just you kind of get outscaled really, really fast if they end up picking a more scaling mid laner towards the KC side. And you have Kana, Karine,
and Jace.
Yeah, first Jace of the split for Kana. But
oh, someone left it open finally.
Yep. Yeah.
Because I feel like for the past two splits, everyone was just terrorized by Kana's Jace, and now seeing it open at the same time, it is a target for them. And the Annie is coming through. Already, I feel like KC is finding great firepower here with very strong top lane. I feel like there's barely any counters to the Jace right now. The Annie maybe not the strongest mid, but at the same time, you look at the combo, you look at the Annie, you look at the Vi, they work together so well, so that I have point and click on both of them. And the Yorick is one of the more annoying Jace matchups, because realistically, Jace is just gonna bonk Yorick's head and, you know, the ghouls for pretty much 6 minutes. Yorick gets level 6, summons his wife, and then it just becomes easy for him to just get prio and shut down the Jace. So I'm looking at this as more of a neutralizer here.
All right.
So the goal of this Yorick pick is really just to shut down the Jace after the laning phase and always match him inside. And
I would say,
do you outscale him inside eventually, or?
I would say it's a little bit more of a team defeat there, because I do feel like there's a time where Jace will get 1, 2, 3 items, and I feel like if he itemizes well, there's a chance that the Yorick is getting one shot when he walks around. So now I do like the Ezreal bans. You want to ban pretty much any, I mean, you know your terror of an ADC playing against Jarvan. You don't like having
Jarvan and Yorick.
You try to remove all the dashes, and the Vi team is removing the Saya. Maybe they're even going to take away something like, I don't know, the Thresh. Just anything that can provide any sort of self-peel against this Vi is what you really want to try to remove.
I'm already looking at KC. I'm thinking that there's Jinx Thresh is open. Pretty much anything that takes you out of the Jarvan cage, I feel like already should be...
It's a rare game where I think Thresh is kind of good for both teams here, when normally it's not the greatest in the meta right now.
Let's see. And the Sivir Xayah out here. So I do think that KC would be looking for Hyperscaler here, but the question is, what does Vitality want to round out their comp here? Because I'm thinking the likes of Corki, maybe for Karzi.
Yeah, you could go towards the Corki route. Looks like they're actually going to go Alistar in the late ADC for 5. The problem with this is it's, even when you get counter pick on ADC, usually you don't get too much value. But maybe if KC wants to try to blind pick something that's a little bit more risky in the bot lane, then Karsi can pull something out.
My assumption is that they just believe this Alistar to be extremely strong, because usually you want to use your counter pick on support, but now when you think, okay, well, there's no counter pick to the Alistar, I can get an OP pick that the enemy cannot really do anything, then it is worth to give up that counter pick because it's technically uncounterable from at least their beliefs.
And ends up being Corki going for Kalist, and then probably just something like the Nautilus maybe for Targamas. I don't think he's going to want to go for a range support here.
I do think they have enough. Ooh, the set would make sense. I do think they have enough engage and snap engage with the Vi and the Annie that he kind of has freedom in what he can pick here. I feel like he can take this draft in any direction and it still looks like a good draft for KC. The set would be exciting.
The set
I see Targamas smiling, so... Oh no. Come on, do it. No, okay. I was like, okay, let's keep it simple.
So when you have a comp that is has such a clear identity, why not add one more, you know? Just like hit the nail on the head, get more engaged, and just make it impossible for pretty much Karsi on whatever he picks here to survive. Because I do think that when I look at this comp already, you are looking to kill...
Running it back.
Well, the Ziggs is
Jarvan. Put him in the cage.
I don't really like it.
I like it.
I kind of like it.
Yeah,
I'm just not sure if that's the way Vitality can win this series, but I think it's a good comp.
So look at it from KC's perspective. Your whole identity of your team comp is to find and dive the enemy backline. But are you diving the Ryze that is building tanky? Are you diving the Ziggs that is standing a mile away? You have Alistar to peel off from you. So realistically, this will, I think, turn out to be one of these team comps from KC where they just having the threat of the backline walking forward will deter Vitality from moving forward, and then it just becomes a battle of like which frontline survives more.
But that's for later. We've talked about early game and more agency for Vitality. So do we have this now?
For
a bit
sure.
more?
Definitely.
Okay.
They have a lot more agency. For me, this game is all about mid and top. If they can carry and be strong in sides, they can make so much pressure happen.
Then let's hope for the Beast that is going to be the winning matchup and the winning combo here to come back against KC. One more win for the Blue Wall, and they lock in first in their group. Let's time to set it to the Riftcasters. Over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Law. And first of all, we have a laundry list of announcements for you all. Dagda, start us off. Go, quick. We don't have much time.
So I found out yesterday that if you keep going north, eventually you will be going south. But if you keep going east, you will never actually go west. You'll just keep going east.
Because you go over the poles.
Yeah.
Do you hear that? Everyone think about that. Don't break your brain while we get into game 2. And I'll tell you what's at stake. If you keep going north, you'll eventually be going south. But if you keep going east, you'll always be going east. The world is round. To some people it is not, but you guys are silly. Okay, now listen in. There's a lot at stake for both teams. KC have not only a lock-in for first with this win, but also they have the fastest LEC best-of-3 time ahead of them if they can win this game within 27 minutes and 51 seconds. If they win this game within 20 minutes and 42 seconds, it is the fastest LEC best-of-3 in history.
Yeah, that'll be a tough one, I'm going to say.
It is pretty impossible
not
without
having Baron anymore until 25 minutes makes that a very difficult one. But last game was a little bit of a stompy, so maybe KC can make the magic happen. But the 27-51, I'll definitely be keeping in my head.
Yeah, that's right. So fastest best-of-3 in 2025. That's on the horizon. Now, I didn't say it before, but there are really big stakes for Vitality as well. They simply need one game. If Vitality win a single game in this series, they'll lock top 4, and Na'Vi will be our first team eliminated in the LEC 2025 summer. They will be confirmed out 0-3. They're hanging on by a thread right now. But Vitality, they can be kingmakers of themselves, get themselves into the cross-play playoff deciders, which are not playoffs, but are playoffs. And that means that they get another chance. They get a best-of-5 to fight the third seed of the other group, which is huge. I mean, best-of-5 could be, you know, anything could happen. So a big deal to remember here. That's what is all on the line for, because we're getting towards the end of our regular season, Dagda. This is KC's last series before they get into playoffs, before they, you know, play their best-of-5 in the upper side of the bracket. It's the last look of KC in this 1 or maybe 2 games, depending on how this goes.
It's a nice start from Linces, though. He's got into this topside quadrant of KC, managed to steal away all the camps here, and now he's going to be able to go back in towards his own jungle. And I am like, Yike might be able to figure this out by the fact that Linces hasn't been spotted on that ward that was placed over by the Vitality blue.
Wait.
Yeah, he definitely knows that something's up now.
Look at the timing as well. Linz has already backed away. He's got his recall off, so Yike's next move is pivotal. He's going to go for a topside invade, but you can see Linz is there to cover. Yike's going to queue over the wall, and he avoids vision, I believe.
But look at where Linces is going. So usually you'd see people try and move back down towards their bot side here to try and protect against the invade on the lane that's pushing in, but Yike now has avoided this and actually gone for the gank.
Bloody has stun, there it is, and Chike won't be able to flash yet. Bolt Breaker in, Chike flash, but it's going to be late matched out, and Yike turns it into a gank first blood.
Brilliant adaptation from Yike. Actually just goes for the play mid, and now because you've got a ward on the top side and in this bottom side, and Linces hasn't shown up, Yike is just free to go for this invade. He is push on bot, has control over the mid, and Linces now desperately trying to get back to his bot side now to defend against this takeaway.
I think he took Krugs and now he's like beelining, right? He's like, okay, I've got to steal this back, get some tempo on my side. Yike smites it though, Targos with good help, and Kalista is moving up to help zone. That's an engage from Fleshy, but Kazi won't be able to follow up too much from a bouncing bomb and a satchel charge. That's about it, with Scuttle being taken on bot. It's a recall for Yike, who assisted in the first blood.
Yeah, I think Yike wants to reset and try and march his way up towards this top Scuttle Crab just to guarantee himself another camp. You can see basically he's got absolutely nothing. Actually moving back down towards this bottom side. I wasn't sure if he wanted to try and go for the top Scuttle just to, as you see Linces moving back up towards this top side, and you would have the better reset, but not going to be the case. Happily just continue on to the bottom end.
Target's close with the Zenith Blade as Kazi, the bouncing bombs on the full. When you have someone like Orcs as a Zogs main, sorry, Ziggs main, called Zogs. You know, you look at all these little... You know when someone plays a champion long enough in League of Legends and you just think, man, that guy must like sleep. I feel like Orcs is that with Ziggs. I feel like you're that with Thresh. You must dream with Thresh Orcs, no? Have you had League of Legends dreams where you dream the champion?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, when you dream the mechanic. I did it with like the 200 Renekton games or something. I was thinking, I'm like, oh, that Ruthless Predator wasn't a 50 Reign of Anger, and my problem was the slice and dice I used it to go in instead of just quick burst trading. I had dreams like being Renekton. That's
was it from like a first-person POV, or was it still?
I had both. I was playing as Kalista's out with Valkyrie. Quick heal from Targamas to help out. Nice engage. Linces is back on the top side. I'll bring us back to the game because this is important. The jungle invade, the repeat on timers. Yike is there to cover.
The thing is, though, Linces has no push top, not really control on mid, and also doesn't have the back reset that he needs to match on items. So this is where it's a little bit of a risky one. He just kind of needs to finish at his top side. Still hasn't cleared his own red either. We'll just now do that for the first time. So that's going to be on a very off timer for the rest of this.
Level 1 red, yeah. Bot side timer is going to interest me the most, though, because Yike, see if he goes for the repeat there. He's got those timers. He's got his Raptors up and available as well, so... As Krugs are still there and available for Linces or second spawning of, he still will be up in CS, but remember that gold is neck and neck because Yike did help out Vladdy with that kill. And Vladdy also, side note, 10 CS up in the lane. Yet again, Casey's laners, whether it be the lane matchup or just the skill, are up once more.
I'm still keeping my eyes on Yike to see what he's going to do here, though, because there is a window where you could potentially just immediately go into the Dragon Pit and try and take that one away. Or you can try and use the push that you have from Kalista on this bottom side to try and go for an invade on this respawning comps from Linces. Linces is coming out of the jungle to try and counter that, but I think I think it's just Dragon is the better option because Kalista now doesn't have his own reset to try and match Karzi, who's just... Yeah. Oh, sorry, it wasn't Karzi TP back in. It was Nako TP back in onto the...
It's okay. You've got 4 TPs to look at on Vitality side, Dagda. I don't blame you. Flesh, you're going to be using that one too with the Unsealed Spellbook. But maybe that's just for the next reset. Yike is giving attention, though. That Vitality coming to contest, so he backs off. Vault Breaker's over the wall. Dragon still didn't reset, so Linces, if he can hold this, is a nice leash.
Could have Kana TP down to this bottom side. Wouldn't mean that Karzi is the match, but he's in pretty strong position. Actually going to deny Karzi being able to enter back into the lane.
Look at the burst. Oh, my lord. Kana's level 7. Yes, Dragon's going down, but I'd be scared of top right now. As Kana with serrated Dirk. Dagda, let's see if he cancels. Look top. Mr. Observer, may we have a look, please? Oh, no, doesn't mean you wave in the way. Yeah. That's why our Observer knows more than me. I agree. Fleshy doesn't get there, though. That was a pulverized attempt, and I think he headbutted a minion first as there's a knock-up onto Targamas, but Targamas is a Leona. With the Soul Shield now out, Exhaust in response. Yike is just over the wall, lurking on Krubs. He just picked up his level 6 as well, and Naka, while he puts the cage down and everyone's bullying Targamas, the flash finally comes out, teleport in response, and that's now Kana joining into the fray. They really wanted to kill that Targamas guy.
They tried desperately to kill him, but weren't quite able to get it. It's a little funky, though. You end up investing so much time onto the bottom side that Yike is getting a lead when it comes towards getting back out of the map quicker again and moving towards this top side, whereas Linces has a lot more time.
And now Linces' time going to be used wisely. Vladdy dead, he steps up at that last minute and he's punished for it.
I don't think Vladdy was expecting Linces to try and go for another play, because as I was saying, like, Linces hasn't cleared out his bot side, was actually, until he got the kill, kind of starting to trickle behind Yike on the XP.
Yeah.
And now he's in a position where he's immediately going for Void Grubs as well. So Linces actually making things happen on the Jarvan early, denying, like, not getting his camps, but actually making things happen.
Which is important, right? I mean, his proactivity, he's unpredictable at this point. I think that's what really matters is Grubs. For now is one taken by Vitality. Maybe Linces thinks that's enough as Yike definitely willing to fight. Cataclysm up, but in return, double buffs and Yike having himself the tunnel up. Kaliss also getting pushed in top as Fleshy in the brush. Headbutt pulverized. No Valkyrie out yet. Satchel charge, repositions, but the bouncing bomb does not connect. And Kaliss is fine. He's going to emote on them for a little bit as Targamas get deep vision of this set push. And double grubs in the end go to KC.
Yike level 6 moving towards mid lane though, and also an invade on this top side. Wants to try and force Linces away from these Raptors while he's got the KC push on top side.
It resets, patience lost, Linces gets the smite down, and as you said, that full bot side camp is just sitting there waiting. So it's a full clear for Linces just to move down to, and he'll still maintain that CS lead that he started the game with, where Yike right now, he's trailing in this top side jungle. Thinking, okay, who can we find? Fleshy disengages, and a bit of time wasted for Yike while he's got 3 camps sitting and staring him in the face.
Did end up stealing one of the Void Grubs away. Couldn't quite get the Raptor camp. Now going to move back in towards the spot side. Same when it comes towards Linces. I'm pretty sure Linces' camps haven't been cycled on this bottom side, so he won't get quite as much experience, I believe, as Yike, although I may have miscalculated
that.
That's okay,
Doug. You're
I
very
think he
smart,
should be in a
man.
position where Yike will actually end up about even Steven on the clear time and not about the same experience level. Linces, though, because he's got his red on a lace, timer should be able to get a good amount off of that experience from the red camp that is on that separate timer because he cleared it so late.
Just watching Nako trying to stop this base in the meantime. Kana's going for the all-in trades, and it's fun to watch these top laners fight it out as Fleshy once again mid. Try beautiful trade. And he's kind of getting the measure of Vladdy a bit better this game, I should say. Is Dragon's up in 140, but KC are definitely hovering a lot around mid. I think protecting Vladdy after Linces and Fleshy have just been on his case. Vladdy is getting perma-camped so far.
But the thing is, Vitality have just been constantly rotating Karzi and Nako around the map, which is making it really difficult for KC to try and play around Vladdy. Traditionally, what you'd want to do is, okay, Vladdy, when you have your stun up, we're going to try and go for this play on mid and get the gank onto Chayek. We already saw it on the early levels and worked to great success. But because you're constantly playing catch-up and you're getting invaded, it's been difficult to make that play rinse and repeat.
Nako, his wife is out again. Wait to see that if this Jarvan can get anywhere near this top lane. I mean, Kana's just receiving the wave for now. Pillball going to be burned. That's Targamas getting closer towards that dragon in 45 seconds. Yike has gone into the alcove here. I don't think Vitality is... Oh, they did see him now. Like, hang on a minute. What is Yike doing there? And he'll probably get cancelled by Karzi at this, right? We'll see. No, wave gone, and he stands back.
A little bit of an awkward spot here for Yike, though. His topside camps are going to be spawning in just a few moments and wants to move up there, but you got Dragon in 20 seconds. So I think this should be Vitality able to try and transition down from Linces pathing towards this bottom side into a Dragon take, especially with Karzi at least being able to match some of the push at this stage. And you're still waiting on these first items to be completed by KC as well. So at this stage, Vitality have done enough pressure in the early game to try and avoid too much.
Oh, the flash knock back, beautifully done. KC bring 2 to the party up in top lane, they make it even. And Nako's wife trying to get him off, but Kana still gets the follow up. And in the end, Yike takes the kill. Really slick movement from KC's duo.
Great insect by Kana, knocking them back straight into the hands of Yike. And this is what I'm saying, like, Yike wanted to be on this top side for his camps, but hang on, bot end.
Valkyrie's going to turn into a headbutt pulverize, and Fleshy waits for it, then pulls the unbreakable will out of the bucket. Jayax there. A rune prison corrupts, and a flag and drag says, thank you, ma'am. Lenses with a good knock-up, and he's there to receive.
So initially, it was a good response by KC to get to play on top lane and avoid that dragon push, but that was an even better response by Vitality because they got the dragon, immediately moved in towards that bottom side, and they're also going to be able to steal away some of these camps that have just respawned for Yike on the bottom half of the map as well. Vitality are going toe-to-toe with KC in this early game.
Much better early game, and it seems like these tools are better. I mean, the comp felt like a bit of a mismatch, and a lot of moving elements here. But a Ziggs stable, a mid-jungle that's able to keep up with Anivi, and so far a top lane that's able to at least keep within range of Karna.
Yeah, and it was because Targamas was trying to go for protection on towards the mid lane. That didn't end up working out. It meant he got disconnected from the bottom side, and then Fleshy and Linces can look for that potential dive on towards Kalista. Really nice job across the board there from Vitality, even bringing Chayak down to the mix. So this is kind of what we wanted to see more of in game one, when you have these roam-heavy mid laners. Yeah. But now Vitality have just been doing a good job of it with the Rise.
Satchel charge sent out. Kalista's just going to cut this around, and some really good movement again as Yike's going to back off. Now, we've been keeping track of Yike a lot this game, obviously because of how important the jungle passing has been from Lenses. The invades, the constant invades at that, have really given Vitality some speed to measure in this game. Focus in on Kalista because he's got a Trinity Force that's going to be picked up on the way back here. That means the fight should be quite measurable at a minute 15 when we move to this Herald.
It's still going to be, I think, a difficult enough one for Vitality. Just not based on, although this early game has gone well for them, you've got Karzi, who is okay at clearing waves and dealing some damage with this Ludens, but not the best and the person you want to be relying on in a team fight. Shayak still has to go up towards his Rod of Ages and hasn't completed his Seraphs either, so he's still waiting to scale into the game. I think at this stage, you're happy that you've already gotten 2 dragons. Now just try and play for sides, continue to put pressure down, avoid fights of Rift Herald when you've got these 1-item spikes that are so strong for KC, and play for your 3-4 item spike.
I was just thinking, Dagda, we need more animals in League of Legends. You know, we need like a hippo champ.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
That would be really cool, you know?
Elephant.
We've got elephant, we've got crocodiles, we've got lots of dogs. We've got Nasus, Warwick, who's the other dog I'm missing? Neferi literally has pack animals. Like we got cat skins, we got Pugmore if you want to count skins. We just need more animals. We need hippos. We need a giraffe champ. That'd be cool. Honestly, we need a slop. I think we need a champion that moves really slowly. That like their wind up for attack takes like 2 seconds. It's mega slow, but it hits like a truck.
That sounds miserable.
It's like slacking.
Like movement speed is so broken. Being slow is just going to be awful.
But once the auto goes through, it's unavoidable, much like this fight. All right, 5.5k, and already Vitality are just on the outskirts of it. Nuckucko's coming in with a Maiden by his side, but Karna sits on the left, and now Yike does too. The explosive shock blast gets onto Nuckucko, but he draws in the Realm Orb as well. Yike flashes over the wall to get himself a Vault Breaker rather, and he gets out, but for Karna, as he gets low, Vitality's engage is good. They're playing at range, and they get themselves the beats. Linces engages a double knockup, and KC are losing the fight. The minefield out as Yike battles about, but Vitality will take 5 in the end. Total to the scoreboard, and the Herald will be theirs as well.
KC scrambled to make the fight happen as Yike goes for the pick, but there's no follow-up, and Vitality can pick up the fight on the back of it. You can see here, they end up super separated. On the mini-map, you've still got Annie in the mid lane, so as KC go for this top fight, it's just Khan who has to try and follow up. He has absolutely no flash to get out of this, and when Vitality reposition thanks to Chayak's ultimate, they're just picking off members one by one. Finally, you do end up with Vladdy arriving, but it's already with the fight over. Kalist can't follow, and it's KC falling as they go.
Lenses, his engages have been great. That guy, 5 out of 5 KP, and he is capping Yike in this game, despite Yike having a really good response with the mid game. But that happened once, and I've got to be honest, you know, Yike on bike, this has been criticism in the past. It's not his best champ. Even though, like, yeah, it's like a 55, 56% win record. I think was stated before the game started. But it is definitely his worst champ when this guy has won championships, when this guy has hit
I mean, it's a record for the most championships in a row.
There you go.
Yeah. Most titles
He's hit
in a row.
multiple championships, I should say, not just championships, plural. Sorry, Dacta. He's hit titles, many. Biggest thing is, he's now getting gapped. Look, here he's getting Linces, forces the flash out of Targamas. Yike here, but his Vault Breaker doesn't connect, and even though Karna's coming in, Shock Blast does not hit anyone. It's all for Dragon. Targamas is low, but Vitality backing out for now.
It's a Dragon. If Vitality want to just end up leaving this, maybe you just look for a cheeky smite with Linces, but the top tower is being pushed by Nako. Mid tower, as he says, is being pushed by Karzi. Vitality are happy to give this, and this is what I'm talking about. Vitality don't have to take these fights if they don't feel like they've got a good window because of that early success they found with stealing these Dragons.
It's a nice play. It's a gold play for Vitality. Remember, they got the first two anyway. So you're right, like not being forced into any of these movements as Vladdy is on the roam. Fleshy, that's an ingenious angle. He took the blast cone and Vladdy's like, wait, someone's coming. Sees the cow, but in the rear vision mirror, he's hitting 110. The engage, the unbreakable will, and Vladdy just has to stand there and take it. Fleshy's gonna die for it, but hey, worthwhile. Another turret, another kill, and where it counts, Vitality are really making the speed of this game go. Realm Warp it. Oh! Oh, okay. The tech! Yo! Did not know you could do that. I mean, I knew you could take the Herald, but I didn't know you could mount it, and the Realm Warp kept going.
Wait a second, Yike
Yike is here. Oh, peekaboo. Chayak gets him down. Did I say Vladdy? I'm sorry. I meant Chayak. That was insane for Chayak. I'm used to Vladdy being on the rise, but yeah, that was nuts.
All down our towers down now. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get too much. We were kind of just used it as a, hey, I need to get mid and cover Karzi. But either way, great plays from Vitality. Top down, they get push on the top side, so you end up losing that wave as KC. You got control over mid, and you get the bot tower with the kill. That is such a massive swing in the gold for Vitality. And now they're starting to hit that moment where, okay, we can really start to do business. You're seeing this Arab's very close to being finished for Chayak. Karzi getting towards the second item as well. This is now the point where you start to be a little nervous as KC trying to take these fights.
With this 4K gold lead, you definitely feel that they should be nervous at the very least. KC is just a stomp in game one, but this game is completely different. Feels like Vitality I don't know, it's weird that they're thriving with this comp. Like, I mean, again, it is off the back of Linces. We talked a lot about him in game one where he couldn't do much. He felt kind of flat. But the games where Linces is able to I don't know, outpace enemy jungle.
But it's also just the decision-making in fights from KC.
Yeah,
at least that Rift Tower wasn't great, and Vitality did a good job of punishing that and targeting the guy that had no flash. So, like, as much as it's Linces, it's also the team as a whole from Vitality working well. And now, as long as they can try and keep playing this 1-3-1, I think they're in a decent spot, and Kana may not be.
He's found a good sidestep. He jumped into Crux, and that saves his life. Shock Blast also blocked by a Katten. Karna's just going to back out after taking the camp. Now, Arakan is up. Arakan has spawned on the top side of the map this game, and Vitality already there hovering just in case, but Chayak's scared about going over Vision. Vladdy lurks in the wings, and he'll just go for the wave and nothing else for now. So we are chilling until next drag in 2:15.
Linces here to ensure that Chayak can actually get the push. Don't want to try and lose Rise on the top side, and then immediately KC can turn over towards the Arakan.
Really?
To say that, it's Vitality who are starting it up. I'm kind of surprised. Like, you still have to get that push from Karzi in mid and then rotate him up.
There's a lot of damage. Maybe trying to draw Yike in with Karzi and Fleshy on the way up. It's still being channeled. Like, Patience not dropped. On a ward now, they see 8K. And KC moving up. Kana's stuck under turret for the time being with the TP.
I think you want Vitality to just pull off this. Karzi wants to get more poke down before they fully commit to this. But now, half HP. KC going to try? It looks like... Actually, I think they're just happy for it to reset.
I mean, they look like, oh, Vitality, like, maybe we can keep it aggro. But they pull off, you're right. But KC, I mean, it hasn't reset. It hasn't reset. Fleshy goes for an engage and fails. Meanwhile, top gets a little bit dangerous. Remember, no reset here. Yike comes in. There's the engage from Linces going deep. Vitality have to be careful how they cook as Targamas is set up in the ring field. The minefield flushes out, and now there's no field for him anymore. Yike is also caught with an ultimate that comes from Chayak from downtown. Nice Realm Warp while top lane is fired, and I thought it was sketchy for Vitality, but they pulled the trigger first.
Linces ends up jumping on towards Targamas, and Yike tries to help him. But there's just nowhere for the damage to follow. We'll catch it in the replay in just a moment. But everyone on KC gets completely zoned off. Again, Yike just going that bit too far forward when it wasn't ready. Like, you'll see it as you move up into this position. Watch how you just completely zone off everyone here, with Chayak being able to push Kalist back, same with Fleshy, and then the Realm Warp to reposition up into the top side to finish them off. Like, both Vladdy and Kalist could do nothing in that fight.
Could not. KC, 4.5k down, 4,500 gold down rather. This is third dragon for Vitality. And I'm sure KC feel the pressure to deny this dragon, not allow another opening in this game that would be sole point for Vitality that have mustered up something special here. Walking into Chayak, Targamas now going to deeply regret. Also, Kalist is already a little bit low to start off the fight. Targamas gets out space, and with the TP coming in, he just gets solo killed by Chayak. This guy Tokyo drifts, and then he just wins the whole movie by himself. That's third dragon for Vitality, and then he flies forward. Chayak feeling himself. Lintus gets the engage, Kazi gets the kill, and Vitality are running KC down. The other French squad, they got too much praise from game one, and Vitality here to shut them up.
Vitality are determined to hit the postseason. Plays like that are class to see from the Vitality side. And the fact that Chayak just feels so confident to flash forward there, lock people up, knows you got Karzi in the back, and Fleshy to follow here.
He's just walking under turret into a tippers. He doesn't care. Realm Hawk going to be used. Fleshy has used Unbreakable Will, so I will say, even though they get out, it's a little bit dangerous for Vitality, but hell, why not? You're so far in the lead, and now sole point on top of that 6k gold margin.
Okay, maybe roll it back just a smidge on it, but this is really cool to see. Again, Chayak, great positioning here, picks off Targamas, who this again is the second time we've seen him just solo face checking towards a dragon, and then Chayak finishing him off. But understanding again, you've got this Ziggs, and he is so good when you can get that lockdown to guarantee him the sweet spot for the ultimate, and Chayak does just that onto Kalist. You then get the follow-up knock-up from Linsis, but I honestly don't even think it was needed. Vitality popping people where they stand on KC.
He's got fancy feet. Yeah, this individual skill from that man was insane. The Flash E was a rune prison, if you're wondering why Kalist couldn't move after the fact. And then Linsis just knocked the ball down. 4 minutes till Soul's on the board. 40 seconds for Baron now. Maybe we got ahead of ourselves when we said KC were chasing their record of 27-minute win to make the fastest best of 3 at LEC this year. At this point, Vitality have this game, and it is up to KC to say otherwise here, with gold leads in every single lane. And Nucko is forced to be reckoned with. I mean, Kana had a huge early game lead, and he's getting out split pushed.
But this is the problem for KC now. So you almost always guarantee that you have this mid push thanks to the Ziggs. And as well, he can always just roam slightly down onto this bottom side and have access to this entire bottom side to keep himself in check as well. And keep his top laner within range of that ultimate, so it's never a fair fight. And Nak doesn't realize on a ward though.
He does not, so Bloody gets a stun up, and with this duo, he should be dead. I mean, this is the mistake. He flashes over, gets out. Kana doesn't commit the flash yet, but hold on. Wait for the shock blast, and if there's enough damage is my first question. He flashes in. Kana! Shut down! Other people wouldn't commit for that, but they ain't Kana.
Especially when the Ziggs is on the opposite side, and we're just saying he's got that long range ult, but Kana with the phase rush, able to get in and get out, smooth as you like. And that's what KC need if they want to try and slow down this Vitality war machine. But with Baron up, I don't think they're in a position to really go for it, and Vitality are still holding here just in case KC try to poke their noses in.
It's an annoying brush, but there is a good ward there from Lensis. They need to clear that. They don't see them in the brush, but they see that, you know, this is quite obvious right now. Fleshy looking to clear that. Yeah, he will. And then the river's quite dark.
Vitality holding in this position, though, is enough to get Kana to reset.
Yep.
You can see him kind of waiting there to see where Vitality showed on the map. They weren't sure if they were going to try and turn over because you have that TP advantage for Nako.
Yeah.
But KC ended up not getting that bot lane tower off, and that could have been some nice gold to get into the hands of the Jace.
Now, I did misspeak a bit. I thought the river was a lot darker, but there are a couple of wards up. But the one from Baron is now control water. But there's that one that Vladdy's walking over now that KC are pinging. That is giving a bit of information as to where the next play is. Yike's going to be ganked on top of his wolves. He flashes out, he bolt breakers. And there's another summoner biting the dust.
Still need someone to answer for Jace on that bottom side. Kind of going to start to push in. Vitality looking to play off 2 waves. Maybe they... Actually, to be fair, I don't think the wave clear is good enough from KC to really deal with Vitality if they just set up the siege. So I think it's a good call from Vitality to just trade this bottom tier 1 for the potential top tier 2 here.
Yeah, right. And with Ziggs at this point in the game with 2 items, feel like for Kazi, like his wave clear is insane. They can push turrets that quick. Satchel takes it down. Inner for outer always worth. Kana still getting this turret, but it's a TP flank. And Dagda, I mean, it's only one, but this is a sandwich.
But how many members of KC are going to be on this bottom side? Because I don't know if you're going to get outnumbered here as Vitality.
Realm Warp, Fleshy and Shayak come through. Lenses from mid lane. KC turning this into a push. There's a Cataclysm on top of Kana. He sets it away with his hammer, but he's caught out. Shayak hits again. His rise is smooth, and it's a good punish from Vitality, a good move in the end.
The pathing was so greedy from Kana. He has no flash. They could have easily walked into River and walked out that way, but just stands in front of the tower and gives Linces the easy slam dunk.
Man, this is meant to be a game where we're glazing Kana's Jace, his 10-1 win rate, but it might be the second loss here as Yike. He's tagged out. He wants to steal on the back end, and Yike is good for it. But hey, with Nucko zoning like this at 7K, it's going down quick. Vitality should have this in the bag. Yike on a blast cone. He's going the long way around, but he won't be anywhere near by the time this smite comes through. And Vitality, there's been a couple of plays that have put gold back in KC's basket. But this Baron once again establishes that Vitality here to play.
And Soul in 25 seconds as well. Kana gonna imagine TP out as KC trying to hold control over this bottom side River to make sure they can sneak that one away. But Vitality are coming back out of the map fast, and I don't know if KC have enough control right now.
The back delayed maybe did something, but again, the Baron enhanced recall means that it's 10 seconds until this chicken, I cannot stand it, this sound. There's so many chicken skins in the game.
You wanted more animals.
I mean, I did want more animals, that's true. It's just strange that it sounds like a Gatling gunners. All right, let's lock in. 5 members of KC around the back of Dragon. This one's for Sol.
That ultimate is back up for Linces as well, so could end up making the pick here once again. Naknako tries to get a flank and get access to Kalista on that back line. Vitality are spread out, and KC need to go.
The wife set up there. I mean, the bottom wave's such an issue. Targamas coming in from an angle. Fleshy matches him straight away. Kana jumps on, and they're like, okay, we'll hit the Alistar. But meanwhile, the peeled off for Dragon. It could just be free real estate. The smite down, Soul inbound, and Targamas now dropping to the ground. The Mega Inferno Bomb zones off the rest, and a 3-man Cataclysm from Linces will kill himself for it. But in the meanwhile, it keeps him busy. The wife in our picture-in-picture is pushing and pushing. What a lovely supportive wife that is. Inhibitor drops down while Fleshy takes care of business. And KC are slowly losing the game to an NPC.
Yike failed the Q over the wall, so couldn't get into the Dragon Pit. And now the Maiden is doing all the hard work for Vitality. It gets a Nexus turn.
Marry
and
that
Vitality
woman.
are still chasing Kalist.
Kalist is not going to win this either because Shayak is unstoppable. The base broken, a satchel charge helping, and Vitality, I'm sorry I was not familiar with your game. Night and day from the start of this series. Vitality here to play is the Baroned up minions now have multiple lanes broken to run in.
The game is in shambles for KC. Vitality have played an absolute stormer. Linces from the early game. The control they've had, these realm wars from Chayek, helping to keep the pace of the game up and catch out KC so regularly in these skirmishes. But I want you to keep your eyes on the bottom of the fight here, because as we kind of have everything happen on the top side, Targum is trying to keep Fleshy out of the fight, Vladdy constantly threatening with that flash engage, and as KC commits to the top, Yike fails the Q over the wall just underneath the bottom of your screen, which is why he has to walk back up. But now he's completely out of position when the rest of this fight kicks off. Targamas ends up going too far because he's trying to keep Vitality from the re-engage. But Linces gives his life here for a good cause, because he knows as long as I can keep KC here, we can shake them down.
Is ending the game.
Naklaka's Maiden took, I think, 2 turrets and an inhibitor. That's how long she was just there. And a really smart play just to leave Maiden. Take her
just as much as KC has this game.
Yeah, true. Wait, so the Maiden has done more than KC in game 2. And goddamn, if it's not impressive. Vitality, quick reminder for you all. With this last inhibitor turret, Vitality moments away from taking down Na'Vi in the process in their debut split. As the Maiden's back in again. Infuriating, trying to get back to Nucko as it's not pressed R. But with a Ziggs, I mean, the siege is just unbelievable when a Ziggs ahead. How do I step up? All those minions are dead, hang on. There's 1 minion. Oh, went over a minefield.
And now there's double super creeps on the bottom side.
Dear.
So Vitality going to go.
They're going to lose this game ever so slowly. Fleshy with the 2-man knock up. Mega Inferno Bomb on Targamas. Tibbers comes out, but Flatty is now isolated. Kazi's just loving life right now. You got to hear the comps for this one as the Realm Warp sends them in. And yeah, Nucko is going to help with that as Chayak is just taking names. What a performance out of this blue man for game 2. As Kallista's the last to go. Everyone else lies deep in grave dirt. Nucko's the one who buried their graves. Last Nexus turret. And Dagda. You take 2 games as a sample size. Kallista's going to flash away and try and play this game a little bit longer. But in 32 minutes, Vitality are back. And they kick Na'Vi in the damn teeth in this second game.
KC getting smacked down. Kallista having 3 members of Vitality chasing him down to the end. That was an incredible performance from Vitality.
I should say they also kicked KC in the teeth at the same time. Goodbye to Na'Vi, but hello Team Vitality. Stand by with Dracos and Lensis for an insane Java game.
Lensis, what the hell happened in that game, man? What a turnaround from game 1. What was the plan? What was discussed between games to allow you guys to show that level of performance?
I think we really focused on getting good bot matchup, because if you get good bot matchup, we can play the game. And we have way more fighting power, so yeah. That didn't end up to be the truth, to be honest, but the mid jungle was kind of popping, so that's nice.
Hey, look, the mid jungle was certainly popping. What's going to be the secret for you guys heading into game 3? Is it just more singing, more confidence? What are you guys focusing on?
I mean, staying confident is for sure important. I think just having a good draft that can fight a lot, because they are players that fight a lot as well, so we need to match that, and I think it will be all good for game 3.
Sounds good, man. You can head back to your team. In the meantime, as we head to a quick break, over the last month, you guys have been spamming Unara, so let's take a look at some of the best community highlights before we come back for game 3.
The eye sees, the fist crushes.
c'est mieux avec Yuntal et ça se nage aussi avec le E.
On trade, on trade. Boom.
This can't be the end. No absolution. Not for you.
Yike now has avoided this and actually gone for the gank.
But he has done. There it is, and Drag won't be able to flash yet. Bolt Breaker in, Drag flash, but it's going to be late matched out, and Yike turns it into a gank first blood.
I open. Yes. Combo free. Yes. I'm holding combo. Look water.
I'm looking at Leona.
Why no Q? Keep fighting. Combo 4.
Why will die?
Look here.
Help back.
I'm fine.
No worries, fine. And no flash as well.
Is that the goal?
Fight him.
I'm tipping behind
I'm tipping behind also.
You did it before. That's endless.
I'm going. Let's kill.
Where is it?
A very different sound from Vitality's communication here as they come back against KC and bring the series in 1-1. And they lock in playoffs for now. So I will bow to you. Not too much because it's not top 4 in the LEC so far, but they're on their way yet. Sadly, it means that we say goodbye to Navi for their playoffs qualification. They will play next week, but for funsies.
Maybe not so much fun.
For the glory.
For the glory.
Vitality had a lot of fun in this game.
They really had. And we've talked about jungle diff last game. Do we want to reiterate, but on the other side of the rift this
reverse
time?
jungle diff, or maybe it's only laners that matter that set up their junglers for success in this game with a different draft. It was laners that set up the jungler. This time it was for Vitality's side, or it was just jungle diff.
Yeah, I think it was just jungle diff. I mean, Linsa said that they had a lot more agency in the lanes, and I do agree, but I do feel like this man was on fire, especially after the game 1 bounce back. I'm so happy that he gets to have more laners that he can do stuff, because now with the Jarvan, we saw it yesterday as well. I felt like they had the same combo, the Jarvan, the Alistar. They were working so well together, and it's not really always about him here. It's just the duo of jungle support has been exceptional this game.
Yeah, for sure, and I think you could really see that Targamas and Yike, they just started struggling so much after they started falling behind. And I didn't think I'd say this, but Vitality had their number.
It was really clean.
Are we opening the Vi case or not?
The Vi case? I mean...
I mean, it's been open for a while now.
Yeah. No. I like the fact that they keep on trying. Sometimes it hits, sometimes it misses, and here it played in Vitality's favor. Everything made sense around objectives, though, for Vitality. So I want to ask you guys, do you feel like it's KC that was behind on tempo, or just the comp that was hard to play for them to be on objectives? Because, yeah, as you said, Vitality had their fun number here.
Well, it just really felt like the way the comps interact with each other, because you couldn't really say that KC didn't have tools to engage or fight, but it's just one of those things where, yeah, you get the picks that you want, but at the same time, enemy team comp doesn't really give you, options, because we said from the draft already, they don't have good targets to go for. They went for the Yorick in this case, where it's just like, a super tank, and it's just, when you're so squishy and you don't find this sort of engage opportunities because you're so limited, the counter engage does so much. The Ziggs is just buying so much space. The Jarvan and the Alistar are buying so much space as well. It just becomes now impossible for KC to replicate their performance from game 1.
I mean, I feel like it was just super disjointed, honestly. You see Yike and Targamas in this fight as well. They get so cut off to the side. And then the thing is, nobody on KC can help them. But Vitality have a Ziggs. He can throw the ulti, he can throw the Qs. It's so long range that he's just able to kill them from a screen away. And KC can't do anything.
And that's what happens around these neutrals. It's just such a dance for space. And when you're KC, you're just constantly pushing forward to find the target. And if the Ziggs is baiting you in and out of range, well, all that time, you are trading HP for that space, but then it doesn't lead to anything. Just props to Vitality to how they played.
For me, the thing that made it even like more fun to watch and impossible for KC was the fact that they're playing 5v5, and then you have the wife pushing at the Nexus, pushing at the inhibitor.
It's like a very intense fight.
Yeah, wife here.
That's the benefits of Yorick. He's a family man, because when the game looks rough, laning phase wasn't really the greatest, but look at him. When you have family on your side, you know, the wife and the kids push down the side lane, they generate you gold. He's probably getting last hits on all of these minions, and all of a sudden this game became not a 5v5, but just 6v5.
But am I just ending the game? I left it 2 minutes ago.
Left it 2 minutes ago, and yeah, she's doing God's work here. Obviously, Yorick is going to take an off the board here in this PLF draft. Once again, sides stay the same. KC chose blue side here, so I expect that they trust the first pick that they want to have in next game.
I mean, I think for sure the Vi didn't work, and it's often not maybe worked, but I want to see from KC, I think, trying to recreate their game 1 game plan, having more proactive lanes that can actually win lane. Because we saw now, when Vitality had a neutralizer on top, they had kind of a neutralizer on bot as well, to be honest, and then a playmaker on mid. The game looked so much easier for them when they didn't start bleeding from early on. So I think KC needs to go back to the drawing board, get some more aggression, get some more early game champions that can actually make something happen, so that they can enable Yike to be better than Linces.
Anything else that you want to see in this game 3, Odo? KC should have the upper hand, but I'm so happy with what Vitality did here. I'm just wondering, can they do it again?
I think they just need a little bit more versatility when it comes to the draft, because you saw, typically this is one of those KC comps that you say, oh, they got everything they wanted, but at the same time, you can't just be so black and white. You just pick this. You need to look a little bit more and see how the team comps interact with each other. So you need more jack of all trades champion that don't just are so, narrow-minded, singular focus that they can only accomplish one thing in your team comp, because that's what we saw. They overloaded on the Vi and the Leona, and it just didn't work well into the enemy team comp. So I think they just need to kind of expand their horizons and get more different win conditions.
It's been jungle diffy so far. We've talked about this. Is that going to be the case again? Are we looking at both junglers here?
Jungle's a pretty OP role, and it usually decides the game.
Of course you would say that as an AD carry and top laner.
I'm traumatized by them as well. It's the tail as all this time.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a jungle.
All right, Yike, Linces, all eyes on you here in this game 3. Let's see who can pick it up.
You won't believe what we were doing while Desk was talking. Yeah, we're okay. He fixed my shirt. It's just, we were very close on the timing there of absolutely cooking it. And it would have been a bit sus coming to that. Now, I'll tell you what was sus. KC in game 2, obviously, like that early game from Vitality was insane, and it is nice to see. It's just crazy that like the dynamics from game 1 and game 2, with more tools for Vitality, as I think Linces was saying in the post-game interview, where Vitality could actually pull the action out of the hat earlier.
Yeah, I think that's the big standout for me. It's sure KC had some flubs, but it was Vitality doing a very good job of forcing themselves into good positions, and a lot of that came from Linces on this early proactive jungler, getting that good invade literally from the get-go, and making sure that they could win out through that. So for Vitality, again, let's see if they can have a repeat performance. Try and find some early aggression for Linces, see if they can play well through him, and enable Chayek to start helping him out through that mid-jungle.
I guess KC think, okay, our option in game 3 is get rid of as many junglers against Linces as possible. Now that the skirmishes are out, the Jarvan's gone, the Xin Zhao's gone, Vi Poppy. But on top of that, you got Maokai, which every jungler loves this tree. And with Pantheon as well, I'm thinking, I'm going down the list. Nautilus is a jungle. Is a jungler at the moment in this patch. So that's a triple jungle ban technically against Linces.
Is it going to be the Trundle taken away as well? Because that's the last kind of early game jungler that's in my head that you could look to potentially go for here and try and set yourselves up for some success. And Yike has looked good on it. And also counters a lot of the junglers that are then left, like the Sejuani and the fallback we see that tend to be more of those tanky picks.
Yeah, because if you go, if it's like a Trundle angle here, or a Wukong maybe, by the way, is just another side note since we haven't had Orianna yet.
Yeah, I think if your goal is to limit the impact that a jungler can have in the early game for Vitality, I think giving that Wukong across is fine. Because, I was going to say the pre-level 6 just isn't that strong. And I think Linces, if you can get onto something like the Trundle that can have that standout performance in the early game, still looks pretty good when it comes towards playing towards sides and looking at terror dives. That can work for Vitality and has worked both in the last game and their previous series.
You're going up against an AD jungler, but still it's the dueling power that you love from Trundle these days. As Orianna gets locked in, and Orianna can pair with almost anything, right? We've had Nocturnes already We've had the Trundles as a pairing with this as well. We've had the Wukong together, which obviously is not an option this game. So it doesn't feel like Vitality have pinched that much, despite KC really knocking off 3 junglers that are S to A tier at the moment in the patch.
Yeah, and getting something for Chayek that he can be comfortable on, I think, is a nice win for Vitality. The ban on Victor means that there's very little that can try and contest her in the lane state.
Yep.
So you're always going to have some control over mid, which enables Linsisten to get his control as well. So KC, maybe you look at something like Silas for the Vlad if you want to.
Yeah.
But it's not exactly the best when you're going in towards a Trundle who can steal away a bunch of your stats and make you very squishy very quickly.
Because otherwise, my head goes to something like Aurora, but Aurora in the lane doesn't feel as nice, especially with the range advantage. Sivir gets locked in here, and I guess 80 carry is just now being moved into question. Galio. Now, that could be a flex, but most likely going towards mid since Rumble has already been picked in this series.
Yeah, I think it is just going to be going towards the mid lane. So essentially saying I'm going to lose graciously in this mid lane, play as a disengage tool, but also follow-up engage on the Wukong, and we can play for these big team fights. Again, though, you're taking something that innately wants to be tanky, going to this Hollow Radiance build, against a Trundle that is going to steal away a bunch of those stats. So I don't think the Galio is going to have the best of times in this scenario when it comes towards the team fights, but at least it should be able to buy some space for what is a relatively short-range KC.
Maybe there is a chance to pull out the Xayah ult as well with some of the all-in, but regardless, Xayah has just been picked up by Kazi, so no Rakan available for the pairing, but I do feel like a safe 80 carry with a bit of dive threat being built up by KC so far.
I'm also surprised Gwen has made it through so far this series.
Yeah.
She's a very, very strong pick, and something that I think kind of might try and eye up, honestly. In this top side, you got the speed up from the Sivir to enable him. You got the Galio that can buy space. Makes it difficult enough for Xayah, who is relatively short range when it comes towards AD carries, to try and get value when she goes in towards the Hollow Mist. So maybe that's something that kind of eyeing up on this next rotation, and I don't think there's very much that can really go against her in that top side, and I imagine Vitality want to look at tanks as well.
Do you think the Brom ban, though, in the meantime, is KC saying, like, we want to pick an enchanter for Sivir and we don't want like a stronger 2v2? Are they trying to angle out just the lane phase? Is it the disengage from all this dive? Okay, the Gwen person lost it.
If with the Braum ban, it signals to me more they want to go for engage on the bottom side.
Yep.
I think if you're Braum playing into like Karma or Lulu, you're having a bit of a miserable time. It's more so, I believe, looking towards well, actually, I was going to say, I don't actually know now that I look at the engage champions that are still up and available. Most of them have taken off the board, so...
Yeah, normally it'd be like, okay, like what's going to run into me? But right now, yeah, that is a question. Like, what is going to run into KC? Where's the engage going to come from? Who's going to give a bold delivery?
Yeah. Maybe KC are worried about a strong level 1 from Vitality, where you've got the invade that can come through with the Braum, the Trundle, and the follow-up. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure what Targamas is going to go towards. Now, you already heard the desk talk about it at the start of the day, how Targamas has been going more towards these Enchanter supports over the last little while. Like, we saw the Lulu, we've seen the Milio as well in their last series. So it's definitely something that he has brought back into his wheelhouse. But yeah, wait and see.
Now, if KC go Enchanter here, remember something like a Blitzcrank is still up and available. I'm just going to drop that in there. Gnar gets picked for the first time this split against a Cassante to bring a range matchup into it. But I do feel like Cassante in the past has been okay with the matchup, considering that he just never takes damage from anyone. That's his kind of thing. An Enchanter you asked for, Karma Sivir, would add a bit of range to the lane, Dagda. But surely, Fleshy has a response for this. Blitzcrank.
Yeah, I feel like you want some sort of engage, but it's mostly gone. Blitz may be the option. Okay.
He does it too, but that guy, he uses a puddle to even go in, which means an Orianna ball, it's a delivery service. And I just thought about this before we talk about the draft, Dagda. Can you imagine a League of Legends delivery service where food is delivered in an Orianna ball? That's good. I had to say that on broadcast in case anyone comes up with the idea, and then I get them for copyright, and then it's my idea, and I make bank off it. That would be a great idea, just like I think Vitality said with their Pyke. What are the stats for Fleshy on this one?
I mean, 12 games played with an 83.3% win rate. Not bad for the Vitality support. Definitely, like, it's his 5th most played champion of all time. So definitely something that I'll be keeping my eyes on, because this is comfort for Vitality. And for Fleshy, new to the LEC stage, for him to be able to flex his muscles on this pick is going to be something to behold.
Really is. In a game 3, Vitality, they've not only done the unthinkable, taking a game off KC, but they're now on the finish line. If they win this series, they're already locked into the top 4. This group is not secure yet. KC, the only ones locked into top 2. Vitality could end this week with a 2-1 and then go up against Movistar Koi next week in what could be the battle for a top 2. And then Jack Spectra would be right. It's crazy. No one thought ever before that guy could be correct. But here today, maybe he believed when we all did not. Maybe he was right as we get into our third and final game of Vitality versus KC.
And I did just get the confirmation from Arna and from Molecule in the production side. The Fleshy did used to be an OTP for Pyke. So
big.
This is sick. I think it's really, really cool when you get to see these players that are new to the LEC stage showing what they're worth on champions that they've already made them a name for themselves on.
Pyke's going Halo Blade, so quick trades in lane with lethal tempo, not Conqueror on the Xayah. So I feel like I like that anyway with some of these hardcore trades. Bone Skewer, the pullback. Let's not forget that little slow, that 90% for a second after you get pulled back. It's really deep. As, okay.
What a tweet.
Nice. I can't tell the difference.
It is subtle. It is subtle.
It is very subtle. There's a lot of personality on this team, and that's what's really nice, you know, like, as we're seeing, you know, the comms have been...
It's hard not to be fans of them.
Yeah, that's right, you know? And hey, I mean, look, KC are meant to be the best. They took it to the best, and right now in a game 3, KC have a lot to prove that they are still at the top of this group by finishing off this series. This would be their first series loss. As Kana, he decided to opt in for the Gnar. We have not seen Gnar this split. Kind of fell out of priority, Dagda, but a bit of team fighting pressure. However, he's hoping for the lane here and the range advantage that he can force out and win against Nucko.
Yeah, and essentially that's all he really wants. And I think that's kind of been the playstyle of Kana, right? These lane bullies that he can get big advantages on and then bring that into team fights and have outstanding performances. Nucko was able to get the better of him in the last game.
Yep.
Still, the Jace did well, but it was Nucko won out with that maiden performance in the end.
Oh, yeah. That lovely wife did so much here for Vitality, and I have to say it has been jungle story as Bone Skewer not going to connect onto Kalist. Good sidestep. It has been about Yike and Lenses. They are farming towards the bottom side now, so all roads lead south. As just a quick reminder of how much work they did in their own respective rights. There were individual step-ups, game 1, game 2, respectively.
Lenses going to start to creep on in here. Knows his award in his own tri-brush, so not sure if he's just trying to sneak around and to make a play on the bottom side. So yeah, he is. Will be spot out. Great play here from Yike, though. Ends up moving around to spot out this.
Second fiddle might work out. The pillar's up onto Targmas. He flashes away, though, and the Ghost Water Tide matches. Targmas dead. For Yike can join in. He flashes. He bongs, but Fletchy, even on vision, is not going to be able to heal up. And exactly because of that, Cliff picks up the kill in response. A 1-for-1 bot to open up.
Nice play coming through from Vitality, but it's spotted by KC, who are able to turn that back. A kill apiece for the AD carries means that it's going to be all even Steven, but I was also keeping my eyes on the mid lane as Chayak with a great trade on towards Vladdy. Will end up getting the push and get a quick reset for himself.
Matchup feels easy, but I feel like Chayak's probably exemplified from the second game. That Rise game, he was feeling it. Maybe he's just turned on in the series as well. Kalist getting the push here, which is nice, and Fleshy can't cover for this, so Kazi will miss a couple of minions. And with that kill, that means that Kalist will get probably the biggest advantage out of that 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, we're going to get to play on the bottom side. So Lenses gets a great pillar to keep Targamas away. Has to flash early then, and it means that then Fleshy can follow with the undertow. And unfortunately for Fleshy, then tries to use the sweeper to stop the vision, but KC, we're always going to be able to follow him to get the kill.
And so in the end, as I said, the wave denied. That's 6 minions in total is the lead. 200 gold now as Kazi comes back to lane. You expect Fleshy to start looking at how he can roam soon. He's got tier 1 boots, and as he Ghost Water dives, you'll see about how he can impact mid, I'm sure. Sneaks into brush. Targamas going to step up. Minion dies. But there's no Bone Skewer to be seen. We ignore that one.
This should give Karzi the push. that he wants. Well, in theory, actually, I say it as Targum is actually able to ult Q the wave. But if you can get this shove...
Oh, there it is, Bone Skewer. Kalist. Our root is all over the place now. Yeah, no feather going to collect.
Yeah, Kalist did a good job of maneuvering around, so he didn't end up having to burn the spell shield on the potential pullback from Karzi. There you go.
Nice.
Or on the hook from Fleshy. So, or sorry, the undertow from Fleshy. So it meant that he always had some way of being able to get away from the CC. But if you can get this push for Vitality, which is what they really want, you can then rotate Karzi towards that top side. And that's when you can unlock Fleshy, start moving around the map a little bit more.
Oh, nice trade meanwhile, though, from Vladdy. Unlocking Fleshy, you're right, though, is going to be a huge priority here in this game. And I just feel like Karzi he's picked this Zyre in this game to just survive and just get through this early game as much as possible. Meanwhile, junglers, we talked a lot about them here in the early game. They're not being seen yet outside of that bot dive. And it's also because we're just focusing heavily on this top lane now that Kana is winning by a milestone. Nucko will be able to teleport back, but Kana is abusing the range advantage right now.
Yeah, moving down towards his bottom side as well. Just going to look to pick up his camps, but also should be able to cover in case Fleshy tries to go that little bit too far towards interrupting these resets. But again, I think, yeah, if you can start to get Karzi and Fleshy out of this matchup, that's really where the focus is going to be for getting Fleshy access to roam around, but also just trying to deny Kalist and Targums from fully abusing how strong this 2v2 is.
That's what they played it for, the range advantage that you get with Karma. You know, it's kind of like the old Nico. Like, not in any way it plays similar. Like, it's just the fact that you have great poke for lane, and the bonus is you are an enchanter that scales massively with AoE shields as well. I remember back in the day when Karma shields lasted for like 2 seconds, 2.5, then they nerfed it. Rightly so, because
there's a lot of stuff that used to be in the game where you go, how did this fly?
How did that go through, you know? Like old Mordekaiser on Dragons. How did someone do that? Plus, she doesn't get the bone skewer. He's rooted down that Inspire Nice from Targum. Let's re-engage from Yike, but there's no Cyclone, so KC is simply just looking for damage right now. We go back to top because there's an ulti that's mitigated nicely by Nucko, but Khan's going to go to Minina. He's going to get his hype up. He's going to walk up to the turret yet again. Nothing happens in bot in the end, just to push in, while Dragon spawning is an obvious focus. While lane is not swapping here in this game, and they're going to stay it out for the 2v2.
Yeah, a lot of focus from KC on trying to protect the bottom side, because Kalist and Targamas will slowly but surely whittle down Fleshy and Karzi and start to win out, as long as Fleshy isn't able to get out onto the map or even start to get kills on the bottom side. So Yike doing a good job of matching Linsis whenever he shows up on this bottom side.
Fleshy going for a journey. Dragon was pulled, but the patience is going to wear thin. Karzi receives a wave, and good time to back away for him as well, as bot is going to neutralize. So this early game is chilling for a little bit. It does feel like we talked about waiting for level 6 regardless, especially for KC's angle. As soon as Yike gets that, and especially with Grub spawning now in 20 seconds, our first fight could just be around the corner.
And we're getting the rotation from Karzi towards this top side to try and start that. Kalist has already moved back down towards the bottom side. So essentially this is Vitality trying to go for that play we were talking about, opening up Fleshy, start moving around the map and linking up with Linsis. It does mean Nucko has to clear this wave and then quickly reset so he doesn't lose out on the wave on bot.
Fleshy went Swiftness, by the way. If you're wondering what kind of boots in pro play, I guess we're just never going Swiftness, as, you know what I mean? All out used. Kana in trouble, hit by every Natofo strike by Nucko. Tries to protect Kana walking out, and Grass does help the slowdown with Karzi running after him, but the flip is just out of range. A close call, and Kana walks that out.
Unnecessary, because Kana, yeah, going to interrupt. And look at the bottom side in the picture-in-picture.
Oh dear.
You're just losing an entire wave. You're losing a ton of turret plates. And yes, you will get the Void Grubs, but you'd already rotated for that. So KC, can they even steal one away here?
I was going to say, are you going to get all 3 Void Grubs? Bone Skewer needs to connect here. Onto Yike, it's nice, but he's got a Karma by his side. He steals one. Yike, yoinks. It's a 1-for-1. And again, Vitality needed really all 3 to justify it. But even then, bot is a massacre. 2 Grubs taken, and KC able to defend their top turret on top of that.
Kalist got so much on that bottom side of the map. And KC, like, Dinar is going to be fine to clear out these waves, and you've got Targamas here to support him. Bit of a whoopsie from Vitality, and it was just over-aggressing to try and get the kill on Kana when they just needed Nucko to reset and match on that bottom side.
Vladdy is getting bullied out. Chayak is doing his best. Shockwave interrupts, but Justice Punch buffers. That's the way Justice does it.
You
can't stop justice. No. Nucko did make his way down to bottom meanwhile, though. So him getting a bit of damage down is nice, considering that Vitality lost so much with the plating. But still, there is a 300 gold lead, and it does feel like that one play did cause a bit of a ruckus with set gold.
Fleshy moving down towards his bottom side to match with Nucko, but I think he's in an even worse position if he tries to match. Then he did match with Karzi with the Cassante, because there's just nothing you can do in this sort of situation. It feels like, unfortunately for Vitality, this early game has been controlled by KC, and you still haven't really broken that game open. Fleshy has hit 6, which will help on him working with Linces, but they really need to find these picks now.
That Wombo is unreal. Shockwave. Death from below. It's not as unreal as I thought it was. Nucko's in trouble. He's getting autoed to death by Kalist, and Yike is on the way in. I'm looking to see if Pike can help out this situation, but he's far away for now. Linces was starting off the Dragon. Yike sees it, and Linces, he's still hitting this, but I would be scared. Vladdy has ulti, and he's right there. Hana's just walked down for this as well.
You're kind of going to help control this mid wave, which is a good call. And you've already got pushed from Kalist on the bottom side. A little low on mana, though, and doesn't have On the Hunt. Was popped already. So for KC, little dicey.
It is a bit, especially since Shayak just got his Shockwave back up and available now. KC burning the Midnight Oil with their health bar. Kazi doesn't get a root in, but Dragon now at 2k, and we see that Nucko has to back away, so his TP will be late even if it comes in. There's the first Dragon of the game. Teleport late. It's on the left-hand side of your screen. Nucko joins in, and the Ghostwater Tide is nice, but the setup from Bloody's even nicer. Yike with the Cyclone, and Kazi flashes forward. The feathers go out, but what is he going to do? Shockwave brings him in, but I think Kana was better. Linces isolated by himself, taking the fight, flashes out and says, no, that was not right. Now Bloody for another Justice Punch. He doesn't take it in the end, but KC class the fight.
Vitality tried desperately to get that fight to start off, and it was some fancy footwork from Fleshy to make it happen. But KC knew what to do. They completely turned that fight around. And it's just unfortunate for Vitality. There was nothing that they could manage.
It was like a Gnarl versus the Shockwave, and Kana was just that much quicker. Now, Nucko has a bit of help here from Fleshy. Kana, the dive. Or should I say the jump. Fleshy can't get him, and we look at a replay of what just happened.
So essentially what Fleshy's trying to do as we go on to this is you can ult to, after you use the undertow, to then follow through and then flash, and does get a good stun on towards Yike. But Yike actually immediately goes in and then buys a ton of space, and as Karzi flashes forward, he gets knocked up. And this ult from Kana is perfect. The Orianna doesn't even have a first item here, so she just doesn't really do much. It's more of a CC coming through from the Shockwave.
Yeah.
So KC just have the follow-up to follow through.
And Vladdy came flying in as well. It's a well-played fight. It's a 1,300 gold lead. And remember, they got first Dragon. And yeah, Kalist has picked up an item because he's also in 3 kills deep. Got 2 in the last fight. And with all the gold on the Sivir early, I do fear that mid may be unapproachable with him now perma-camping.
Yeah, the problem is that the entire gold lead is between Kana and Kalist. So side lane, not going to be fun for Nucko. Kalist obliterates waves and immediately starts to roam, which is then also limiting the impact that that Linces and Fleshy can have in approaching these side waves. And this has kind of been where Vitality have found their success, is through side lane pressure and overloading the side lane. But they're not really being given that opportunity, because KC now have a really good opportunity to defend those sides.
So you have to think about how this next fight will go for Vitality. How do they find a way? Because they are so reliant on some of these big ult tools. They're so reliant on this front to back. And we've already seen, I feel like KC, you know, have a similar kind of position, right? They've got a lot of ult triggers. They've got a lot of ult abilities, I should just say. You know, speak plainly. It's a lot of good R buttons that also just layer well. I mean, Wukong, Galio, layering's nice with Gnar too. It all kind of comes together.
Linces approaching Yike and River.
Let's look at top laners again. I'm excited for that. Unstoppable, nice Nucko. He can all out here. Mega Gnar in the meantime. Nucko holds onto his ult. And yeah, bot is getting frisky in the river. Now, Fleshy, he's still level 6. He has not absorbed away for about a country year. And you'd say that's good for Kazi, but Kazi's also a level behind completely of Kalist.
Yeah, and that was because Kalist was able to stick around on that bottom side for the Void Group fight. That's where we saw that lead open up experience. But again, it's Vitality trying to attack points on the map that they don't really have any business to because control for Kalist in mid. 25
seconds. Business in top, I wonder. If they're going to move up there immediately, because Herald is coming up. Quick reset from bot lane. Flatty will receive this wave. He does have TP.
And there's no pressure on KC to step outside and try and fight toe-to-toe against Vitality, which is why they're kind of ceding that control as Vitality go in for the potential skirmish, because if they scale, they have this Sivir who's going to do fantastic. Vladdy's going to get tankier. Your Yike is going to get towards the second item. Like, you are fine to just continue taking these team fights. And Vitality just don't really have a window apart from looking for these quick picks and quick plays. So KC, you're just happy to sit waiting for the objective fight.
And I mean, look at top, like Nako can't join in. He's getting chunked out by Kana every which way by this 20 CS lead Nah, who's happy to chill in the 1v1. Linsa's coming in looking for a steal, but the eye is going to expose. Move down to 1k and the attempt on Kana. Chayak is going to shockwave Kana. He's not going to go flash and he's dead, so good opportunity. Eye does go to KC in the meantime, but Yike has a way out of here. All he has to do is clone through his lenses, walks it out. A kill for the Herald, that's going to be the trade.
KC still moving up towards his top side. That's a very isolated Orianna.
She's going to back, but now she's going to TP. Yeah, I understand, Flatty. He's going for the wave first. He's not going to shield it around the empty brush and take a chance. And Chayak will get out of there, but now teleport is burned. And Dragon's up in 10 seconds, so Chayak's going to have to get this push in and stick around for what it's worth.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world on positioning. Just not being able to get the reset before is a little unfortunate. Still, though, KC now coming back out onto the map. If Vitality can continue to look for some picks, maybe it can work out. But again, it's very slow. And you've got Rift Herald that can grow low up in that midway.
Ball out. Hang on. Flatty. He's going to take damage here. Flash and Natoba strikes are hitting. Goes back in. The flash match. And Nako looking at a solo kill. The sidestep huge. Flatty still slowed. Another Natoba. Another one. And yeah, that's Cassandre for you. And solo kill with Nako brings you some hope for Vitality.
I thought the phase rush on Galio might have been enough for him to escape. But Nako just about able to catch him in the end, and now Vitality move over towards the objective. Nako needs to reset. Dragon going down fast, and KC going to give.
And having that TP advantage, I mean, and not having Vladdy for another 15 seconds. Dragon is a good take. Vitality one on the board, and Nako, meanwhile, with the 2 grubs, is doing some good damage to the turret ever so slowly.
So this is, again, Vitality kind of getting some of these picks, and this is not the best position for them with the
Yike just jumped in. The feathers fly. Doesn't get a root down. The Herald comes in. 2-man shockwave. Yike, that's the real deal. Another dissonance, and he's dead. Death from below, flashed away from. Flashy will not get a reset on the ulti as Vitality managed to defend. The Herald not getting a charge either.
Lince is able to stop that Herald getting the charge thanks to the Trundle Pillar. Big wins for Vitality in the last couple of passage of plays. So they end up getting the kill for the Rift Herald. The Rift Herald gets no value. They end up getting the pick now over and get the Dragon. And they've got the kill on the top. So overall, Vitality starting to get some control back into this game. If they can keep going for these picks and punishing KC for the overextensions, this could be the way that they turn this game around.
As you said, Lince's pillar just does so much, but I think, again, Chayak, last game in this game, he's having such a time. Now, because of the matchup, he's 20 CS ahead, but this Orianna with double feed his Codex is going to be 2 items up soon. We'll have infinite mana hacks, sure enough, as well. And these shockwaves might indeed bind them all with KC. This feels like the game for it, you know? So optimism there. It is nice as a caster when you start off a series seeing such a stomp, and you go, man, KC is so good, and oh yeah, Vitality, this is kind of sad. And then game 2, you get thrown off a bit. And then game 3, anything's possible. It's like you go to Disneyland or something, you know? And part of the theme park is closed and you get disappointed, but the rest of it, oh boy, it makes up for it, you know?
Yeah. Well, see, I've actually never been to Disneyland.
They don't really close things off. That's not a thing. They're very consistent. It's like, I don't know any other theme parks. I know Wonderland we had in Australia, but that got shut down. That's like 2007.
I know our talent manager loves Disneyland, so she's always disappointed when I tell her I've never gone to
it. Yeah. I've been Shanghai. I've been Japan, Disney Sea in Japan as well, and I've been Paris. It's good. I feel like I'm not trying to advocate, all right? I'm just telling you guys what I did in my time off. as Kana.
So we're getting KC attacking bot as Vitality starting to move into position to look for a top play.
Yeah.
But Nako respecting the play on the bottom side. Adakano shortly on the bot end. This could work out well for KC if they could get the kill.
If. There's a big if, isn't there? It is a Cassante. He's got resistances. They're bringing in 4, the big guns for Nako. Okay. Wukong is helping. Here's Kana. Now maybe enough. Unstoppable for now. And yes, Cassante will die. Nako down. And KC do commit, but first turret of the game goes to Vitality.
So Vitality using the Trundle tower killing pressure to at least get the first one on the top side. But Adakan is still about to spawn. You can see immediately Yike is going to turn on to that. So there we go. This is the reason you don't want to leave Trundle alone in the side lane for too long.
True.
But it's matched. 2 for 2 on towers, but Adakan is going to just die to Yike. So overall, KC going to win out on this one.
100%. As you keep telling me, as I keep repeating to everyone, that 3,000 goal or thereabouts for Adakan. It's significant. And moving down, Fleshy just going to spot this out that this is happening, but at 4K, it's way too late. Adakan goes down. Vitality going to try and make a move for mid lane turret, but Vladdy can defend this. He can get a shielded around under turret, get turret aggro onto Kazi. Even though Lintus ults in the end, Vladdy's buying time. Yes, he will go down, but as Kazi steps up, KC are on the way. Fleshy, good defense, and the bone skill probably scared KC away. So Vitality will survive after doing some damage and killing the mid lane.
Vladdy going a little bit too far on the Galio again there, getting caught out. Could have been a big moment for KC because of the back-to-back wins they'd kind of picked up. But at least Vitality able to get one back on the board. Karzi as well, getting a second kill means he should be able to finish his second item on this reset as well, which is going to be very nice.
True.
Even foregoing the Flicker Blade. What's this? My brain's gone.
Flicker Blade.
Yes,
Flicker Blade. Just think of Beyblade. No,
he's gone straight for the IE, which means he's going to just hurt when he gets these feather.
You know those big things in like Naruto, those big triangle blades? No, you know. Okay. They're the things that you throw them like the spinny. It's not a shuriken, like it's a big one.
Okay.
It unfolds. That's what that is.
Is this a Flicker Blade or is this what Sivir has?
No, that's what in Naruto, that's the thing. Oh, hang on. Where's the circle? I have power. That thing. Except it's not blue. It's like grey. And then that's what Legolas has. No. Sorry, I'm kind of losing my marbles. It is Monday.
You lost them a long time.
No. But I regather them. I've got a bag of marbles.
Oh, we're fighting them for this dragon.
We should. Let's unleash. Fleshy Bone Skewer not going to connect. Bloody came in and Lintus already flashed away, but it's doomed. Vitality lose their jungle at the start of the fight. Nako has the flash as well. The fight's so scattered, and Vladdy just showed up and said, bet. Fleshy with a good Bone Skewer. Flash away from Targamas, but they need more. Shockwave is available still, and you're right, Kana and Meganar flash. No, not needed, and Meganar now runs out.
Vitality trying to push in on the mid wave. KC looking to defend as they take it, but Karzi a little bit far forward.
He's auto down with the Flicker Blade. You talked about the Bone Skewer in, but Kalissa's walking up. He doesn't care. Boomerang out as well. The feathers will fly, but Karzi can't rejoin. Vladdy runs in. The angle's not right for the pullback. And eventually, even though it works, KC, a big win. The Chemtech Drake, and the fight seems to be going their way, is under the turret. Chayak, his back will be stopped.
KC are struggling to lock people down after Yike and Khan have kind of run out of their ultimates. And wait
another fight. Nako at half HP. They're going to fight again. Okay, Vitality, if it doesn't work, do it again. There's the all-out onto Targamas, dead in an instant. Targamas is now gone, so there's no enchanter, but Kalish doesn't care. He still steps up, but hang on, maybe he should. Lintus running in. There's an ulti from Bloody defensively. The Galio's now down. He's got no mana. Yike flashed on. A Bone Skewer. Fletchy brings it in. Death from below. Gets the reset. And are we going again? No. Yike is just dropping cards. He's just ordering. Kana is going into Meganar Dagda. Vitality are just going in, and KC are like, okay, we'll do the same thing.
Vitality come out of the woodwork and end up picking up a bunch of kills off the back of it. Nako goes for Targamas, knowing that he has no flash, he can pull him back and get the kills. Linz is then able to get the speed up to chase down Kalista as well. Bloody, like a good taunt, but underneath the tower means he has to peel.
What happened?
And again, Linz is the movement speed perfect in getting in and out. And then they just chase people down here. Fleshy with the flash forward, catches onto Vladdy. Karzi's getting good damage down, and Fleshy's starting to get the resets. Kana in a great position then on the top side here to actually get some damage on towards Karzi. but it's Vitality just being able to pick off members because they thought they could stick around and get that mid lane turret.
So, who won that?
The fans.
Good one.
I think, so Vitality got 3 kills, but KC did manage to get the mid turret and get 1 kill back. So I think for Vitality, much needed gold to try and help them out. But for KC, having mid lane Terra down now makes it easier for them to push mid with Kalist and move up towards that top side. So I think in the long run, it gives more map play to KC, which is great. But Vitality kind of just needed the gold. So at least if they can find these fights, say when Baron spawns the next couple of minutes, it could help them out there.
The gold in question as well went to this man over here. So even though he gets some assists, I mean, he's slowly just clawing ahead. Nucko is getting chased down, and this is big with Black Cleaver as well going into Mega Gnar. Nucko, he's going to have to unstoppable if there's a Mega Gnar, but there is not. Total gold right now, Karna is obviously ahead. He's 1.4k up. I already mentioned the Black Cleaver before. It's quite large. 3 items now, though, with an LDR for Kalist. This Sivir scaled early. This Sivir's still scaling. And obviously saw in the fight his ability to walk up was huge. He's now a full item ahead of his counterpart.
Yeah, and now they're in a position as KC where, oh, hang on.
Come on, minimap.
There it is. You basically guarantee your push for Kalist here. You can then shift that pressure up in towards the top side and help the Galio who is already pushing in towards this top wave. And you then just get to litter all of this position here with a bunch of wards that is nigh on impossible for Vitality to clear because Vladdy can ult on towards Yike. You've got a boomerang, you've got a bunch of ricochet and blades. Like corridors like that are petrifying for Vitality to try and contest.
Now getting darker as well. Vitality have to walk into this eventually because KC have gotten rid of all but 1 ward. That ward there, right in front of Kalist backing, that's really nice. They're going to see the 80 carry moving away. Vitality starting the fight. Kalist is gone. Kalist is gone. Yike exposed and Linz is hitting away. Shockwave brings in 2 with a fake clone, but Yike, there's a pillar in the way. He has to go back in, but Double Cyclone now down. That ward may have won Vitality the game, or at least put them into a position of power. Vladdy ulted in to die. Tiger was pulled back in, and again, that Pike finds a pick of legends. Karna's in the side lane trying to get some gold back, but Vitality just killed 3.
The fact that that ward spotted Kalist backing was a catalyst for everything. Baron will go to Vitality, but Karna, can he be stopped? Nucko doesn't have anything, but eventually he will have to run away. The base is cracked, but Baron is taken. It's blow for blow here between KC and Vitality.
Going towards bot immediately, but the backward Baron's going to be swift. 35 seconds on the next dragon, and we'll look again at how this ward changed the game.
It's the second Kalist is gone, Linces just unleashes onto Wukong. Chayak, perfect timing on that ultimate. Pulls back both the clone and Yike. And now you get that follow-up as well with Fleshy in a position here to help chase down. And I love this hook. Doesn't even go for the already expected kill onto Vladdy. He just turns on towards Targamas and finishes him off as well.
Fleshy has been pretty slick in some of the plays, but as we get a TP in, it's Dragon time, and everyone's up from KC, but no heroic entrance. Cyclone just came up about now. Mega Gnar bar is worth looking at as Vitality start the Dragon.
Karzi soloing it and spotted. Is caught in the pit now.
But he's got no Mega Gnar. He's just going to be an Autobot for now. Nucko happy to face check. Vitality to beat KC, to beat the 3-0 team. It comes down to this, and Karzi steps up, already does so much damage for Kalist. Auto-attacking with a good shield of Durant from Vladdy. Justice Punch doesn't work, and Fleshy wants to reset with a boomerang blow. Kalist hurts like hell. And that guy at full HP with an enchanter is worth stopping. But if they can, Vitality just lost all their bars, and walking back in is suicide.
They have no TPs on either of the solo laners. Vitality are desperately trying to keep KC at bay and buy some time for some resets to come through. Kana has gone Mega Gnar though, which I think is why Vitality are willing to try and push through here. Vladdy has reset, but he has the ultimate to get back in.
Vitality, they're on the scuttle ward, so it's very obvious what the HP is. Yike for an angle here with Smite up and available at 5k. The root for the feathers and the Smite. But Linces comes in with the engage, sets up for Vladdy into the back. Double Cyclone as well. The fight's all over the place as Yike has to run for his life. Kalist does die though. Kalist does die. The raid boss is down while the dragon flip comes in, and Nucko gets it. Nucko, what goes them? Death from below. Bone skewer. We're doing it again. It's a clone, but Vitality have blown KC out with Nucko pressing the Q button.
Operation Assassinate Kalist was a goal from Vitality, and they want to keep it going. Linces on the push, but KC, they're looking to turn.
Linces went a bit deep. He went a bit deep, and now that his pillar's down, the chase is hard. Kana is going to hop, but he doesn't get a double hop. So Linces survives away from the boomerang blade, away from it all. Vitality with Baron, and the slow game with the Dragon #2 being their own.
Targamas looked like he got past the ball in this one and didn't know how to stop the onslaught. Watch everyone just dive immediately onto the back line as his ult comes through. Karzi flashing forward. Everyone going for Kalist. Targamas can do nothing to peel for them, while the rest of Vitality buy the space on the back line. And that was where they just didn't then have that damage to follow through. Kana didn't have the Mega Gnar. Somehow Nucko manages to steal that one away. And now Vitality in a position where they can actually look for the cleanup. But even look at the mid. You end up with this push coming through from Karzi as well, where he's able to get some minions into the tower too. A hero fight from Vitality.
And Nucko, insane play as well on this Cassante. There's a reason this year this guy's been hyped up. And it hasn't just been me, you know? It hasn't just been on carries either. He's also a level up on Kana somehow, some way. 3 items now, and that brick wall, yes, Kalist does do damage to it, but it's going to hurt him a little bit. It's going to bite back a little bit. Infinity Edge now picked up for Kalist, who got caught out in the last fight, but there's a 3-item Karzi now. Chayek is picking up gold in side lanes while Kana's doing the same, and we got a Baron in 2 minutes 12. This game's still yet to be decided.
No wave in mid means that you're going to see Vitality try and congregate on this bottom side. Easily onto Kalist.
And they've got Vladdy's ult out for it as well. The Bone Skewer's going to come on in. There's a Justice Punch. Vladdy jumping in. He found an isolated target, but it's only on Linces. He's popped his subjugate, but it won't be enough. He's sent into the wall, and he is sent packing. Kana for the chase with a boomerang to come on back, and with that slow, Chayek gets flashed on, gets hypered up. Dissonance won't be enough. Kana on the hunt. This Orianna that could is no more. 2 in the bag, and KC punished big.
Kana, the only person on KC with the gold lead and the withdrawal to go for these plays, catching Vitality as they overextend, and now it's going to be his work that is capitalized again. This bot side turret has no inhibitor turret remaining, and KC want to finish off the inhibitor as well.
Fleshy's trying for a Bone Skewer, but now he's found out outside of that Ghost Water dive. The level 11 Pyke needs a pick of a miracle, but it's hard against KC when they have an Enchanter. And when Kana as well is just not taking that much damage, he's always frontlining with Yike. So bottom inhibitor finally drops down after that onslaught from the top laner of KC before. And Baron's up in 55. That's where it does feel like this game comes to its natural conclusion.
They try and go in onto Kalist, and Lince is thinking, I can just get some of these spells and run out, but Targamas with the root buys enough time for Vladdy to come in, the TP from Kana, and they manage to finish him off. Again, Kana, the speed up that comes through thanks to Targamas here is the reason they're able to chase him down. The flash forward, consistently hitting these boomerangs. So Chayek, even with the speed up from the command dissonance, doesn't get enough running power to get away from him.
It's just an overstep from Vitality. It's a bit too deep and feeling the guns way too much. Gold doesn't matter at this point simply because gold is even. Yes, it does matter for items, but across the board, I mean, 2.6k gold lead, but against a supportive AP tank, you know, Vladdy's not going to care too much. His role is to jump in and save. And you know Kana's is the same as well. You know that Kana with the Negatron Cloak now as well, he's a bit more durable. Baron's air dagger, but Dragon's up in a minute. Timers might coincide, but it would be third Dragon only for KC or Vitality.
I mean, Lince's having the subjugate is going to change so many things for KC. Yeah. Both Vladdy and Kana are pretty reliable targets to just steal all their stats and burst them out, especially when you look at how impactful Kana can be in these moments. And for Vitality, the Zhonya's for Chayek means that he can actually try and play up into these big shockwave positions, try and put threats onto Kalist and still have that survivability. But would really like to finish his Rabadons before he can really be the big damage dealer and turn the tide of the fight.
Fleshy, Bone Skewer gets Vladdy, gets him over the wall, but it's a double taunt, flashes over. Nice pick, but Nucko steps forward. They get a summoner. They get a big summoner, and Fleshy, that Bone Skewer has big impact.
Vladdy, I think, panicked a little bit. That may have been the moment KC could have gone forward. Chayek was showing on that bottom side, and KC had the speed up to try and go for it, but didn't want to end up following, and Nucko could have got caught out. But now, Baron in their sights, control there. Chemtech Dragon is up and it's being soloed by Kalista right now.
Do you think the trade's worth it? Vitality will take this down quick. KC know they need to get in. Yike is looking for a steal, but Kalist won't be here for the fight. Dragon will go down, but look again. TP committed. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and it's down. Baron and a shockwave. No Mega now. Nugget pushes them into the wall and kisses them together. Kana's going to go Mega, but where is he in the fight? He's running for his life. Cyclone's now down, and now that Kalist is here, Vitality move ground. Flatty joins in as well, but he's going to get sandwiched. He's going to get hit by a ball. And Oriana, who tries to find them all, but only one for now. Flatty's damage is good. Running for his life. The fight on the back end dangerous as well as Fleshy's caught out and dead to Kana. Vitality in a choke. Let the feathers out. Flatty goes golden. Oh no! KC running amok. Flatty running up. Kazi's big, but Kalist. Where is Kalist?
He's dead. He's gone.
He's gone. I just saw Kalist disappear in front of my eyes. I thought, where is the Sipper? Vitality get back on the Baron buff as well, and 2 are dead from KC. Somehow alive, Vitality stand.
KC just want to knock as many of these Baron buffs off as possible, but they're not going to be able to do it. Vitality protecting crucial members in this. You get to see the initial fight where Vitality think, okay, we just need to try and escape. After this great shockwave comes through, they're like, nope, we're going in. Managing to get the pull on towards Yike, towards Kana, keeps him at bay where he can't get mega value from the Mega Gnar. And Vitality, I was very worried about Chayak up on this top side, but watch the Trundle Pillar as it comes through. Denies Kalist and Targamas to follow up perfectly, which means that then Vitality are able to get Chayak into a much better position and continue forward. But then the turnaround here, as the feathers go down from Karzi, he's able to get a lot of damage down very quickly as Kalist watches he comes through. Gets caught by all those feathers and immediately goes down. Karzi playing that so well.
He disappeared from my screen and I thought, we've got to watch Kalist in this fight, but it was 1 second, 1/2 of one. Vitality, they've got the gold lead. And again, I said what I said, which gold doesn't matter too much, but now there's a crucial lead that is leading to potential 4th item Oriana, potential 5th item for Kazi as well. The AD carry who was behind an item, no more. He's up in gold, and he should have what could be a GA here on the next back.
Kana just trying to be that split push nuisance on the top side. Will be Chayak who's set to answer him. Rabadon's death cap very close to completion for him. If he can pick up a couple more of these waves before we look towards 2.5 minutes of Dragons and Barons, he should be in a position where he's relatively strong. But for KC, they want to see if they can find that quick pick, but it's actually Yike taking below half.
It is big damage, but he's out of there. Clone is nice. Nucko can't get the flip back, but he was ready for it. Vitality's damage is scaled. This is what happens, Zaya, 4 or 5 items. Also, side note, Chayak just picked up a life-saving device. And not the Rabadons, but that is there too. 4 items on this Oriana. 4,500 gold.
It's full build for Kalist, full build for Karzi now.
Yeah.
Ended up getting that Bloodthirster there for Karzi to finish it out. This is on a knife's edge. And with a potential Chemtech Soul for KC in just under 2 minutes time, that is going to be all their focus with the flash.
Flashy gets in, Flatty gets out. Justice punch away, the pillar is out. Nothing else happens. We pause, 1:45 till Dragon. No summoners burn in the process, apart from Fleshy burning his flash.
Vitality were trying to find a window where Kana was on the bottom side. He'd just gone Mega Gnar, and maybe they could get that quick play, but just the wrong target in the middle of everyone there. And now Vitality still stepping forward. This pillar could be pretty big here.
It's a big pillar. It's on to 3. It's Kalist, who's front-lining. Flighty protects him for now. The heroic entrance nice, but look, Cassante on Kalist, trying, Nucko trying, gets the GA, while the rest of Vitality are here to stay. Lintus in the way, and Targamas fighting, can't get in the fight. Kana's got no Mega Gnar. Strong like a bee, I hear it buzzing for me. Kana running and trying to save this game, but I think it's done with a Mega Gnar out and Flatty, who did a weird TP to save his top laner. KC are raw.
Flatty just wants to cut the wave. He's trying to buy enough time so then he can respawn, and I think he just got it. There is no wave in mid. There is no wave bot or top.
Wrong.
Vitality don't have any way to get through these structures.
That's why we work in pairs. Dak, a good catch on that one as well. So Flatty's TP for a 55-second death time. It does feel like it's worth it then. Nucko's going to go back, so the game goes on. And yeah, maybe that TP was just the savior of a lifetime here as Vitality. They're winning fights. They're going big. Linz is going to try and tank this one up so they can run on in. No, he's not. He's like, no, forget it. Members are coming up. I'm not risking it. TP going to be burned. Vitality, 5-man strong mid.
The 5v4 will have to come through. They should be able to get this. Maybe they back away, but Vitality, they want to just go for the end. Kana still in 16 seconds time.
But
Can
Kalisz is up.
do it?
Kalisz for the wave cleave. Kalisz survives. It's okay, but yikes. Cyclone defensively. Look at the boomerangs. Look at the boomerangs. Vitality, be careful. Kalisz sends it out. The wave is now gone, but they run forward. Kazi makes him his little prince. Kalisz sent him to the ground, and Vitality stopped the flawless run. Somehow.
Vitality blow KC out of the water. An insane couple of fights back to back. And a hero pillar from Linces turns that game around. What a play from Vitality.
We were only questioning yesterday if this team could beat Na'Vi, and then they just scaled into a KC matchup. Yeah, that was not what I had on my guessing game for today. There was nowhere near Vitality with an insane performance as you vote for your key player of the series on X, Nucko, Linces or Chayak, and that will be a hard one.
Insane.
I don't know what just happened. I don't know what just happened.
I am going to be full biased. Linces' pillars on this trundle were game defining.
True.
Keeping Chayak safe at that Baron fight, catching Kalisz in that last engagement. Like, Linces had a mega performance game 2 and 3.
He did. The Jarvan was insane as well. And then, I mean, Kazi scaled into the game. You know, Fleshy got a couple of really big bone skewers that forced off summoners in the late game, which means so much. Nucko's Cassante was crazy on Kalisz at the end of the game. Like that Cassante play was kind of nuts where he 1v3'd.
That is insane.
They got GA in and they got to snap back for the rest of the fight. Now, Vladdy tried to save the game, but in the end, the wave came through, and with Vladdy still dead for so long, I guess that TP didn't work out the way they wanted. I hope really that Dracos with Chayak in the Famarian post-game interview can give us some insight into what the hell just happened.
Thank you very much, Hysterics. We are here for the Mary Bomboy post-game check-in. Dude, I just talked to Linces. I didn't think you guys were going to be able to repeat it. What is going on in this mid-jungle synergy? 2 games back-to-back. Game 2, it was all you guys. This game, it feels like it's so much of what you two are doing. What glow-up happened this week? What occurred behind the scenes of Vitality that allowed you guys to just completely pop off?
I would say we just stopped overthinking. We just play a simple game. Like, I think week 1 was a lot of overthinking. Like, we were scared to play the game. And I don't know, I think we just transformed into a complete different team from the week 1.
Yeah, so what do you feel like is the biggest change you said when it comes to that overthinking? Is it just that you're more confident to make plays together? Are you just working better together? What's the biggest shift you've seen?
I think we just play, you know? We just try not to overthink stuff like, oh, they could be here, maybe they can't be here. It's fine, we just send it, you know? Like, if it doesn't work, like, we will try to rebound. If it works, it's perfect. Like, that's kind of how we play right now, I would say.
Look, man, it worked pretty well. 2 wins back-to-back, you guys are looking good. Of course, you had already locked playoffs, kind of getting that first one at the start of the series due to tiebreakers, but now you're feeling good, you're sitting pretty. How do you feel about that cross-group decider? A lot of potential opponents on the opposite side. You'll get your chance at a best of 5. What's going through your head about that?
I mean, I'm really excited. I think, like, we're showing pretty good League of Legends right now, and I'm looking forward to play anyone, actually, from the other group.
Yeah, I think other really important question, we have a lot of people here who are really excited for you. I'm not sure if it's the Hornets or which portion of the Vitality fan base. How does it feel when you come off stage to have people cheering for you specifically? There's one person who's like, Chayak, you specifically kicked ass today. How did that feel?
I mean, that feels really nice. Like, thank you, everyone. Like, it means so much.
An awesome thing to hear. Thank you, Berlin. Thank you. Last question for me. This one not serious at all. There's some singing happening on stage. When do we get your vocal stylings? When do we get to hear that in the comms? Do we get it today?
I can do it against MKOI probably.
Ooh, you can do it against MKOI. All right. What is your go-to on-stage karaoke song for the people to know so they're ready?
Let me think. Maybe Golden by Demon Hunter, you know?
Okay, yeah! Damn, all right, respectable. Last note, you are the Kia player of the series. So, how does it feel? Do you feel like, was this good today? How would you rate your own performance out of 10?
I would say I played pretty decent today. But if I could, I would probably give the MVP to Linces. I think he played insane today. And I'm like really happy.
Hey, man. Good supporting actor, it seems, to set you up for that award. So congrats again on this victory, and to Team
you
Vitality
very
for
much.
qualifying for playoffs. That's going to do it for us here. We're going to head to a quick break, and then the desk's going to be joined by Carzy ahead of G2 versus BDS.
That is the changing lanes guy.
Is he switching lanes?
He might have said it.
He should change his in-game name to Changing Lanes.
I mean, sure, but his teammates will have a field day.
How come?
Well, think about it. Hey, changing lanes, what lane are you playing? Or changing lanes, you don't seem that good. Have you considered changing lanes?
Okay, I have a good one. Hey, Changing Lanes, have we considered changing games?
That's kind of rude.
But it's League of Legends, isn't it?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Want to level up beyond the Rift? Express like a legend and find your fastest server in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. It's time to Express. Scan to start your 14-day free trial. Subscribe to unlock free Hextech chests and keys.
dive now?
Yeah.
I'm
They're coming,
coming.
guys. Okay, they're coming.
Yeah, don't like.
Nice play. He will die. He will die.
Nice, good job.
They all die. Fight.
We are going around. We are flanking.
Go on, Galio.
Galio is gonna ult. Look here.
I'm looking. We can Ash, guys, no?
Yeah, we can.
Kill him.
He's
That's Ash. Karma.
No flash cam.
Who's good?
Oh, Turkish combo!
Look severe.
Front. Nice.
Hit the turret.
Turret. Nice. Good job, guys. Good job. Fucking go!
Nice, lads.
Well played, boys.
Amazing comms once again from Vitality, who reverse sweep KC here and deny Navi a chance to advance to the playoffs. Now we're going to talk about what happened here because we've locked in our top 4 teams for Group A: KC, Movistar Koi, Team Vitality, and GX. But the seeding is still up in the air as KC is locked top 2. For Vitality and MKOI, they're fighting for that remaining seed that auto advances into the playoffs. For the 3rd and 4th seed, they will play in the cross-play decider to advance to playoff. And for now, GX is guaranteed to play in that decider as the highest seed they can now earn is top 3. 3rd position. Now let's turn our attention to Karzi, the victorious Karzi, the loudest moan in the LEC, let's say. How are you doing? After the Secret Lab ad, of course. But yeah, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine.
Fine, okay, yeah, let's call it that.
I mean, it could be better. I'm kind of sad about my own performance in the last game because I had some like choke moments, I'd say. But other than that, I'm really happy because my teammates stepped up like really a lot. Like especially Insaz, I think he was playing insanely well. I haven't seen him play and call like that before.
All right,
So,
yeah.
props to him for our victory today.
Let's keep the spirits up. You guys made it to playoffs. Congratulations for that. But I want to focus on the next game because Jack Spectra coming into the off season.
Yeah.
Skewmond on the side of G2 and Paris on the side of BDS were the hottest prospects that we had for entering players in the LEC. How have they developed respectively?
Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, I'm sure as you're probably scrimmed BDS Academy, they were like the best DRL team with Paris and Skewmon leading them. And they just looked like the 2 best players coming into the league alongside Kalist. And then Skewmon, I think, has done fantastic on G2. It's looking like one of the best jonglers in the league. While Paris, a lot more mixed. I feel like with 113, he didn't quite click. Even now, I still don't really see quite the potential in him that I saw in ERLs. And I don't know, it's sad to me because I think like when I played against him in ERLs, I thought he was insane.
What's your take on that, Karzi?
I mean, I also thought he's insane when he was in ERLs. But I feel like in LEC, I feel like he's a little bit more stressed maybe.
Okay.
Because even in solo queue, he was like really, really good.
Yeah.
But it's also hard to say because it all depends so much on like the team environment and on your teammates. And as a support, usually, like if the people around you are not good enough, you will not look that good, you know. So it's really hard to say. Maybe it's just team issue.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine, especially with all the roster changes that they had. What do you feel like BDS is missing so far in summer with everything that they've tried to revamp? Where are they going?
I mean, for me, it was weird because I felt like BDS was starting to kind of play a lot around 113. He was playing like Nidalee and stuff and carry junglers. And then they replaced him. And now Bukada is more like kind of this facilitator. But the carries, I feel like, are decent. I think Nuke and Ice are not bad, but nothing is really happening in their games. I feel like they're kind of just chilling.
There is no real proactivity in their games.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I mean, hopefully that's something that they can get against G2 because G2, I feel like, they pushed to 5 gear, honestly, on all the games that we saw, especially coming against Fnatic yesterday, 2-0 against them. We've talked about Skewmon, but LeBron, man. LeBron James. What a legend. On the All-Star yesterday. We can talk about the laning phase. I feel like there's a lot of improvements to come here, but Karzi, as someone who has to play with supports, what do you think of LeBron in summer so far?
I think he's playing really well. I was a bit worried when he joined G2 that he would have struggles with performing under a lot of pressure.
I mean, he's doing God's work on and off the Rift, selling merch, engaging with Alistar, but yeah, please go on.
I think he's playing really, really well. He's like lately, like the first 2 splits, it was not so hot, I'd say.
Yeah.
Or like the expectations were a little bit higher for him. But I think at MSI, EWC, and right now he's playing.
And right now,
yeah, and he's playing really well now.
Yeah.
I feel like
a
for
lot
me, the
better.
biggest things with him has been like like I think in winter and in spring both, he looked good, and then up against their most important matches was when he kind of like, I'd say, choked a little bit. Do you think he's still, like, is that what you see his biggest issue is?
Yeah, I mean, I've always thought that Labrov is really, really insane. And like he's been playing well for most of the times. But then in finals, when it matters the most, like some crazy stuff starts happening, you know? Like I remember this from my 2023 finals against BDS, where like Labrov, in my mind, like he played, I could play that game super well.
Oh my god!
Any other game he's playing like really insane well,
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Maybe the nerves here, but hopefully the nerves shouldn't kick in today, as I would give the edge to G2 in this matchup. And we have Alumni joining us. We're going to be doing the draft here at the desk with Karzi, of course. You're going to stay with us as well.
Are you draft master?
Well, we're going to find out.
Leak all the strats.
So
What's the first pick?
What is the first pick? What are the bans? Tell us everything. You scream those teams. You should know.
Actually, you know, I never want to go to analyst desk. I'm gonna be.
When you retire, no. But yeah, it looks like a mismatch on paper, honestly, especially given G2's level lately.
I want to ask actually a bit off topic, but why was the Wukong prio so low in your guys' series? Do you not think Wukong is OP champ?
I mean, I think everyone thinks Wukong is OP champ.
Yeah.
But Linsas has been doing really, really well on Jarvan, so he just felt confident playing the Jarvan.
Yeah, fair enough.
In the second game. In the first game, I don't think. I mean, to be fair, I don't know. I usually don't pay that much attention to that.
I say one of those guys that just sleeps in the draft meeting and just chills.
I mean, we don't even have that many draft meetings. Coach is right behind our backs. We just come.
There's a lot of topic. Yeah, I'm putting a pin on that. There's a lot of topic that I'll talk about with your coaching staff maybe and investigate what the hell is going on with Vitality. What do we want to see here? As G2 is going to be on both sides.
Honestly, pretty much anything from the Azir, the Wukong, it's kind of the choice you want to make right now, because game 1 Fearless, they're just, I feel like most of the time both sides get a lot of the OP picks and are quite happy with the trades that they're making. I wouldn't really say that there's a correct thing that you do. Right now I'm looking at probably an Azir Wukong trade. There's probably...
I mean, Karzi should know about this. You guys gave an Exodia draft to KC in game 1. So how do you make sure, now that you lived it, that they don't... Yeah, there you go. History repeating itself in front of our eyes.
Now if you're Vitality, you give them Azir as well, right?
And now, okay, preferably.
So that's what BDS should not pick. Just don't pick them so that the blue side gets them all.
Exactly.
Hey, it worked for you guys. Game 2, it was... Yeah, see, it's happening.
Yeah, I mean...
There we go. Another blue side, three first picks. There we go. Here we go again.
Is that a flex Nautilus?
It is a flex Nautilus, I think.
All right. We haven't seen it in jungle yet.
Speaking of Nautilus jungle...
It's a myth nowadays.
W or L?
I mean, I think it really depends. I think with Talia it can be good, probably. Yeah. Since it was already good from support.
Yeah.
So that would make a lot of sense. I don't see it work that well into like Trundle, yeah. Like he hooks pillar, gets one-shotted and...
Yeah.
I think it's just the threat as well. It's on red side. You can't ever hard commit. Well, now with the Trundle, you can hard commit to the Trundle because it's a universally good pick. But then this happens, where you just pick two. You just double counter pick the Nautilus. Well, maybe it screws up your team comp a little bit, but at the same time, it completely nullifies the Nautilus.
Now you go Rakan or something like that, no? Probably?
I mean, they have to go Rakan, but it's
it's
disturbing already.
Yeah, it's a bit of an out draft already.
Yeah.
Do you think Broken Blade will bring out more pocket picks or go back to the Rek'Sai, something like that?
Well, it's red side. I feel like he's back to this thing because when you think about Broken Blade, the more successful times, I guess, from his stints was when he was finding these niche counter picks to the meta picks, and now he found the Kled, which I guess is not really like a counter pick, but not a lot of people are playing it, even though I think it's quite a strong champion. And with the Rek'Sai as well, so I do feel like...
Did you think the Rek'Sai one is kind of a blind? Because when Rek'Sai tank top was popular, you just like pick it into whatever.
Yeah, but the thing with Rek'Sai, for example, was the fact that you could just like Q poke range champions and you would just do whatever. Now I feel like you're a little bit more restricted. So now on blue side, I do feel like he's going to be forced to interact a little bit more and pick up a blind pick here.
This LeBlanc ban is crazy, no?
It is a weird ban, yeah.
I'm a little bit mind blown. I feel like I never see LeBlanc ever recently these days.
It might be one of those solo queue tracking things where you just, oh, let's do some scouting for the week. Oh, Caps has 50 games of LeBlanc. Oh, we have to ban it.
Yeah,
that's usually how paranoia happens in LEC draft meetings.
It's true.
I mean, it's also it's 4 or 5. You're like, guys, what do you ban? And everyone's like, yeah, he played this, so lucky we have to.
Well, what do you ban actually? There's 2 bans left here.
Ooh, what do I ban here? Well, I'm realistically looking at blind mids or blind tops. I think. Well,
Orianna for me would be a good ban for BDS, maybe. Brings a lot of that.
Which one again?
For Jax. Orianna.
Orianna, yeah.
Ban. But Jax ban actually.
I feel like if you ban Orianna, you're a little bit unproactive as hell. I feel like because you have the Braum Trundle, you don't really have any sort of setup. I feel like you're a little bit, just walking around.
Yeah, you do want some kind of setup for sure.
I do wonder what this Jax ban is for.
Karzi, what would you do?
I mean,
just pray and hope for the best.
I'm just praying that my coaches give me good champions.
Okay.
But you're feeling at the audition hard right now.
And that's a Nico. Nico has been a bit overpowered, I feel.
Yeah, Nico is OP.
Yeah.
This champion, diving with this champion is
Goes with
illegal.
the cannon minion and everything. Yeah, it's so OP. I mean, I think it's just Rakan. No, you go here and then you last pick top.
I think you have to keep the flex up, just so that Broken Blade doesn't get a good pick into you. It would make the most sense. Wukong, well, I guess BB will be getting... Well, I guess he has to blind pick. Wait, what am I saying?
Yeah, I don't know.
This was exactly what they had to do.
Yeah.
I was completely bamboozled
Oh,
over here.
Hassan Draven, and then the Yunara goes
And
mid.
the Yunara goes mid? No way.
That would be great. But I think the BDS draft is low-key unplayable.
Yeah, why is that?
I think that...
I see scaling.
Corki Nautilus into Yunara, Braum Trundle.
Okay, fair enough.
They have Trundle into Wukong, which is like quite good matchup for Trundle if you have winning lanes. Like, should be really insane. And free, it's really easy to invade. Like, if G2 are known for playing aggressive in the early, I think they're gonna invade BDS all the time.
I see Cassante, I press F in chat.
Champion is way too OP.
For real.
Finn thought this champ was completely useless.
And that's why Finn is an analyst now.
Yeah.
Well, Odo is too. We need to see a battle of 1v1.
I was losing a lot of that, but Ambessa last pick, it does bring a little bit of firepower, but I do agree with the sentiment that Karzi had, where I feel like BDS's draft is a little bit... It's again one of those things where you have a lot of power picks. You have the Azir, you have the Wukong, you're like, hey, life is good, life is great, but at the same time you have the 3 big boys on the side of G2, where I feel like... Ooh,
You're drafting full all-in into Braum Trundle.
Yeah.
It's rough. They have a lot of good disengage and a lot of just good tools for peeling you down.
Karzi, what is the best hope, the best champion that can save this Forsaken draft on the side?
The best champion in BDS?
Yeah.
I think...
What are the hopes here?
I think Ambessa or Azir.
Okay.
Like, the solo laners have to do well in this one.
Bot lane is weak.
Bot lane will be even probably early, unless they... I mean, they should really play for invades, but there is no way Corki Nautilus can win into Yunara Braum. Champs are just too overpowered together.
Quote them on that if they win.
We're gonna keep this one, in the bank and see what happens here. A huge challenge ahead for BDS in this best of 3 series against the Top Father. I love the signs that we have today, fans. Honestly, great job on all of you. Let's see if BDS can do as good as a job on the Rift. Let's send it back to the casters. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Lore. I'm a big sign enjoyer too. Twisted Tree Line person, I respect you. You were playing Taric Master Yi before the boosters were doing it. That's the OG right there. Here we are in this game. Now, admittedly, this is pretty high stakes for BDS, but on the opposite side for G2, the stakes are there, but it does feel like we may be just witnessing a massive victory lap across the rest of their group as they did dismantle Fnatic yesterday.
They're yet to drop a game so far here in summer. After their return from MSI and EWC, it does feel like that they're on form. The consensus from what we've been hearing from the other teams is that G2 is the team to beat right now, but we've seen one upset today already. We'll see what BDS has prepared for us, because they find themselves 1-1 in the standings, and admittedly, a lot of question marks around their performance so far this split. A difficult start against SK, like that was not a one-sided series.
Again, if you just look at the result, you feel okay.
Yeah.
As expected. And then you rewatch the games and you go, oh no.
Many question marks.
Many question marks. Sometimes you're the better team on the day. Sometimes your opponent is the worst team on the day. And that was, your opponent was worse on the day. And for BDS now, again, you get a lot of time if you can just make the cross-group decider. Again, there's a break week, you get more time to prepare, adapt your strategies, and it hasn't been all, doom and gloom. I think the top side of the map is something that is, as much as this matchup isn't interesting, Rooster, obviously, individually in the context of lane, has been performing fantastically.
I mean, Rooster individually has had strong performances, and I think that when we think of BDS across the ages, he as a player, yeah, that's the other top laner who also has had great performances specifically yesterday.
We'll bring that one up in a second. That one, there you go.
There's the comparison. So you can see in terms of his stats performance and just his individual performance, Rooster has been playing very well in his isolated 1v1 matchup, and already in these 1v1 trades, he's been getting the better of Broken Blade, even if it's not amounting to a huge amount so far. But ultimately, he is kind of one of those players that we are keeping our eyes on. Odoamne talked a little bit about in the draft. It gives them a little bit more firepower. It gives you a little bit more skirmishing potential when looking to attack the side lanes, maybe. But Kazi was quite confident that BDS would have very few options playing this draft.
Yeah, he was not a fan. He had strong words, you know. That said with the man who just took down, or the confidence of the man who just took down KC,
That's
right?
true.
So it's I feel inclined to believe him, to be completely honest with you.
But a part of it was because exactly what we're seeing right now in the bot lane, it's G2 that gets that push. On the top side of the map, the Rooster.
He's ducking, he's diving, he's dancing, he's up a pot. Oh, he's used the pot. He's up the health that the pot gives him.
But yes, as Kazi was highlighting, it's a very difficult matchup. Ooh, Ice is stuck around.
Good block coming in from Lebrov. Eric's just going to back up. The slow going down on top of Ice. He's forced to cleanse as well.
We are witnessing live exactly what Kazi meant.
Oh, and the laughing emote. Hans is such a nice guy, too. If he's PMing you, uh-oh. Ooh, ruh-roh. Oh, yeah, there it is. Thank you, production. Well timed. The BDS draft is low-key unplayable, said Karzi. Rooster, though, finding the situation low-key unplayable. He was on the cusp of perhaps a solo kill with the very less to burn Flash. Instead, he's going to lose Flash for himself. But Broken Blade's still struggling in that top lane matchup. Nuke going in. Caps looking for the solo kill. Caps still has Flash.
Just a shield.
Extra movement speed. Skewmon on the way down. Flash out. Auto. Nuke. He's probably... No, he's not even going to die to Skewmon. Skewmon can't afford to chase because Bukata is there. Okay. Suddenly.
Nuke just solo kills the EU GOAT just like that. No hesitation. No remorse. Takes him out. And I mean, he's looking to try and prove Kazi wrong right now. Getting a fantastic play, but Skewmon making his way back towards the top side.
Rooster level 5. Broken Blade very low.
That's a big minion wave.
The TP.
He's out.
Okay.
He's flying the coop.
What? Bro, no.
I got a chuckle out of the audience on that one.
I think that was a groan, dude. No, bad.
It's a good expression. It's a great one.
Yeah, okay.
We'll
Yeah,
get more. Don't worry.
Well, okay, all right. Well, for Rooster, I think he might have been able to dash his way out of there, but maybe he had no cooldowns. Ends up being, I think, in the end, the right choice. Rooster, in isolation, was doing great, but BB getting the extra support, resetting. Going bottom lane with his TP means kind of a nice position for G2, right? They're first on the swap. BB's first to the bottom lane, gets much more out of that TP.
The game right now still finds itself relatively even. But the fact that, like, we gotta come back to this. Nuke just solo kill Caps, okay? Like, what happened?
Can we just
rewind?
Can we just get a zoom in on the Annie?
Because we didn't get a replay. Just
what happened,
we got to
brother?
remind the audience.
He can't answer me, but we just...
Because, you know, Caps comes back. He was having a straight... He was the highlight of MSI for G2, I would say. Even through their struggles, he was the man carrying them when the chips were down. EWC as well. I heard he had a fantastic performance against Poby yesterday. Poby's very consistent laning. It was being challenged by Caps. He comes into game one, gets solo killed by an Azir, of all things. It does give BDS an avenue. Late game Azir is always a potential win condition, especially here in EU. We know how powerful this champion is, just because a lot of our teams end up devolving into big late game team fights.
Yeah.
Oh, there's this. We get the replay.
Is this the
So they're
replay?
both at about 50% HP, trading back and forth. And then Caps just goes to last hit some of the minions. He takes 2 autos from the Azir soldier. He realizes that, like, I've got a flash, saves it for the last minute. But the flash auto attack comes through. I mean, that's just a clean solo kill
I mean,
for Nuke.
respect to Nuke. Caps overstaying a little bit, most certainly. Now that level 6 is here, though, I imagine the lane is going to get a lot less interactive. Although, with both of them still flashless, perhaps the roam from Lebrov can make the difference.
Look at what Nuke is doing as well. He just puts the soldier up. Oh, he's going in!
He's still committing. Paris is on the way, as is Bukata. Caps is in trouble one more time. He drops the bear down. It's going to enrage as he dies. One more auto coming through. The bear still hitting. Vengeance for Caps. Not today.
That's 2 kills now onto Caps. Nuke has become the very clear win condition for BDS as they find more and more advantages. This Azir is soaring, one could say, as he finds himself 2-0, 6 minutes in.
Wow. That is too many bird-related references in a single day.
We're going to get a replay. Let's break down exactly how this one happens. So the funny thing I noticed was Caps is about the same HP, and look at the positioning of the soldiers, chipping away at the HP. Nuke goes in knowing that Bukada and Paris are in the area. Even though the stun comes through from Caps, it's not enough to buy time. Labrov alone cannot keep him safe. And then they're able to secure the kill onto the Tibbers, allowing Nuke to walk away to safety.
And credit to Nuke, right? He might have gone down there and it still wouldn't have been the worst trade, but ultimately aware that BDS has the better positioning, has more members in the immediate vicinity. And of course, for Caps, that 0-2 start, definitely not ideal. Nuke going for some defensive itemization as well. Much more focused on just keeping that pressure up in lane, it seems, as that's done. A lot less effective now that there are Merc Treads there.
So, pros and cons of Merc Treads. Doesn't give you a lot of immediate power, so in terms of the trading, of course, and it can still find those nice little trades, but the extra magic resist does mitigate a lot of the burst, and you're now just less afraid of the stun because of that extra tenacity that you do get from the boots. Of course, when a support comes to your lane, Nuke is forced to play a little bit more defensively. He will be denied that cannon minion. It's a small advantage gained, and closing that gold gap just a little bit.
Yep. Of course, Paris roaming mid as well as Labrov roaming mid did mean that the top lane 1v1 was isolated, so it has been Hansama able to accrue a bit of a CS advantage, a bit of a gold advantage. That is kind of the consolation prize for G2, but again, it's a little bit rough. G2 obviously have been very committed over the course of the year to keeping Caps on these more utility-focused champions. So the good news about that is that, look, even if you fall behind, you still have the power of the stun. The bad news is it's going to be tough to take down some of these tanky threats in a team fight, right? Bukada going to get a lot of armor passively, so it'd be really nice to have that additional magic damage as Labrov caught out here. No level 6 means he'll be able to walk away for now. Caps very patient as the guns have been started, but they will reset. Bottom side of the map, Rooster doesn't quite have access to TP, neither does Broken Blade, but he's going to be the first one to move up. BDS now keeping the fight going. Labrov backing away, forced to flash back as Ice lays down another rocket. But no kill going to come through.
BDS with very clean control over the river. They just continue to contest the vision on the top side of mid lane, but it looks like G2 are not going to give this one without a fight. They secure one grub, Skumon and Hansama make their way in, and the TP is committed by Labrov as well. I'm surprised PDS conceded that, but I guess they thought they'd already used enough. Also got to recognize Labrov level 6 to the level 5 of Paris. I recognize why they feel that they're not strong enough to take that fight, so they'll be happy with the single grub.
Yeah. Labrov gets that reset, has access to the TP, courtesy of Summoner Spellbook, so can be there. And 2 grubs really is the, the threshold that matters. 1 doesn't. It's a little, but doesn't mean too much. So good recovery from G2 despite the initial almost pick, that initial flash being burned by Labrov. Could have cost more. He's still not afraid to step up, and Han's getting scary, right? Blade of the Rune King going to be a big first item spike, something that's going to make that all-in threat much more real, as Skumon might not even need to wait for that threat as he's coming in.
Ooh, that's a lot committed. I feel like that's not realistic in terms of a kill, so they're just really wanting to make sure that this base is delayed as possible. But notice on the bot side of the map, Bukada knows that he can now go towards the dragon. The base is going to be interrupted again. This is really good for G2 because now they can stack up a wave and threaten this to have flash burnt.
Paris, Ice has to retreat.
They're going to threaten the dive.
Paris is just the aftershock, right? It's not a whole lot to defend him. Ulti on the right target can make a big difference, but G2, the TP now coming in. That's the double knockup. Paris aftershock still proc, so he's feeling fine, but Skumon's ulted in response, so they get the TP, and while they're not able to pull off the initial dive, they still grab a plate, and now it is Broken Blade on the bottom side, uncontested. Nuke's also just TPing to the mid lane, so he's going to have so much free time on that bot lane tower if he wants it.
I'm trying to think of like who really gained from that, because G2, yes, they got a plate on the top side of the map. They really delayed Ice and Paris. It opens up Broken Blade on the bottom side of the map to get a bunch of free farm. He pushed that wave underneath the tower. They really slowed BDS down, but the fact that BDS was able to get the dragon in exchange means that I don't think that it was really a bad trade for them. Paris losing his flash, obviously not ideal. I guess you could argue that the AD carry gap developed a little bit more because Ice was denied a decent amount of farm. Broken Blade now TPing.
Rooster. Not quite able to find the angle. Broken Blade looking for the setup, goes all out. Rooster flash out, flash follow. W3 does not quite connect. Pathmaker can't find the initial target. As Nuke getting very aggressive in the mid lane. Will get Caps' ult. The Broken Blade, that's the TP and the flash burn.
A dive top, are they?
I don't know if you can really go for the redive here. Hansama fully stacked, doing good damage. But again, Rooster relatively unfazed. First item there for Broken Blade. You can see, again, why they would want to go for that kind of aggressive play. It's a pretty big advantage, but I mean,
the downside is they've spent a lot of time on the top side of the map, and look at bot lane. Ice is just pushing. He is just pushing into that tower.
It's fine. Labrov is farming, bro. It's exactly what you want. Anyway, Bukata got out a bit here. Caps on the way in. Still has the bear beside him, and will just fall down. But Rooster going to look for the cleanup kill onto Broken Blade. Not quite able to get the fruit in time.
That's the feat of warfare in favor of BDS, though. Caps able to provide much-needed assistance. Broken Blade ends up trading his life for Bukata. But I still think this is just a net positive. BDS, look, getting the push in the mid lane. On the bot side of the map, you can see what was about a 300 gold difference between the two AD carries has been able to close once again. A lot of that largely just being the CS advantage that Hansama is sitting on. But Nuke, Bukata, like they're sitting with decent leads. And again, what we heard from Kazi in the draft discussion was that G2 should be the ones in control of the early laning phase. They should be using their prio to set up for invades, making it difficult for really BDS to net any advantages in the early game. But it is BDS with advantages in the early game.
And look, Rooster playing well, something we've seen consistently across both their series. Nuke finding the solo kills maybe a little bit less expected as Paris is now in trouble. Going to ult immediately, pillar behind him so he can't get the easy hook out. Well placed by Skewmon. Quick kill pickup on the bottom side.
That is a clutch punish from G2. They got Paris' flash on the top side of the map, and they layered their CC effectively to mean that Paris had very few options to get out of that situation. This is going to open up more plates for Hansama. And unfortunately for Ice, he's going to be denied another wave, so that AD carry gap is really starting
Ice has to be careful. Okay, Valk's out. That Yunara slow could be so nasty, especially with the Braum there, but did still have access to the Valk. And this is the awkward thing about the Corki, right, is it takes so long to get that Triforce completed. Such an expensive item, you stop for the tier on the way.
Yeah, I mean, that W is a 99% slow that decays over 1.5 seconds. If it catches you,
you're stuck in it.
Yeah,
That ability
right there.
is very nasty. Luckily, he's not an immobile AD carry. But Hansama only continuing to scale up. Nuke again, the scaling threat on the opposite side. The difference in gold, or the advantage in gold that they both have, is similar, but you can see Nuke very focused on keeping pressure in this lane. On the last play on the top side river, it was Caps moving up, Caps making sure they could get play 1-for-1. Nuke, meanwhile, auto-attacking that tower. This man knows what he's about. He's getting plates, although unfortunately for him, they will fade away. So see,
Caps got to back away soon, surely.
Or not. Under the tower, Labrov chasing, lock into the Iron Solari.
My goodness, Caps really does love playing at the very limit, doesn't he?
The bear.
I mean, he was fully trusting LeBron there, right?
The servers, what are you doing? You guys, you're funny.
He's just chilling out. Yeah. Back to base he goes with Caps.
Okay, actually, wait, never mind. I'm going to save this for no, it's not a real question. It's actually the least real question I will have ever asked you. Okay. You will be wishing for a cast with
You've asked me many real questions before, so it's got to be high up on the list. I still remember the horse centaur discussion.
Yeah, that was rough, dude. That was, where is the heart? Doesn't make any sense. Here's the question.
Yeah.
Wait, double check before. Are there any objectives? Now gold's pretty close.
Yeah, Dragon in
30 seconds. All right, I'll wait then. We'll wait.
Okay,
the Drake setup does matter. G2 are first on the objective, but they don't really have great vision.
Oh, look at Skewmon. He's also on the top side of the map right now. Of course, BDS don't have full information as to where he is, but quite far away from the objective.
Yeah, the thing about this timing is that it's pretty easy to just grab the Herald in exchange. I don't know if G2 want to give up double Drakes, but it's...
Look, they're actually pinging, suggesting that he might be on the Herald, but of course they do have that small ward still on the objective. Skewmon has now made his way down. Paris hooks in.
Starts things off with Labrov. Ulti on the Skewmon, but there's not really any immediate follow-up. It seems like they're hoping for a pick, but that was a lot of cooldowns used for very little impact. Just ultis traded. Now Caps on the side. Poking on Nuke. Nuke wants to go in, knows that he's stronger. Caps now completely isolated. Wanted to get away with a little bit of poke, but it seems like it's going to cost him his life. Meanwhile, the rest of the team setting their sights on the Drake, but down goes Caps.
And Caps is just getting outperformed by Nuke here in game one. He found, that's his second solo kill of the game. He did get an assisted one during the laning phase, but 2-0-1 on the Azir. I say solo kill, Bukata actually end up cleaning that one up. But it's going to secure them the Drake, which is the part that matters. And again, we come back to this conversation earlier. Of course, we love holding people accountable.
That we do.
And Kazi himself said that BDS draft unplayable.
Okay. Yeah.
Unplayable. Right now, there are 2 dragons to 0. Nuke.
That's true.
The superstar right now of BDS.
To be fair, Kazi is a part of the Vitality lineup that gave KC their game 1 composition. So perhaps...
That is true.
Mayhaps he does not have all the info.
Of course, this is all in jest, and of course he's speaking from a perspective of where everything is equal, which makes sense.
Well, I mean, you can't really anticipate Caps dying 3 times at the start of the game.
Of course,
right?
Of course he can't.
But I will say
we
the
can
thing
still poke fun at him for it, though.
No, absolutely. I will say the thing I like about this is Nuke, I was a little bit skeptical after the initial kills if he was going to be able to push this lead, right? Goes for the Merc Treads, as we highlighted, defensive option. But that last little play on a Caps is a good indicator that he has the level of bloodthirst you want to see when someone on your team has a 1,000 gold lead.
Oh, yeah.
Not afraid to use those Mercs to just dive in face first.
I just love seeing Nuke have these pop-off performances, because we think back to even last year. Oh, the butt's wiggling. Ice is taunting Hans Sama. But when we think back to last year, Nuke was constantly contesting those top 3 mid spots, right, alongside BDS. And this year, I think we haven't seen that same level of impact. And so when he has moments like this, it's a nice reminder to show you that Nuke is still a top-tier mid in the league, as he's now the target for G2.
Stun goes down. Big damage. Nuke now trying to retreat as Bukata gets a little bit more space, but it's once again going to be Caps in trouble. They really don't have a good way to peel for the sanity. The exhaust is there, but it does not matter. Naka finally coming through. Bukata healing up a little bit, but he has the Triforce. Not this under Sky. Dash back to the minion just in time. Nuke continuing auto. Ice has finally arrived. There's a TP on the way. Broken Blade coming. Hans Sama ready to go over the wall. Ready to transcend. This could be the angle. This man is going to start taking lives in a moment. Broken Blade trying to follow. Rooster on the backside demands Hans' attention, but it's Broken Blade going all out. The Cassante trying to make a difference. Hans Sama caught. The Rift Herald might have to just be the escape path. It's a bit of an awkward placement. Skewmon in trouble now too. He's going to try to drive to safety. He needs to get out of this one. The Herald, the perfect getaway vehicle, but it's a hot mess.
Chaos ensues in the bottom lane as BDS find themselves, I think it was 3 kills off the back of that. G2 are able to respond in kind as Broken Blade was able to get a little bit on the back. But what a crazy turn of events. G2 start off the play by setting up a trap onto Nuke, but Bukata is there in the river, ready to support him. Now, in the background, while Bukata is making this play happen alongside Paris, look at Nuke on the back, fighting for his life against Tibbers. He's desperately trying to survive, almost ends up losing his life to the Tibbers, but then Ice arrives, doing a ton of damage, getting the pick onto LeBron, then the ensuing TPs, and chaos ensues.
Yeah, again, looking at the backside of the fight, Rooster does miss the ult initially. You can see with so many blinking health bars, the angle for Hans Sama, he ults, he's got access to the dash, maybe he can get in and clean house, but he just can't afford to ignore Rooster, and fortunately neither can Caps, as the Herald will return. Oh, Rooster getting away from the Bear! Once again, the Bear on the chase. Bear versus members of BDS, the battle we've been waiting for, but once again, the Bear is not enough.
My goodness.
1-5!
What is going on? Caps is getting caught left, right, and center. The craziest thing about all of that, the Herald got value. It hit the bottom tower.
That is insane. The thing is, this is a pretty disastrous performance, right? It is hard, though, in his defense to play in a mobile champion on a side lane, and he is very close to killing people. If he had another 600 gold, maybe it'd be different. But he doesn't, and the man has to chill. There's just the gold lead in mid lane especially just continues to grow. But again, the fight's not free, and Hans Sama is just continuing to free farm, stacking up gold, getting closer to a second item. Maybe that can be the difference.
I mean, Nuke, he's picked up the Rylai's, he's bringing the chill to the Rift now. That constant slow that he's going to have.
That he is.
Going to make it that much harder to get away from him.
Okay, here's my question.
I love questions.
We have a minute till Drake, so maybe we have time.
Yeah.
So, when a person dresses up as an animal, we just call him like a furry or whatever, right?
Sure.
But that bear's wearing a little girl costume. So what do we call it when a bear dresses up as a little girl? Is that, what is that?
Isn't there, what did we call the wolf in Red Riding Hood? Because that's what the wolf did, dress up as the grandmother.
Yeah, I don't know. I think we called it a, I think we just said it what it was.
A wolf and sheep's
We need
clothing.
a term. That's all I'm asking. I think we need a term.
I think Paris might be dead.
Yep. Paris now running. Hook back to the wall with the smite and the jump. Gonna get the job done. See, whenever you need action, if you just start yapping about something obscure enough, they will fight.
They're like, none of that. Back into the fight. Skewmon's ulti doing a huge amount of work against Paris's resistances to help them find that pick. What's crazy is the gold difference is still only 500 gold. The fact that G2 is still keeping the gold relatively even when their mid laner is 1 and 5 right now. And it's because you can see Broken Blade, Hans Sama, and Skewmon still with those small gold advantages.
Caps, solo taking the tower there. Broken Blade doing his best to solo hold. Skewmon's just going to grab this Drake. BDS have come out on top in a lot of these skirmishes, no doubt. But when it comes to map play, G2 are still maneuvering damn well. You highlighted, right? The gold essentially even. Nuke's going to get a bit more money in his back pocket, but I do get nervous against the Annie team when you've got so much gold on a single player, right? Because that's what the Annie team wants, to delete one person, and right now that person's name is Nuke.
Yeah, because if you take him out, that's a lot of the gold gone. Now, admittedly, Ice, 2 items completed. There's Corki, definitely not a slouch. And Rooster, we've already seen what he's capable of in the team fights. We know in the 1v1, he can take out Caps. The Annie, not a problem for him. How will he be able to navigate the 5v5s as we get closer and closer to that point? Of course, no neutrals on the map right now outside of the Artican. I don't expect that to be rushed. But to EU's credit, we have gotten better at using that as an objective to force fights and kind of progress the game even further.
I mean, it's not just for throwing games.
Because last split, it definitely was.
Yeah. I mean, credit. I think that we've gotten the fundamentals. It took 6 months, but we've learned.
It just felt that teams didn't really respect how much damage Artican does. So
it's the resistance shred. It's so invisible how you don't think about it, and then the Corki Q suddenly does triple damage.
That's the thing. You don't think the Artican's doing that much damage, but then a bit of poke comes through, and that's the damage that sticks, right?
Tom, a good sidestep on that rocket. Broken Blade body blocks the next. BDS trying to take control of mid lane. And again, this is kind of where we have our eyes on BDS when it comes to thinking about potential cross-group decider. Their early games, Rooster's been able to get leads. It's something that we've seen before, but the mid to late games have been messy, have looked a little bit uncoordinated, which again, they made roster changes. It makes sense why that would happen, but G2, a team with very strong fundamentals to fall back on, something that BDS are going to have to respect and probably outperform if they want to take this one, even with a big Azir gold lead.
It's a little awkward for BDS right now because there's not an easy objective for them to play for. Meanwhile, G2 have a very clear top tower that should be an easy objective for them to secure. They continue to hold Prio in the mid lane while controlling the top side river. They'll send Broken Blade to go and catch that bot side, but they also have time to allow Broken Blade to hover around mid because that bot wave has no tower. So look at where the wave is right now. He could just choose to freeze here if you want. He's not going to, but he had that option if he wanted to because there's not really much on the map that he needs to be worried about.
I thought you were going for an Iceborne Gauntlet pun. Even pushing is freezing.
No, that was definitely my intent.
Oh, okay,
really trying to stack up the puns in this game. I decided for some reason that I wanted to make Freak proud, and I don't know why.
I get it. He's got some of that father figure energy. I understand.
It also could be that Medic's not here, so someone's got to pick up the slack.
We gotta compensate. It's true.
Just really terrible jokes.
I was really excited because I looked down the items and I was like, you know, Caps has been close to one-shotting people. And now maybe he can do it with the Shadow Flame.
He can do it.
And then I saw the enhanced Merc Treads for Nuke and went right back to, okay, probably not enough damage.
Well, he just needs a bit of assistance. It is a team game after all.
Annie is a math problem. You can't add any, additional variables in. She either one-shots you or she doesn't. No one else is allowed to help, bro. Those are the rules.
I've been watching the Race to World First that's been going on right now.
Yeah.
Absolute min-maxing required in order to take out some of those 100%. Bosses. Perhaps Caps has done the math. That's what I was going to say.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We'll find out. He has both the Dark Seal and the Doran's Ring. Perhaps that is enough AP to one-shot. I will say, that Corki, the Corgi, looking like prime real estate.
For a one-shot?
Burning, you know what I mean?
He does have cleanse, but the cleanse don't stop the damage.
And he does love to burn stuff.
That is true. I like how they, retconned her story so it was tragic and she wasn't just a psychopath.
It was quite tragic, yeah.
Yeah. That's nice.
Yeah. I mean, it's not. It's tragic.
Yeah, it's nice that they let her be a tragic character instead of just, a sociopath.
As opposed to Shaco, who still is very ambiguous.
Well, what does he want? Who knows?
Well, I know what I want.
For him to be deleted?
Permaban. Yeah. I do that every game. He will not be in any of my games ever.
Yeah.
I hate that champ.
I mean, the boxes, I will never not be upset. I've been hit by them for 12 years of my life.
Stabs you in the back. He goes invisible. He makes you scared unnecessarily with his stupid surprise boxes.
Yeah, that's fair.
Stupid. Anyway.
All right, speaking of making me scared, potentially unnecessary, Hansama very far up on that mid wave, but luckily Lebrov is there to support him. BDS finally back on the map. So much topside vision control for G2. BDS will see how they fight for this. The answer is they'll just fight. They're going to fist fight for it. Normally it's you push the wave and wait your turn, but they're keen to force a bit more control.
That tower is sure to fall. Ice. A single auto attack should do the trick. He might not even need it, but he's going to get it. Opening up the map a little bit more. They move into the top side river to clear out this vision that G2 has spent so much time investing, but the Dragon. The Dragon, I feel, should be the priority soon. I guess BDS is concerned about the potential bounce start.
Knock one from Bukata. G2 again taking their time.
Broken Blade already making his way up through the river, gets the push in the bot lane.
BDS need to respect this. Ice needs to be careful. He is in no man's land, completely caught out flashes, and just gets taken out! Absolute fumble! Wasn't ready for Broken Blade to be there!
BDS was getting pushed into the top side of their jungle. Ice did not realize that he was completely isolated, and now G2 have a Baron ready to secure.
Isolated indeed, Mr. Day. Well punned, well punned.
Thank
G2.
you, thank you.
Again, the goal difference essentially evened up. Now they have priority on the Atacon. This is going to be a massive swing, and this is the fear. When we see BDS play the early game, the lane, some of these picks, they can be good. But you have to be clutch across the entire game. Ice, a false sense of security.
I mean, just, yeah, look at the minimap right now. They're all on the top side. Broken Blade had already come up through the river, and a very quick collapse. Everyone in the perfect position from the side of G2 to secure that kill.
And it's doubly brutal because G2's composition doesn't really have those angles. It is really the random Trundle Pillar shouldn't be enough to beat the Corki Valve. The Cassante shouldn't be able to just walk into melee range, but it's a good angle, it's a good timing, and that's G2 a massive advantage. The good news for BDS though, third Drake, Soul Point, something to play for.
And here's the good news for BDS. They put themselves on Soul Point.
What?
Okay?
Just, you did the thing.
No, I know, but I'm saying it's great news. I'm reinforcing your point.
I thought you said
reinforcing. You think I would say the exact same thing, that I don't listen to you? That would never happen. I can't believe you would think that. No, I'm reinforcing this,
You're
Dragos.
very lucky Medic's not here. He would storm onto this desk and say this happens all the time.
No, that's false.
Okay.
Medic makes stuff up. He's not actually a doctor. That's
true. Not anymore, not legally. That's an important distinction. But you know what the good news for BDS is, Vidius?
Tell me.
They are on Soul.
They are on Soul Point. And that is great for them.
And Nuke still has a gold lead. It doesn't feel like it's mattered too much.
Ascended. Rabadon's death cap
He's
completed.
officially a wizard,
and
bro.
He is. Like, this Azir is the win condition for BDS. They need a good front-to-back team fight, and Paris might be looking for that fight right now.
Paris, initial hook going in. Rooster ready to get things kicked off. Backstep there. They need to keep their eye on Hansama. Be careful. Broken Blade has isolated Paris. Ice still continuing to poke over the wall, and G2 hesitating for a moment. Cap's still on the bottom side of the map. Again, they have to be careful about what kind of fight they take. They get the heal out of Paris. They get the ulti. Didn't see if it was the Hex Flash or the real Flash, but BDS sinking a lot of cooldowns into that one. G2 didn't give up a single summoner spell.
Yeah, I mean, G2's comp is very good at reacting defensively. When you have the Cassante, the Braum, but BDS is going to force the issue. They know how strong Nuke is.
This is one of the power of the Azir, right? 3 items, you absolutely shred this objective. Skewmon does have Flash, can't get into the pit. Are they willing to risk the 50-50? What's the call? For now, continuing to DPS, it's a bit split. Broken Blade in the midst, did use his ulti in the previous fight. Bukata starting to reach it, and it goes Caps! It doesn't matter! Kill him 5 times! Kill him 6 times! He's there right when you need him. BDS cut out of the pit, my God.
He just finds the angles. And that's why he's the GOAT. Put it in caps lock. Give us the slow-mo. They're clumped up on the left. The engage comes through. Just look at Cap zooming through. He sees it. He sees it. Flashes in. 3-man Tibbers. The combo comes down. Beautifully done, and Nuke just doesn't get to play the game. G2, with a one-sided team fight, secures the Baron, and just like that, takes full control over the game.
And again, that is the kind of pressure that a champion like Annie brings in the game. You have to respect the Flash ulti, the fact that it is Caps as well, and a Caps who essentially spent this entire early game feeding is just insult to injury for BDS. I don't really know what you can do to come back in this one because it's just getting harder and harder to find a fight where now can do anything.
He's now higher in level. He's got all of the gold back. He was 1.5k gold down. He's now ahead with a death cap of his own. Working towards the Void Staff.
There's Caps. Doesn't have Flash this time though. They've opted to leave Lebrov, or have they? Caps looking for the setup. It's another bear. Dropped in face first. Broken Blade there with the footwork to keep him standing.
Lebrov is just too tanky. G2 with the Baron, looking to continue their siege. I respect that BDS is willing to force things, that they are bringing the fight to G2, but when it comes down to the execution, they are just falling short.
TP coming in the bot side. Pressure up from G2, 5k lead. BDS had the advantage, right? They still have Soul Point, but Baron's another minute 30 that Drake's going to be up. I don't think they're going to be able to get it on this one, and it seems like G2 are in an excellent position to break the base. 2 lanes of pressure. Caps. Can't tell if oh no, the Bear's still alive. Hard to tell for me sometimes if that's ulti available with the Bear's still up. But the Bear's still up. Still annoying. And Rooster, I mean, all in on Broken Blade. Broken Blade, a bit of an overstep here, but Hansama waiting over the wall. Unstoppable, LeBron there as well. Uh-oh, Rooster realizing everyone's here now. Suddenly they're going all out. He's going to try to go back in, but it's just all of G2 waiting. A pillar to deny a potential kill.
It's just going to be a pick. G2 feel that they cannot stay any longer. But Broken Blade with the bait and switch brings Rooster in. He does not respect the possibility of the rest of G2 lying in wait. And they turn it around. Look at how the gold has ballooned. BDS were able to accrue, what, like a 1K gold lead? But the moment that G2 gets that Baron, they balloon it to 7K in their favor.
And a lot of times when we see a team at the top of the standings, or expected to be at the top of the standings, as G2 do still have to win these games, you expect it to be kind of a stomp, right? It wasn't necessarily a stomp early game, but G2 have outplayed on the map, have moved consistently better, and now we have the stare down.
I mean,
an emperor of an entire empire versus little girl who killed her parents. Let's go. And it looks like Emperor is going to win. No, there's a man there to protect him. Good job. Nuke trying to finish the kill. He gets it, but the bear will have its vengeance. Paris running. Wants to hook the wall. Oh, there's no way. There's no way out. Oh, it's a catastrophe.
They take out Caps, but the cost was their carry. Nuke falls. He's going to be down for 40 seconds. And G2, while the Baron may have worn off, they have a wave on the bot side. They're looking to secure an inhibitor. They're looking to maybe even end the game. They have the numbers advantage. They have Hansama full health.
4 items. Yep, we just kind of looked away and he suddenly had 4 items. That is the power of farming up on the side lane, scaling up to these late game situations. BDS still fighting, but they don't really have great wave clear without Nuke alive. Going from Bukata, access into the back line, but Hansama immediately backs up. The Rob there to cover him as well. Good damage onto Rooster, he just gets deleted. Parrots finally back up, but might not matter. Hit him with the thumbs up, Alpaca. G2. This is the reason why when a team at the top of the standings plays a team, you know, with mixed expectations, it can be so hard to set good expectations, right? Carsey said it, compositionally, BDS seemed out of luck. Then they found all those kills. Now G2 are about to find a lot of bodies, I imagine, as they full commit here. LeBron looking for the knockup. Double flashes, though. See if BDS are safe. It'll be one body. It's Paris's. G2 keep the pressure up. But yeah, again, you get that lead. You still have to play clean. You have to take every advantage you can. But G2 just more decisive around that Baron, and that's where it all broke down.
I mean, I love the idea behind the Baron. You know that you've just hit a massive power spike with your Azir.
You're like,
use
please
the Baron,
come fight us.
And fight. Exactly.
He has so much money, we would like to use it.
Exactly, and then it's just that angle. You clump up a little too much. And this is the thing about Annie. Old school champion, works in a very linear way. As long as you drop your combo, your job's done. Anything after that is a bonus. Yeah. But your main responsibility, set up for your AD carry. And Caps did exactly that. Landed the Tibbers, set up for Hansama, who, you know, has kind of gone under the radar this game. 4-0-5 scoreline, is yet to die. I think he was deathless yesterday as well in the Fnatic series.
Shout out to production who have conveniently put us there. He has a 58 KDA.
58 KDA so far.
Because if he was deathless in the series yesterday.
No, he was.
Each member of G2 only had 1 death in the first series versus Team Heretics they played. So he's died once. He's died once.
All of summer split.
All of summer. Now, to be fair, it's a pretty short split.
Admittedly, yes, it is.
And again, this is only the 3rd series, but that's...
But now we have a fun thing to track.
That we do.
Remember that G2 is looking to secure their 1st place spot. Win here will secure that.
That will. Again, owning that head-to-head against Fnatic, big to have. Skewmon continuing to chase down Bukata. Exhausted, 1 stack of the ult. Already used the clone. Does just get killed. BDS getting run down. Rooster's TPing in. I think it might be a little bit too late. Now dashing backwards. Caps is coming in up behind them. A messy exchange as Rooster just going to continue to run, but Hansama's going to kill him. There's nowhere for him to go. Hansama unstoppable. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, the Annie has arrived. The Nautilus has been sent packing.
Been sent to the depths, one could say.
Yeah, man, you're just on it today. I respect that.
Let's see if Ice will melt under the heat. Caps is fishing.
All right, calm down, man. It's not, come on. All right, Cap pushed back. That's a nice start, but he just paid with his life. All right, the bear going in. Ice holding on. Refuses to melt. Oh, I'm lying. Kantam is going to kill this guy for sure. They're going to full commit. Pillar? No. G2! It was a shaky start. It was a damn clean finish. Kantam holding on to that big KDA.
Okay, can we just go through some of the scores? Broken Blade 1 death. Skewmon 0 deaths. Hansama 0 deaths. Labrov 1 death. 7 deaths on Cap. He was 7 out of the 9, yet his play was the game-winning play.
What more? I don't have anything to add to that. I think you summarized it beautifully. Let's head to a quick break. When we return, game 2. I'm gonna see if they can bounce back.
Don't go anywhere.
Don't do it.
We need a map.
Wait, I'll take care of this.
Lord, be careful. That thing belongs in a museum.
What is this?
Wow, that escalated quickly.
What do we do now? Let's have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
How do we get out?
Like this.
Say it! What about me?
Join the WhatsApp.
Join the WhatsApp?
Red Bull gives you wings.
We're now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect fit.
Oh, they're about to lock in.
Oh, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Book your next hotel stay in Madrid with Marriott Bonvoy. A check-in at every checkpoint.
Caps.
Looking for the solo kill. Caps still has flash.
It's a shield.
Extra movement speed. Skew on to the way down. Flash down. Auto. Nuke.
Am I faker or what? What is this?
He's got access to the dash. Maybe he can get in and clean house, but he just can't afford to ignore Rooster. And fortunately, neither can Caps, as the Herald will return. Oh, Rooster getting away from the bear!
Insane, guys. Caps is our today.
Turning. I'm fine, by the way. Looks good. Walk on. No flash. Front line, guys. Front line. Really good. Very good, guys. Very good. Nice.
I'm speechless. Nuke, what is this? But I mean, it made sense. They were doing so good, but sadly, G2 leads here against BDS 1-0. That was a rocky start of the series.
Yeah, you don't trash talk Caps like that, because I feel like when it came to the clutch moment of the series, Caps showed, you know, who is who today.
The only player that can go like 1-5 or just completely run the game down. Actually, him and the Boss, to be honest. They can run the game down, and then suddenly a miracle happens. They just find the magic.
Dr.
Magical
Jekyll
players.
and Mr. Hyde, magical player, and the magical engage. So let's look at what actually worked well for G2 and when it happened, because it took one fight, one engage for them to come back.
That's all they needed. Caps was just at the right place at the right time, flashing in, gets the 3-man, nearly the 4-man, and it just pretty much won the game for them. They get the Nash off of this, they get a huge gold swing, and after this, it pretty much just looked easy.
Yeah, but guys, it didn't start off like this.
But that's really unfair. Like, come on, that Annie was around 2K gold down at that time. That happened, and then just that is just crazy. But yeah, as you said, it didn't happen. It's like, I think it's one of the first times where I see, well, Caps sometimes he's getting solo kill, but an Azir solo killing an Annie at level 4, that's a little bit unheard of in my book.
Yeah. And
it was on fire today.
He really was. He really was. I mean, Karzi said it. If one player can save everything, I think he said it was Nuke and it was Azir, and he knew what he was doing in the early game.
Am I faker or what? What is this?
Well, buddy, no, you're not faker, sadly, because...
And your team is not T1, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it wasn't enough to bring it to the end and to the Nexus. But guys, on pre-show today, we've been giving Ls and Ws for stuff that happens in the game, so I actually want to do the same thing. Let's talk about Caps.
Yeah.
L or W this game?
For me, he's my MVP of this game, to be honest. He just died 7 times, but he just showed that KDA is a myth, especially when you're playing Ani. For me, it's a huge standout in both ways.
I
You
think
see this man, what do you do?
I think W being able to just int it and then carry, it's why everybody loves the Boss. This is a W for me.
I mean, that edit behind us is just an absolute...
It's diabolical.
Yeah, that's a fat L for me because it's just so good.
1,500 death for Caps after this game.
How many games did you play?
Yeah, ever.
Because when you think of Caps, it's one of those things where you're like,
More
either...
than 600, so yeah.
I'm like, I can see it both ways. It's either a really good stat or a really bad stat.
But look, if in this game he turned the L into a W, is what I hear.
Yeah.
Yeah?
The
All
craps turned into claps. It
Then-
was really it was the synthesis of what we always talk about when Caps is at its peak. You know,
Yeah.
craps and claps.
Dr.
All in
Jekyll
one.
and Mr. Hyde, all in one, in the same body. What do you think about Nuke, though? Started so good,
I mean,
but the build?
I think for sure Odo had a lot of criticism towards the Rylai's.
So what happened was that he got accelerated, so the Annie was feeding someone, right? So when you're looking at the Annie, you're looking at, oh, Annie's just inting, that's fine. But at the same time, someone on the enemy team is getting extremely fed. So the problem I had is that he went Rylai second when I felt like he's playing against triple front line. His job is to shred through those guys extremely hard, you know, keep catapulting BDS's lead over and over, and, you know, just maybe 2-lane a little bit, keep funneling gold. But I feel like the snowball stopped partly because of the build. Sure, he got to Rylai and he got to Void Staff later, but for me, that build was just was a big L.
I mean, I agree. I didn't love the build. At the same time, though, I've seen a lot of vegan mage builds, and he did go Rabadon and Void Staff. And for me, there's like 2 rules. With mages, your build is okay if it has Rabadon and Void Staff, and your ADC build is okay if it has Infinity Edge and LDR. And he had that, so for me, it's still a W.
No. You cannot say that. So the moment he finished those 2 items, the game was lost.
Well, that wasn't his fault. That was his team's fault.
All right, last one I have.
Okay, buddy, okay.
Last one I have. Hansama's KDA this summer is 62. 28, 1, and 34. That's a massive dub.
That's an L for me.
What?
As a great man once said, KDA is like having a nice ass. It's nice to look at, but truly, is it actually useful?
W analogy, Jack. Well done. That was great. Good job, Jack.
How do I recover from that? It was so perfect. It makes sense. But he's been playing really well this summer, hasn't he?
He has been playing very well. But the KDA is not the only thing that represents that. But I think this game, he showed that even when Caps is struggling, that him and BB can actually be cores and pillars of this team that bring that stability that I think is great for Caps.
Because that was one of the issues that we had for Hans, is that when it came to these moments when he needs to be clutch, he used to falter. Sometimes he would lose to the shopkeeper and stuff, and he, you know, cursed our dreams for many years.
I feel like it was a one game.
It was a one-time thing, man.
See, the thing is, it hurts so much that people remember that it was for like years, you know? That's just how...
But see, because that's a bad build, because then he didn't have LDR.
Okay,
he missed
let's not
the
talk about builds, Jack.
All right, not pro players, analysts actually. Chill. Let's focus on the next game.
Good jab.
W jab. What do we want to see next game?
For BDS?
I did not expect the game to be so close. I mean, it was close up until it wasn't, right? But like anything we want to see on the side of BDS, maybe?
I mean, I think I kind of agreed with Carsey that they had a pretty hard draft to execute. They didn't really have, like they had a full all-in comp into a team that was really good at receiving engage. So I think just a draft that isn't so hard thematically countered would lend them so much benefits towards the mid-game. Because G2 is going to be the better team in mid-game. So if you get this early game and you can stumble off it, you can win.
I feel like it's just, sure, the draft adaptations, but as Zero got fed, I feel like they really need a little bit more proactivity mid-game. I feel like they need to keep the map a little bit more condensed, you know, open up 2 lanes a little bit more and just accelerate each other ahead.
All right, make it easier for yourselves, BDS. You had this. Maybe you can do it again. Let's see, Casters, what do you think?
What do we think?
Why are you putting that on us? What do you think?
Yeah,
Come on, don't make me the copium salesman.
Yeah,
let's find out. Look, the honest truth is, like, Roosters had good laning phases. Ice and Nuke, I believe, are stable carries. But BDS as a team seem uncoordinated in the mid to late game, and that's the part of the game that you need to win to win the game. So we'll see if they can find something simpler. I think easier to execute, a little bit more linear would be nice, but it's a difficult thing drafting against G2. They have, of course, they're on the blue side. BDS opted for red. We'll see if they get some cool, crazy counter
My real
picks.
question is, when are we going to see Singed? Because Broken Blade is the guy that plays new stuff.
True.
Yesterday he played Kled.
Yep.
He played the Rek'Sai.
Yep.
And then we saw Bwipo over in LTA playing the Singed top. So this is my request to both Broken Blade and Rooster. Are they really going to be outdone by Bwipo?
You're going to have to ask again in Korean if you want Rooster to understand that request. Sorry, brother.
Let's try. We'll Google that right now.
There you go. All right, do it.
No, I will offend a lot of people.
You're just trying to speak Korean, bro. There's no shame in that. Orianna immediately locked in. I know exactly what it is.
It's Nocturne, isn't it?
It is 100%. We all know what we're getting. It's time.
All right, let's find out. The experimental Hexplate buffs, they nerfed Nocturne preemptively, saying, we know this is going to be good on you.
Was not enough.
Wasn't enough.
Was
Nocturne
not enough.
Still.
There's so much movement speed.
He is
so much attack speed.
Let's see how BDS respond. Ooh, you talked about it. You were talking about it earlier.
I was. What did I say off broadcast? I said, EU junglers, I love you guys.
Back to Sejuani.
Back to Sejuani. Back to Maokai.
Well, the Sejuani has been locked in. Do you know what's really good pairing with these, though?
Melee champions.
Akali. Cool, fun stuff. Silas.
That would be cool. Also, immobile champion.
Oh, Victor.
Okay.
I mean, it's a super nuke champ. He does love his control mages.
It's solid. You know, it's not. It's classic. Classic control mage mirror mid. We don't get as many of them these days as we used to, but it'll be a lane. Now, last lane I didn't expect anyone to get solo killed, and someone did, so we'll just hold off on.
Well, Trundle Wukong gone, Pantheon banned. In terms of junglers, like, could go Xin.
AP junglers notoriously good into the Sejuani, but you've already locked in Orianna, which makes it a bit awkward. So instead, they're just going to go for an early bottom lane secure.
Okay, that's pretty interesting. I guess they know that BDS can't lock in both options, which means that G2 can likely guarantee themselves a strong bot side matchup.
I mean, Xayah pretty... Xayah's tricky. Jack brought this up, right? It's sometimes hard to find space in the itemization for an early LDR, which will make Sejuani stronger. But on the bright side, Sejuani's ult is not really going to be a concern when you have the Xayah ult at your disposal.
Ooh, the Aphelios full ice. One of his old school favorites.
Yep.
Back when he first joined the league.
And we did say, hey, simplify BDS, and they're really simplified.
Oh yeah, front to back composition really starting to be crafted. I think also G2 are confident with the jungle pool that they have left, because even if you ban away Nocturne and Jarvan, for example, which I think could both be great bans, there's still the Xin Zhao that's available, which still pairs nicely alongside the Orianna. You could even do something crazy like a Volibear if you wanted to.
Xin is also, I mean, depends on what the rest of the composition looks like, but Xin is so infuriating for an Aphelios and a Victor to kill, right? That all just gives you so much value. If you get the right guns, of course, with Aphelios, if you can get in close range, it can make the difference, but on average, Xin just so hard for these longer range champions to deal with. Jace has been banned away from Rooster. Again, makes a lot of sense. His lane phases have always been super dominant, even if they haven't resulted in those wins.
I'm expecting Nocturne or the Xin or the, there was another one that I had. Vi. Vi is the other one. You could also ban away. There's just a lot of, I don't know what that is. Did they miss a ban? According to, I'm in the game and they've missed a ban.
Well, controversial. Well, we'll check with production.
Yeah, we're checking. They're laughing. The BDS players are laughing.
Maybe not intentional.
I feel like something may have happened. Yeah, I mean, they're just giggling to themselves. That could mean that they have just missed a ban. There's the Gnar ban. There's, all right, we'll roll with it until we hear otherwise. That does mean that G2 have more jungle options at their disposal.
Okay, we have confirmed it was a misban, and the reason I have been given is human error. So that was an oopsie.
Okay. Well, pick of the litter for G2 in terms of the jungle. They're gonna, ooh, they're just gonna pick the Jax?
This is interesting.
But they know the support already.
But it's good into...
I guess they're worried about giving the Jax to Broken Blade. It is one of his go-tos. They know he has to blind pick something.
The first series versus Team Heretics, right? He played...
I would love a Malphite slam. Great into the Jax matchup. Really good into Aphelios.
Bro, you need to chill.
Bro,
you need to calm
Malphite
down.
Is so good here.
Oh my gosh, no,
I'm telling you, Malphite. Malphite is the pick.
Mundo.
It's fine.
Pretty good.
I mean, hopefully it's Mundo jungle, and we still have room for Malphite top.
Fun fact here, of course, G2, remember, there are some stakes for them. If they win here, they're locked #1. It's kind of expected at this point, but as they own the head-to-head against Fnatic, so even getting a tied record with them is sufficient. But a Poppy, okay. Poppy in the jungle, a little jangle Poppy. Or perhaps a top lane Poppy in a jungle Mundo.
There's no Singed and there's no Malphite. My disappointment is immeasurable.
Paris going for the Blitzcrank. I'm going to be honest, I kind of really want a Seraphine.
Fresh? What?
Yeah, I know it's weird. Paris played it once in the game and he looked pretty good. I kind of want a range support.
Sure.
Win bot lane.
Maybe even a Lulu could be good.
Because who are you hooking? You're going to hook the Mundo? You're going to hook the Poppy?
I mean,
this man better have had like the Pope come down and bless that hand.
The Jax. You were right. You called it.
I mean, the potential for flex is there. These are the two Mundo enthusiasts. They just happen to be on the same team.
Down. Great.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm still ranting about how
they've gone it.
They have till 20 seconds. Those little teases.
They've gone it.
Okay. All I'm gonna say is Paris better be hitting hooks like it's nobody's business.
Yeah, I am surprised by the Blitzcrank, I will admit.
BDS, the top 3 team. I've been there. I also predicted them to do that. It's not aging well, but for my sake and your sake, I hope your sign proves correct, friend.
What did the sign say? I was looking at the
BDS, the top 3 team.
Oh.
In this group.
They can do it.
In this group, it is very possible.
The matchup, even if they lose today, they still have the matchup against Heretics.
That's true.
So, which is pretty much the most important group left, the matchup left in the group.
Yep, 100%. Yep.
Because they will be fighting to determine their seeding.
Getting that Crops group decider.
I say seeding, like it's because Heretics hasn't won yet.
Hasn't won yet.
There's all these things.
Yeah, you go number 1 again. Tiebreakers.
So I'm not gonna go in there because I don't know all the details. All I know is if BDS can win, would be great for them. And they still have 2 games to do it.
All I'm saying, G2 fan, when you continue to hold up the sign that says, "Can we get a Yuumi?" it's implying that you want a game 3. So we'll see if BDS can give it to you. Here we are, onto the beautiful Rift. One man, boxing gloves in hand, and my eyes are on him and him alone. Because if these hooks aren't hitting, this Blitzcrank absolutely ain't it.
Yeah, I mean, so he can't hook Mundo when he's got his passive up, right?
Yep, nope. It'll just, I mean, you can pop the passive at range, which is a thing.
I am just surprised.
If he goes hard steal, the character model also gets bigger, which means it's easier to hit the hook, but also means it's harder to hit anyone else. Here we go. Khan is too tanky.
That is an old school reference that I do in fact
Look,
get.
I'm trying not to be a giant hater.
That's fair.
If he hits the hooks, it's good. If he doesn't, I'm not.
Ah, bro, it's fair to be confused. My favorite thing recently has been when we get pros on the caster desk and we sit there and go, talk us through the logic of this pick. And they go, I don't know.
There you go.
It's like, it's nice to have that relatability, you know? Sometimes it's fine to not know. We'll find out, is what I hope.
Yeah, I think we certainly will. Of course, game one, if you missed it, G2 won. And if you just looked at the end of the game, you'd be like, dang, that's a dominant performance. But it did start with Caps dying a bunch. This time around, I think that's much less likely, a much more even mid lane matchup. No reason for either side, really, to die, at least in the 1v1.
Both junglers starting on the top side of the map as well, but a vision will spot out Bukata starting on that top side. But both junglers, more of that tank-orientated, focus on clearing, priority on covering for laners rather than making a bunch of ganks happen. And both compositions function in very similar ways. A lot of scaling, very front-to-back type of gameplay. But in terms of the priority, Victor should be able to get the push in early laning phase against many mid-lane mages. And on the bot side of the map, Hook does connect, but in terms of the trading power, Zyrakan just has that slight advantage. So Hunt will be able to get the push there.
Yeah, Ice, of course, really excellent guns in the sense you have extra range, you have sustain, but you don't have an ability at level 1. So is not able to do too much. You mentioned, right, we could maybe expect a slower jungle clear, but with some bot lane prio, perhaps there is room for Skewmon to pay early attention.
No, I will highlight, look at the mid lane CS difference. 4 CS already within the first 2 waves. I mean, I know, but like for a mid lane matchup, someone who plays mid lane a lot, that's a pretty big deal. It can like balloon quite quickly if you can keep that aggression up. And I like seeing Victor players leverage how strong he is in the 1v1.
Yeah, but in the extended
because of his
trades. I mean, it's interesting because you're essentially looking at Clockwork Windup, right? Orianna passive versus Victor Q being just a completely bonkers trading
I mean,
tool.
I say that. You look at the HP difference. Caps does still have a pot left, but that's why Nuke has the health lead that he does have right now. The area is really helping him in the trade, and that's the biggest difference. Is all the phase rush for Caps gives him more survivability, does give you weaker trading in lane, and the laser's just super obnoxious to trade against in the 1v1.
It's really frustrating too because Caps essentially has to extend the trade to outvalue the Victor Q as we get a bit of an all-in here on the bottom side. Paris trying to sidestep. Nice jump back from LeBron to get away from the hook.
Now, while that was a nice trade from the G2 bot lane, it would be remiss of me to not highlight that Hans did in fact miss a cannon minion as a result of that exchange.
I don't know if it was an 80 gold level trade, you know? Skewmon. Knockback doesn't quite hit the wall.
Someone clearly hasn't been practicing their GB Sports Poppy Golf.
What? The Poppy Golf is the alt.
I mean, the E is crucial to finishing off those final putts.
Yeah, really gotta line it up. That's true, actually. Forgot about the putting. Is the lockdown from Ice is there. Bukata now following 3-4 stacks. Lebrov, CC, but Skewmon waiting in the darkness, ready to pounce.
Lebrov with some great mobility on the Rakan, getting out of what could have been a very scary situation. Bot lane seeing a lot of action as we often see in the current meta. Skewmon, though, testing the waters.
I don't know about this one, Chief. Stun. Doesn't hit. Bukata has to back out. It looks like... Ooh. BDS, I guess Bukata was CC'd and couldn't reactivate the permafrost. I thought for sure we were going to have a hook under tower sort of situation, but wasn't able to proc it.
What's happening in top lane? How are they doing?
Oh! W to eat the damage. Rooster doing good work, keeping the pressure up. Again, it's going to get harder once Mudo has access to that extra healing, but again, this is Broken Blade's counter pick.
I mean, Mundo's just going to focus on farming, right? His role is just to be a tank. Bukata's going to stray into the jungle with no support.
Aftershock procced. Frost Armor also gone. That's one squishy piggy. Caught on the way out. Very slowly waddling. One more auto. Skewmon going in, finishes it, hits him with the emote in between. Some roast pork, baby.
Skewmon serves it up on a silver platter as he works with Lebrov to find that first pick. They're going to steal away the Raptors. The respawn, a valuable camp to steal away. As Kadra would say, the jungle matchup now over after losing that first respawn of the Raptors.
It's a roughie, most certainly. Looks like Skewmon is going to be going for the Sundered Sky too, so the 1v1 is not going to get easier for Mr. Bukata.
In mid lane here, Cap's getting very low, but here comes the
ball. Away. Nuke likes his chances. Paris is here.
Level 6.
Paris the God Hand! Okay, not quite.
He gets the flash out of Caps though. Worthwhile trade, I would say.
On Sama.
No level 6.
Cleanse a little bit early.
Cleanse.
Rooster. Conqueror procced.
Okay, so a lot of summoner spells being exchanged across the rift. Paris staying around the mid lane to make sure that Nuke can get the wave pushed in underneath the tower. It's in a very awkward spot. Victor doesn't have the craziest wave clear in these early levels because you don't have the upgraded E just yet, so he needs that support from Paris. And the wave in bot lane is in a good spot for Rooster. It is pushing towards him. Hunsummer is hesitant to walk up, so he needs the support from Lebrov. Both supports doing what they can to try and fix these waves.
Cookie pop. Rooster sees the angle. Knock up there. Counter-Strike still has
his
flash.
wave right here. Can't do it for long, though.
And a lot of poke. Bukata finally here. G2 still feeling comfortable. Hansama has flash, so might just end up being a reaction battle, but Skewmond on the way. Now it's Bukata in trouble.
The waves are super interesting right now because it's awkward for the G2 bot lane, but it's also awkward for Nuke in mid. He's trying really hard to push that wave underneath the tower. Rooster, he's going in.
There, flash, exhaust, but the ulti's already there. Now he's running away. Rooster, he's not at the angle, but he's just slowly getting whittled down. Oh, one feather at a time. He will walk out.
The ultimate keeping him alive there. The extra resistances. He gets the flash out, he gets the exhaust and the flash from Lebrov. That's 3 summoner spells burn, of course. That was because of the summoning spellbook, so Lebrov will still have his heal available. But now it's Paris' turn.
Paris!
He threatens it. He's zoning caps away from farm, helping build that advantage. Oh, hook just goes wide.
Yes, Camille. It only takes one.
Look at that, 2-wave lead in the mid lane. It's resulted only in about a 70 gold advantage, so it's nothing too crazy.
Ooh, Catalyst for the Victor too. Makes sense again. There's a lot of tanky members on the enemy team. Not a lot of upfront, after the initial upfront damage of the Orion. I can see why you'd want to go Roa, but it is going to hurt your damage output.
I hate it.
You hate it?
I just hate it.
Yeah.
I think in a game like this, when your goal is to kill front lines, Leandry's Blackfire Torch, the burns, I think are more valuable.
Yeah, I think it's probably a Roa into Leandry's, but it's a lot of HP.
I mean, it probably is a Roa into Leandry's, yeah. I mean, I guess the argument is because you're expecting it to be a slower game, the scaling, once you get the 10 stacks, that added value from the Roa, I guess that's very much
It also
the
makes the
logic.
lane easier, right?
It certainly does.
There's a lot of health you can get back. It's a little thing it adds up. Is Ice Paris maybe ready to kick this fight off on the top side. Level 5, hook back, knock up, some good damage from Ice, but again, once Bukata throws the ulti out, they don't have a lot of kill
what's the
pressure.
old saying? Red, white, don't fight.
Don't fight, 100%.
I mean, of course, that's if you're the enemy team. If you're a Felios, it's definitely like all guns blazing.
Yeah.
Sun's out, guns out, as one could say.
Sun's out, guns out.
Sun is definitely
Ice
out.
Going, spinning, stacking chakrams. Which, as we know, are the circular ones.
That we do.
The big ones in Naruto.
Wait, what's the name of the
shurikens.
The gun that make white? What is the name? Do you know?
That's a great question. And
What are the affiliates
I
named?
really know. Severum is the one, and then it's Crescendum. Yeah, I knew that off the top of my head. You didn't just highlight it in the client. Someone else has shouted it. Yo, shout out you, bro. That's some good reading comprehension. Us Aphelios players got to stick together. Okay.
Right, well, the grubs are going to be secured by BDS uncontested.
Ice going to go for the green swap, potentially with the Q. It's a lot of, as well, it's not really a lot of burst damage because the red active doesn't do much, but it will look really sick if he goes for it. That's why he's holding on 1 ammo.
X-Flash. Here we go.
Where does he go? Oh, it's tricky. Wait. Okay. Double dashes from Lebrov.
Okay, Lebrov has just objectively... Oh, mid lane.
Skewmon. Knock up.
Shockwave.
Back. Ooh. The combo. It's clean. Nuke slowly getting walked down. Ease. They do get the flash.
Whoa.
Well played.
That combo was hella clean. Shockwave into the knockback?
Yeah.
Would have thought that it would give you enough distance to maybe get the kill, but they only get the flash. Nuke walks away
And
with
I
his
will
life.
say, we were like, Roa, hate it, but Catalyst does make the difference there. The last chapter, he dies.
Alive. You are I mean, he also could have just flashed earlier if he didn't.
You know,
But it's cool. Fair enough. It gives him extra survivability.
Let me confirmation bias my points,
That's
please.
fair enough. No, that's valid. That's valid. You're right. My bad.
All right, Mundo has 3
Both supports
giants.
level
Bo.
6.
Let's
Can
go.
Paris connect the hook? Can he get it?
Wait. He doesn't see caps. He hooks.
But then he's out. Like, I swear to God, man. Like, I need someone to explain to me the point of Blitzcrank into Rakan.
It's hard. But if you land the hook, again, if BDS can get lane
Just dashes
prio,
out.
If BDS get lane prio, and Paris can hide in a bush,
right,
like a little robotic menace.
My real question is, how is BDS getting this dragon completely uncontested? Well, they got the grubs completely uncontested.
I think Ice in isolation when he has his caliber now, it's hard for Hansama to just walk in the wave without eating damage.
Well, I mean, also, like, I guess Orianna did ult. Skumon also, I guess, wants to go back to base, pick up his item, but he also ulted, so I guess they're saying without our ults, we just don't feel strong enough. So they will just concede the objective, and BDS more than happy to play this slower game. They know this is about the scaling. They want to play the front to back. They might be 1,000 gold behind, but with these objectives...
all I'll say is, let's cast our mind back to that fan sign. Never mind, let's look at the mid lane shockwave. Skumon on the way in. This man has Sundered Sky. He is unkillable. Unless he dives the tower, which he won't. Hits him with the Alpaca. All I'll say is, when BDS were a top 3 team, what did they do, Vedius? They stacked dragons and the team fought.
They did.
And they're already on the way to stacking those dragons. They got 3 grubs as well.
Now, I have to acknowledge, Skumon's Poppy, really good at getting CS leads.
Yeah.
He did it against Heretics in their first week, and he's doing it again now. Like, the man is just a farming machine. He has an 800 gold lead over Bukada. And so while objectives may have been conceded, he has been stealing camps, farming away, running rapid in the jungle, and this Poppy, one scary individual.
Yeah, who needs objectives when you're broke, you know?
I mean,
money is the most important thing. Yes. Objectively. All right, Broken Blade continuing to push. Some would say push a few more times. But no Heartsteel as of yet. We are going to be in an interesting situation in the later stages of this game because there's not really any peel for Mr. Ice, as Blitzcrank's not super good at that. So if he's ahead of the curve in terms of damage output and has good guns, Broken Blade will get, like, popped. If he's behind the curve, Broken Blade's just going to walk at him and he's going to die.
That is Warmog's first.
Against the Jax, not bad in the sideline. You walk away in between waves, you get the healing back, makes sense, but less dopamine, most certainly, as Rooster is just free farming plates. Paris.
God, I don't... It's not like he's Paris. His hooks aren't even bad. It's just every time he's trying to use it on the Rob, unless he connects the E, that Q ain't connected.
I mean, it's just... He's got the Swifties.
I believe he's going to get a crazy hook. I have to.
I mean, what did we learn last game from the Annie? No matter how bad it looks in the early game,
you know what?
If you hit the one in the late game fight, that's what matters.
All you need is the one.
So we're again in a game situation where the game state is super close. It's G2 with the gold lead. It's the objective lead for BDS, so they're not, you know, in the best position. Single item completion for Nuke. 2 first items completed on the side of G2 for Skumon and Broken Blade, as we see. This is where Mundo is pretty favored. Rooster doesn't have a Triforce yet. So PB not afraid to take these aggressive trades. He backs off, he starts getting the Warmog's healing. It's gonna look good as Paris.
Oh, can he connect onto LeBron?
Skumon went back. He gets caps! Caps! Oh, they all got knocked back. Okay, never mind. Oh, it's turning against him. It's even worse than I thought. The knockup is there. Now Bukada might be in trouble. It's a good hook, but at what cost? Not a lot, actually.
The Poppy ultimate was clutch there from Skumon. As you rightly identified, Dracos, the hook connects on the Caps. You think Caps about to get one shot, but no. The Poppy ultimate comes in, provides the clutch save. And meanwhile, all of that was happening.
Push.
Broken Blades.
Okay, so...
Uses Suitcase to end that deal.
Oh,
Cash
the
money.
money sound. That's rude. Okay, so here's the thing. We love the hook. The hook, it gets Lebrov's ult.
Yeah, we loved the hook.
That hook, we love that hook. It got the thing, it got the Capsy thing, it got the Skumon ult. That one, observers, we're already, at a certain point, we're just bullying, you know, and I don't know what that point is, but you gotta, if it's either us or you, observers, you gotta pick.
Wait, go bot lane.
Broken Blade.
Push.
Uh-oh,
push,
Nuke.
Push.
He's immune to CC, keeps walking. Oh, he's holding onto his ult. He's, okay, the briefcase misses.
Oh, Nuke is going back in.
He wants more.
Here's an invitation, Broken Blade. Do you want to join the Glorious Evolution?
A lot of ages.
All right, this is a nothing burger. But as casters, it's our responsibility to try and make something out of nothing.
To make something out of the nothing burger. Think of what could be in that burger.
Think about it. It's a surprise. We won't tell you. We'll sell you on it, though.
Yeah, we're keen. All right, Ice doing what he can to hold down the lane. Okay, Things that we're looking for. Aphelios has opted for Collector. It's a burst damage build. He's going to be casting spells, likely IE second. When he gets there, he's going to do a lot of upfront damage, and if his skills connect on Hansama, or if Paris hits a hook, someone will likely die.
That's what you're looking for. I'm looking for bloodshed, violence, anger, aggression, emotions that evoke an extreme response.
Yeah. Oh! Found him! Knock up! JCC! Oh! It's good!
He shoots! He scores! Paris with the hook onto Lebrov.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Michael Scott, Michael Jordan, whoever, just running down the line. Wayne Gretzky, I forgot who actually said it. I just remember the Office one.
Fantastic. That's going to get them another objective, Dracos. That's going to be 3 for 3.
Who were we to doubt after game one that someone who...
Hex Slash, here we go.
Caps. Okay.
Ooh, he tries to read.
He hits him with a thumbs up just in case it does connect.
This game has now become all about Paris.
It was already all about Paris. You pick Blitzcrank, you are the main character.
Oh my goodness. The Dragon is going to be traded on the other side of the rift. Looks like BDS are going to be fine conceding that one. Skewmon going to slowly solo that one away. And Rooster going to get a tower back as well.
Yeah, Rooster and Broken Blade committed to the PvP gameplay as a Heartsteel's now come through for Broken Blade.
So now it's the race to 3 kills.
Okay.
Who will be the first to acquire the feat of strength?
That's a good question. I think there's multiple feats. But Paris is coming around the corner. Ice on the way in. Good guns for a fight. Silencing Hansama. Knock up there. Ice taking a bit more time. Root to fall through, but Paris might just be dead. Ice trying to keep the damage going. Knock up from Skewmon is good. Redemption now coming in the meantime. Rooster on the back line. Trying to get a bit of work done. Bukata stepping up. Caps currently untouched. Rooster just keeps going forward. He's managed to take one. Now pushing in on the Caps. He doesn't have any mana left, but it might not matter. Caps ready to go over the wall. Skewmon ready to cover if he needs to. That's a 3-man shockwave, but he can't finish the kills. Skewmon can, though. Here comes the Poppy. Dipping in, ducking out, BDS on the chase, knock back into the wall, nuke, Thunder Sky healing! You cannot kill this Yordle! The chase still coming through, and right in time, the Money Man himself with the Quadra!
A Quadra for Broken Blade! The man was pushing his way through the BDS backline. An ace comes through, and the game breaks wide open. Paris with the engage, setting up with Ice on the back line. Doesn't connect the hook onto Hansama, so he's able to connect the root. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lebrov is buying time, connecting the charm, but then Rooster arrives. You think at this point the fight is all over, but look at Broken Blade on the back line. He turns his attention onto Ice. He removes him from the fight as the top laners both take out their respective AD carries. But then G2, Caps connects the shockwave, flashes over the wall, and Skewmon then sees an opportunity to get the outplay onto Nuke and Skewmon.
Look at that Mundo. Colonel Mustang looking ass with the big old suspenders. Dude, like, oh my god.
Mundo from Mundo!
Oh, baby. No more corporate middle management for Broken Blade. This man's straight to CEO.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The board has decided. Promote that man.
It looks like G2 might be looking for more.
Skewmon keeping the chase going. Nuke, no room really to play. The exhaust already down. Broken Blade right on top of them. They just don't have the damage. Nuke running, but Broken Blade unstoppable. He's debating. I don't think he cares about the turn. He's literally dancing on them. My God.
He doesn't need another meeting for that one. He knows that can just be a quick email. Wrap that one up.
That one could have been an email, BDS. We didn't need that one. Rooster.
He's going to try and cross map, but Caps will get a tower of his own. The game is quickly snowballing out of control. BDS like the slow, controlled pace. But once Corporate Mundo had put his action plan into effect.
Yeah, there's no room.
Nothing is slowing this man down.
Sorry, BDS, the rift is being downsized. There's no room for another team.
Rooster, though, will at the very least get a bit of gold back. He's going to try and fight that inflation.
I mean, solo second tower gold is big. You're just throwing random terms.
Yes, I am. Lebrov with a nice 2-man knockup. And then Skewmon and Broken Blade. I mean, they needed to wrap this business meeting up. They really did. They had a lunch date that they had to get to.
BDS just wanted to refinance their mortgage. Broken Blade taking the house. What else we got?
Don't worry, they'll come. We gotta wait for a moment.
Okay.
Makes it appropriate.
3.5K.
Now, as a reminder, in terms of the stakes, G2 fighting for top of their group. With a win here, they've pretty much locked. I'm pretty sure they have locked it.
Yeah.
I'm quite confident.
The BDS will lock. They lock first here. Fnatic would then be second due to the way things boil out. So then G2 do have another game against SK next week. BDS will play against Team Heretics. As long as they win, it's okay to lose to G2 here. But
yeah, so that basically BDS still have good position to get 3/4 in their group.
Their fate is in their hands.
Yes, 100%. For Heretics, that matchup is going to be a lot scarier. Herald are going to be dropped in mid lane to get a bit of damage down.
Okay, so time for the silver linings on the Cloud. Oh, never mind. Oh no, the Cloud's out of linings. Ice locked up, he can't even push any buttons. Caps found the kill, Paris running. Bukata gonna leave him to die. Heal running forward. They're taking Paris for a walk. Paris continuing to run.
He's got the move speed, but he's gonna slow down again. That's the problem now, he's slow.
Skewmon on the way. Who are they gonna give the, oh, there's Captain America. Just comes in with the shield, bonks him in the head. Caps with another one. This went from playable to completely unplayable very, very quickly.
Yes, it certainly did. The gold gap is now 4.3k. Broken Blade is monstrous on a side lane.
Okay, so it's not a good sign when I'm about to give my silver lining speech for BDS that they immediately lose 2 members. But Ice, unfortunately, has to delay the IE. Will pick up early armor pen, again, because he needs to do more damage. Nuke close now to the Leandries, which will help.
I mean, yeah, in 7 to 10 business days, maybe.
Yeah, this is the problem, is
they need...
Mundo runs the world.
They need G2 to go on a 2016 vacation.
That is absolutely what they need to do.
Oh, hook connects.
No follow-up, though. And this is the problem when you fall behind and the enemy front line is really beefy, is now that you're running out of good hook angles.
Oh, yeah.
It was already tough in the context of the composition, but now it's not impossible, but it is more improbable than it was previously, as BDS just doing what they can to hold on to the tier 2s, holding the line. Again, G2 haven't stacked up too many Drakes, so at the very least, there's not an instantaneous soul. Mundo with Ocean. And this is the other problem, is you need your items that kill tanks and you need your items that reduce healing. And you can't afford either right now. Hook! Skewmon! Under the tower. He moves back into the wall. He's fine.
He used the walls to get out. That was crazy. The tower's going to drop. Labrov, are you looking for an engage?
Yes, you are. Second item, he is. They find it. Ice. Backing up. 2-man charm coming through. Bukata locked up. Hanzama doesn't even need to pull the fence back, but he does get pulled back into the team. And once again, it's an instantaneous hook. But now it's Rooster, determined to make the difference. Cock-a-doodle-do, or don't, as Labrov is not going to let that happen.
Caps looking to retreat. It ends up being a 1-for-1. The 80 carries are traded. Oh, but Broken Blade.
Oh, no. Here comes the boss.
It's a team-building exercise.
Oh, God, and it's mandatory. Push, yes, Berlin,
I mean, BDS, they're pushing him out right now.
I have respect. I mean, he's in theory killable. Push.
He's pushing him back. That is a man on a mission. And BDS will be thwarted away from the dragon.
It's a 7k goal.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
The awkward thing is with this comp is they really need to kill him. It's kind of hard to see.
I mean, it's just a nice hook. These are the type of hooks, the picks they need to find. But like, look, the wolf comes in.
Paid actor!
And then they just say, you know what, we can wombo combo. Labrov has the ball, connects the shockwave. It takes them a while though, they have to commit a lot. Hans goes pretty deep and another hook connects. Nice ulti, but then there it is again. Skewmon with the disengage. Rooster comes in to try and save the play, gets a single kill. But the rest of G2, they get out of dodge quick.
And I gotta say, 2 deaths for Hansama. KDA going down. Broken Blade's putting that on his performance review for sure, bro.
Oh, I mean, you can be very sure that after this meeting, Broken Blade will be having one-on-ones with everyone. The end of Q3 is
I don't know if anyone else finds this funny, but I think you're hilarious right now. LeBron stunned. No hook to come through. Come on. Where's the God hand at?
It's funny to me because I like to think that a bunch of like the 30-year-olds watching, they get the jokes.
Oh, they get the jokes. The laugh cry is coming in strong.
I think BDS want a meeting with Broken Blade, but do they?
Yes, they do. Bursting him down. Can they possibly kill him? He has so much healing. They just want to kill the Mundo. Oh my God, the pull! They can't do it. They're too broke. What are they doing? They don't have the money. booster goes down. It's a triple kill. It's oh god, it's over. It's a slaughter.
An ace is secured for G2. They hooked in the CEO of top lane, and he sent them packing. The Shockwave connects, a triple kill for Caps, and that's going to be the series locked and loaded for G2.
Well, think it's safe to say G2 have had a good quarter. Probably time to give that CEO a bonus, if you ask me. He's just taking a sweet time, though. Push, 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 push. G2 are first. By the way, again, they're only 3-0. They've got another game to play, but they own the head-to-head against Fnatic, which is their only other competition. And
as a reminder, BDS, they're not out of playoffs.
But the pressure is on.
The
matchup against Heretics.
That matchup against Heretics is going to be really important for them.
Commiserations. They had some clear ideas in that one.
Yeah, I mean, like, their early games in both games, I think, were solid. Like, their objective control in this game was really good. I think in game 1, we also saw them building up a nice lead, especially through Nuke. But it is that transition, those neutral, that mid-game is where things just blew open for G2 twice. You can blow, you can vote. If you're a key player of the series, you need to write in an email at LEC on X. Who you think, Broken Blade, Skumon, all Dobrov, all fantastic options. I do have to note, we were excited about the Hans Sama KDA. It has been obliterated. He died twice in this game, and you can be sure that Broken Blade will be having a one-on-one review with him as a result of that.
Okay, as a reminder, everyone, LEC will be on a slightly different schedule next week. So while you think deeply about everything we just saw from Dr. Mundo, we will be back for the final play days of Summer Regulars, but on Monday and Tuesday.
Monday and Tuesday
next week. That's the 25th and 26th of August. We're now getting ready on stage, I think. Unsurprisingly,
we're going to hear from the man himself.
We got to hear from the CEO.
We got to hear from his action plan.
We got to hear about his action plan, his strategy, his outputs, synergy, alignment. Jack Spectra, I hope you have more buzzwords because you're standing by with Broken Blade in the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in.
Hello, Broken Blade. Congrats on your victory.
Thank you.
I wish you could have heard the cast for this game because all they were talking about was you and the market and the businessman and all the plans you had. We had a little voice come from you after you got your quadra kill that I'd like you to listen into and maybe
it's gonna sound cringe, isn't it?
Well, I mean, cringe is like...
But I like it, I like it.
Yeah? Okay, we didn't quite hear it, but... Well, anyway, speaking of weird picks, I wanted to ask you played Rek'Sai top yesterday, Mundo today. Did you think about Singed, maybe? Have you thought about that?
I'm not gonna lie, after seeing Bippo, I got inspired a little bit, you know. Bippo is a good top laner as well. Maybe I have to, you know, my coach, Dylan Falco, also played Singed before, so maybe he can teach me a little bit. So maybe in the upcoming weeks.
Okay. Sounds exciting. Speaking of the upcoming weeks, we spoke to Carsey earlier, and he told me that he thinks this is probably going to be a G2 split. He thinks you guys are the strongest team. Who do you guys think is your toughest competition?
I mean, I think KC and Fnatic are always strong. I think Koi is also always strong. They've been strong throughout the whole year. I mean, all these 4 teams. I think Fnatic crumbled the past times. But, you know, always exciting to play against these teams. But I will say the biggest enemy is ourselves.
Wise. Well, it was lovely to have you, Broken Blade. Hope you can celebrate this victory. We're off to PGL with Lore, Odo, and Skumon. So, no, Hans Sama. Sorry. Enjoy.
Alright, that's alright. We had Skumon yesterday. We have Hans Mama today. Great interview, by the way. Jack Spectra, always nice to hear from the top father. But as I said, Hans Sama is with us. Yay! Congrats!
Yay.
How do you feel? Quite a roller coaster, but I'm saying it's G2, so you guys are used to it.
Well, I feel happy. I feel like even though the games are maybe not going as planned in early game, we're still able to still show that we can win convincingly. I think, like especially in the mid-late game, and getting a lot of the main objectives. I think very important, and yeah, happy with the win.
Yeah, because this turn from Caps was quite something. So this game one was a little bit tough, but
Oh my god. But then this happens, so
this
you know.
happens. But how is your mental going into these games where, you know, maybe it's one of these games where Caps is having a little bit of an oopsie and you have to carry him?
I mean, for sure, yeah, there's a lot of action around me, so he felt a bit behind, but I feel like he's always having so much impact, like especially like he's playing Diani and he's
Yeah.
really good at finding this engaged timing and just completely breaks the game, you know. Even if you could see him having many deaths, I think it can still be as impactful, but yeah.
We've been talking a lot about voice comms and everything today. How was Caps? How was the mood actually for all of you guys during game one when Caps was basically running it against Nuke, but then saved the day?
I think we are all still proactive.
Okay.
Still playing the game that we know that we have to play, and planning stuff. Maybe Cap's not able to like call as much in the early game because it's like a bit hard. But I think after that, the usual.
But my question is, because now we saw BB having these funny comms, but Hans, you're one of those guys where I know how funny you can be.
Oh,
you're just
really?
You're kind of just not showing it at all. So when are we going to get this Hans Mama pop-off reaction when you do a cool play in LEC? Because we really need you to show us. Do you do them in scrims still?
I mean, I think I did some like after MSI some matches. If you see the voice comms, I was actually like not trolling a bit, but like having a lot of fun. And yeah, that's something that I learned. Yeah, I need to have a lot more fun playing the games and just like not taking it too seriously. Maybe
Yeah.
I might it might sound troll the comms that I'm giving, but yeah, I think it's definitely good to have that for me.
Unhinged handsome. That's what I want. Who's the player who trolls the most actually in voice comm?
The player that trolls the most in voice comms. I could find one as of the games, but in the voice comms, I'm not super sure. I think everyone is pretty much dead serious in the game.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I think it's Hansama the troll actually, and we have a video to back this up. Shall we?
Wait, do we?
I'm the sacrifice pawn. Guys.
Oh my god, the masochist. Oh,
I don't remember
you
say-
ruined your
yeah,
KDA
actually.
today, by the way. I want to
Oh,
call you
yeah.
out. You played so well that I have to call you out on something. You had a perfect KDA here in summer.
Oh, I didn't realize that I had
Ruined.
a perfect KDA. Maybe if I realized it, I wouldn't get hooked on mid. I don't know if it was my first death or something.
No, you had
I got-
one death before the series, and you were.
Oh,
yeah.
that was on Drake, actually. Like when Jax killed me, I believe. Or like Victor Jax killed me. Yeah. I mean, yeah, KDA is... there's always, every year, I can be talking about KDA, but at the end of the day, I'm down dying if it means that my team kills them all.
Okay.
Caps did
And,
die 7 times in that
Yeah, he did it for all you
Like
guys.
fight that died, and they all died trying to flash on me, so that's, you know, worth it.
Worth it.
So-
Worth it indeed. The Kia player of the series, getting the promotion, getting the raise, it's the CEO, of course. It is Broken Blade. Anything you want to say about his performance over the weekend? We saw a bit of Kled, a bit of Rek'Sai. Mundo was back today. I know we didn't like Mundo before that, but I guess the champion is back.
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling it's funny to see that he just picks this type of champions that is just not popular at all and just smurfs it. And yeah, it's nice to see. I think he played very well this week, and the champions looks, to be honest, broken when I see it in the
Yeah.
game. It feels very nice to play. There's like nothing much to do. There's the Kled healing for like 2k, like the Mundo just tanking 5 people, and the Rek'Sai as well, right? So like, yeah, pretty solid performances.
All
too.
right.
Do you hate the fact that your role is just so standard? You're looking at everyone across the map, they're having fun, playing funny champions, whatever they want, and then you're just stuck playing the same 3 champions or like 4 or 5 champions. What's one champion you wish that you would be able to play?
Yeah, Draven for sure. I mean, there's a lot of indicators that we play in the meta right now, like teams play in general. So like I still find it fun. The champion that is nice to bring out again could be Draven. I think he's it's maybe not as impactful in a lot of the games right now, but maybe one day he might come back.
Hopefully.
Yeah, I miss the days when I was playing with Hans. Draven was just banned every single game.
Yeah.
Now it's just been like, what, 1 year since Draven is just not so good anymore.
Just to show how bad the champion is, I guess.
They're not
Because
even
you
banning
would
it against
Yeah,
Hans.
you would always make it work before.
Yeah.
Sadly.
Yeah, I feel like it wasn't really like that. I feel like before it was always Draven ban no matter what, even though it's not meta. Right now it's off meta, but I feel like the champ is might actually be too weak. You play against. You just pick it, an enemy just maybe picks a tank, and you're like, you need to throw like 30 axes to actually kill the tank.
I remember I was playing one time with Hans, I think, and he's just like, I mean, every time he would go practice tool, he would like try to see how many axes he would juggle when Draven was meta. And then I remember one game I was playing with Hans, and it was exactly this. There was a tank on enemy team, and I'm dead. I'm just watching Hans trying to go through the tank, and he's juggling like 5 axes in the middle of the fight, and there's just nothing happening.
Oh no. Hitting a wall, always.
Oh.
About 80 carries, actually. What do you think of Yunara?
I think Yunara is like very, very strong. It's starting to be banned in a lot of region and some teams here. I don't think it's like 100% permaban yet. Maybe Varus is one of those.
Varus. In the LEC, at least, Varus is the most banned champion we have.
Yeah, in the beginning it wasn't as banned, but I think as people get better at the champ, it looks very, very strong every time I see this champ being played, and I think I would expect it just becoming a permaban because she just brings so much on the table. Like she can be flexible in the draft as well.
Question I have actually about Yunara, because on the first weeks, before the patch change, of course, there was this discussion around what is the best support to go with Yunara. Do you want to have Engage, or do you want to have an Enchanter alongside you?
I think you can play a bit of like a lot of support, not like everything. It just depends on the draft, I guess. Like some supports need to be very careful about what support you pick. Some support might be useless in some draft. In some other draft, I think Yunara is very flexible with the support you can pick. Maybe 1 or 2 support is slightly better for the lane, but like I consider Yunara as being one of the AD carry that you can play a lot of support with.
All right. Odo, quick take on the patch, actually, because we've seen a lot of new champions. We've talked about Wipo playing Singed in NA. Do you feel like we went into the deepest depth of what the meta can offer? Or anything you would want to pitch, actually?
No, definitely not. I feel like I expected a little bit more changes coming into the patch. I feel like teams are still adapting a little bit slow, but we're still going to be staying on this patch for a little while. Yeah. It's just when you have such a slow or like such a quick turnaround from 1 week to another to learn the patch, most teams choose to stay with their old habits in that sense, because even though I feel like it was a big patch when it comes to the changes that's been happening, I feel like not much has changed. Varus is still banned, even though I feel like he got heavily nerfed. We haven't seen the Singed yet in EU. We saw BB innovate with the Rek'Sai, but honestly,
bringing back the Rek'Sai, because that's
so I feel like there's going to be quite a meta shift. I feel like in the coming weeks that teams are going to start figuring out and adapting a little bit more.
Do you have anything exotic planned? Don't tell the champions or anything, but I just want to know if the G2 kitchen is cooking right now.
I mean, there could be a few champs that we didn't show yet. I don't know if you're gonna have the chance.
Okay.
Gonna depends on how people draft.
Okay. Prage, hoping for those exotic picks for G2, but it's been one hell of a week. A lot of things happened, so let's take a look at the standings to see where we end the week here. Starting off with Group A. KC are guaranteed to make it to playoffs, locking at least the 2nd seed. For MKOI and Vitality, they're fighting for that last auto-advance spot. The other makes it to the crossplay decider to play against GX, or with GX rather. And as GX cannot get a higher than 3rd seed, that is where they're gonna be and staying here. Navi said sadly, they are eliminated from contention, but we're still gonna see them playing for spoilers next week. Now, moving on to Group B, and what happened? G2 takes the first seed and locks into playoffs alongside Fnatic, who are locking for second this time. And Team Heretics, BDS, and SK are still fighting to stay alive and see who can make it to the crossplay decider. So everything is pretty much solved in Group A. What do we think of Group B?
I'm honestly surprised G2 is doing so well because...
Are you?
Yeah, I feel like you guys had a tough year with, you know, the upset in winter, the upset in spring as well, you know, making 2 finals, not winning them, international heartbreak to some extent, where I felt like you guys have higher ambitions. So I really didn't expect them to come back and be so dominant, but it really feels like you guys have been cooking because it must have not been easy to deal with so much, you know, heartbreak, but yet rally back and just be so dominant because you guys didn't even lose a single best of 1 so far.
Well, for me, I think it's not really a surprise. I think that's like that could happen that we come up very strong to the split. I believe the experience that we got in international tournaments was really huge and special. Like the fact that we have to play so many games. I mean, usually a team like we were losing, we end up losing, right, in international tournaments, but it didn't make us worse. On the contrary, I feel like we learned way too much, and with that many games, that many experience, we knew actually what to focus on, and I think since then we just feel like we are a stronger team for sure. Like if we would play against ourselves in spring or like winter, I think we'll probably bit that old of us, you know, like, and yeah, I feel very happy with how much everyone are putting the work. It's not easy to improve, but I think we are improving a lot since then. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the next matches, and I think we can go even further.
I'm excited. I'm excited about these high-stakes games for G2 especially, and how outrageous from a former teammate to doubt your possibilities.
I didn't doubt anything. I was just like, wow, you guys are great. It's so good because, I mean, I played with Hans and I know how he bounces from everything, but I just felt like it was just compounded and made so much more because it just like, it was just streak of heartbreak after heartbreak after heartbreak, and I feel like that's just is not able to be, you know, easy to deal with. So I was glazing Hans. I was not doubting him.
Apologies then, and yeah, I'm always happy to see teams bounce back, especially teams who have been performing so well the whole year. Let's take a look at the schedule that we have for the last week of our regular season, because as the caster says, if you were not listening, we are going to have a weird schedule next week because we're going to start on Monday. Tuesdays are the days for LEC, and we're going to have SK versus G2 and BDS versus Team Heretics. Then on Tuesday, Vitality versus MKOI, followed by Navi versus GX. What do we think about next week, Odo?
Ooh, it's going to be spicy. I was just a little bit bamboozled because that's BDS versus Team Heretics. But I do think it's going to shape up to be interesting. A lot of the playoff spots are locked, but now given seeding, it's going to have even higher impact. So even looking at Navi, which they're out, it feels like it's just going to be, you know, grudge match, show up everything that you have. Yeah. But it does shape up to be interesting because we're going to get all of these cross-group deciders. And for me, that's when the real action starts. Yeah,
absolutely. And yeah, for you, it's going to be the last game of the regular season against SK. Any words of? I don't know what to say because looking at it, it looks like a huge mismatch. But I loved what we saw from SK this week. So one player, maybe, that you have to keep your eyes on in this lineup.
I mean, it's gonna be their bot lane, obviously.
Loopy Nation, let's go!
I wanna do well with Labrov in the bot lane department. Just be as strong as we can potentially be, and I think we've been doing a good job to improve the both of us. So we have to beat the bot lane next week.
All right, focus on the bot lane, focus on the Loopy Nation. Thank you so much, merci beaucoup, Hansama, for being with us in PGL. Odo, thank you.
I was here, yeah.
Yeah, you were here, and that's what matters. Next week, as I said, we're gonna start in 1 week, exactly 1 week, because we're gonna be back on Monday to close out the summer split regular season. And on behalf of all of us here and everywhere, have a great night, day, or afternoon, wherever you're watching, and thank you so much for being with us this weekend. Bye-bye!
Wait, you're red.
Wait, we're red. Wait, what? Wait, we prepare for blue, no? Azir on ult.
I kill one.
Nice.
I get one kill. We are not losing like.
What he has done, there it is, and Chag won't be able to flash yet. Bolt breaker in, Chag flash, but it's going to be late matched out, and Yikes turns it into a gank burn flood. That's the Dragon Vitality, and he runs forward. Chag feeling himself. Blisters gets the engage, Kazi gets the kill.
I'm very low now. I'm going to come. They're coming.
Yeah, not like.
Yeah, we can.
Kill him. Karma. Turkish combo! Civilized selection. Front. Nice. Hit the turret. Turret. Nice. Good shot.
Cap does blast.
It's a shield.
Extra movement speed. Q on to the way down. Watch out. Auto. Nuke.
That might take her or what?
He's got access to the dash, maybe to get in and clean out, but he just can't afford to ignore Rooster. And fortunately, neither can Caps as the Herald will return. Oh, Rooster, get away from the bear!
I'm with him. I'm playing by day. We'll go. No flash. Front line. Very good, guys. Very good. Nice.
An extreme response.
Yeah. Found him! Knock up! JTC! Oh! It's good! He shoots! He scores! Paris!
Can I flash in?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
On down! G2
Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side.